Greetings, friends. Welcome to True Crime Metrix, another fabulous episode of True Crime Metrix. We're going to be having a look at a perfect audio, fantastic visual color corrected version of the Luis Rivera Proffer today, folks. Something that I've only dipped in and out of. I've never seen the whole thing because of the bad audio, right? But some fabulous person on the internet has managed to clean it right up. And we've got a fantastic version of it here. So what is it? It's Luis Rivera telling everything he knows about the hit on Professor Markel, how it went down, how it was arranged, how they got there, events that can be verified and checked to show and corroborate the information he's giving in order for him to get the deal of the century. 7 years on top of the 12 he was already serving for his involvement in the murder. Now, although not the trigger man himself, certainly it would have been a life sentence, or on top of his other, RICO convictions, racketeering convictions, gang associations could well have landed him the death penalty. Right? Within reason. 7 years. We're going to hear from Chuck Collins, his attorney, on the, he's not in the room yet. Oh, no, he's right there on the left. Chuck Collins is, Pat Sanford's in here. It's like all the team are back in the room together. And he's going to take us through everything he knows. Now, of course, were there to be any lies, any false statements made, Luis Rivera's deal would be off the table, swept under the rug, under the justice rug, and he'd be looking at permanent prison, life in prison, no parole, or the death penalty. God, what does that sound? I don't know if I need new headphones or what. I gotta do some tests with this tomorrow. It's just this. Can you hear that? Or is it just me? It's like the old dial-up connection for the internet, you know? Welcome everybody in chat. We got Mona Lisa AZ first in chat today. Congratulations to you, Mona Lisa. We will also be reading from Wendi Adelson's book. If some of you may have seen my brief review of the first 2 chapters on Discord, but if you're not on Discord, maybe I'll just read that quickly out to you here, because I just can't believe this. But I put it in the brief review. What did I say? I said, I've just read the first 2 chapters of Wendy's book. It is unbelievably bad. It is a total sham. There is no way in hell any publishing house in the world put this through any screening or quality control. It is full of tense shifts, ridiculously lazy, clumsy repetitions. She even switches from writing as the first-person protagonist to the third-person narrator on the same goddamn page, and clearly not stylistically. She also has a fetish for place names and character references that a good chunk of the population would not be able to pronounce with certainty. Clearly a cheap attempt to elevate her intellectual prowess over that of the reader. It's fucking appalling. It's going to be difficult to read on YouTube without scoffing all the way through, but we'll get it done, and we will get it done. Now, I want to come at the reading the Wendi Adelson book at 2 angles, okay? I think it's important to put a record, a True Crime Metrix record on the internet where we just read it, okay? Without scoffing, without commenting, just, an audio book version. Because, I think it's important that we all have the opportunity, if not to read it, to listen to it and to understand, who knows I've only read the first 2.5 chapters so far. So it's just, you know, setting the scene, really. But who knows what we are going to find. You know, the first few chapters are just character introductions. 2 are supposedly the what will become the clients, the sex trafficking clients of Wendy's character Lily in the book, and the 3rd chapter goes into Lily, which you can already tell is very autobiographical from the pen of Wendi Adelson, right? So I think the whole thing will be very telling. I think it's important that we put an isolated version, just reading the words as any other normal audiobook. But today I'll read it and I'll comment as we go, because you know, there's spelling mistakes, there's fucking the punctuation is just, it's actually quite difficult to read, you know, fluently, because there's punctuation that shouldn't be there. You know, commas in the wrong places, stuff like that. It's incredibly bad. It's incredibly bad. And I think Florida State should apologize to the freshmen that year publicly and issue them an appropriate read. I don't care how many years it's been. God, I wonder where all the people are now. Okay, when was it the common read? It would have been around 2011, I think around 2011 would have been the year that it was issued. So a large chunk of those individuals, I mean, that was 14 years ago. They've gone through university. They've obtained their degree, their bachelor degree, their master's degree, their PhD, and they've gone on to wonderful professions. And you know, some of them will be doing very well. But they'll look back. They'll look back at their freshman year at Florida State and remember this book right here, and why were we issued this book? I mean, it's unbelievable. So look forward to that. As ever, I've just woken up, so I'm not going to read it until we're a little way in and my voice has had a chance to self-correct. Okay, welcome everybody in chat. Olive, Amy, riding shotgun, Mr. Pinto Peabody. You know, we learnt yesterday that Mr. Pinto Peabody is actually a lady named Sally, who purchased a wonderful True Crime Metrix merch apron that said, "You're either stupid or you're lying," which is my favourite merch, I think, that we've made to date, right? If you haven't seen it already, check it out in the merch store. We've got mugs, hoodies, aprons, all sorts, you know, T-shirts, all the great things that people love with "You're either stupid or you're lying," which was, of course, what Charlie Adelson said to June on a recorded phone call. But yeah, Mr. Pinto Peabody is not a Mr. Pinto Peabody. It's actually a wonderful lady named Sally. I always imagined Mr. Pinto Peabody as like a sort of businessman, you know, wearing a suit that would have been fashionable in the 40s, carrying a briefcase that no one sees anymore, rushing for a bus with an umbrella under his arm, you know, and maybe a bowler hat. That's what I saw in my mind, but it's actually a wonderful lady named Sally. Welcome, Sally. And fantastic choice on the apron. It looks great. Okay, time to hit it. Tarantina, welcome back. Lotus Spider, good to see you. Oh, Loretta Deans, welcome back, Loretta Deans. Okay, ready for some Proffer, Luis Rivera Proffer. Roll tape, please.
Get the coffee yet? Oh, well, I know people. We got it from the kitchen.
Did you get to eat again last night?
No, sir.
You just came straight back?
Yes. They didn't feed you nothing? Sorry.
I don't have any canteens here.
What time did y'all get back here?
You did better than we did.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I guess so. That would be great, but if the artificial sweetener and
They only have powdered cream.
that's fine. That's fine. Louis, you want any coffee?
No. You just put that back in.
I did.
Okay.
So it's all good, man. I know you tried your hardest yesterday. But don't even worry about it, man. Don't worry about
Well, we might try some more. You never know.
Yep.
See, I thought that his ticket was given to him on the way.
Hey, moderators. Any, if the audio's too loud on the video, let me know. Seems a little loud on my headphones. Maybe it's just my volume. But if it needs adjusting, just let me know.
Way home. That would have been a good point of reference to help narrow down the geography, but it was given to him on the way up.
Correct.
And my son told me it was on the way down. I would have had a whole different strategy if I'd known that.
Okay. We did this the other day on September 30th on Friday, and we did a swearing in. Okay. I'm just going to read this time, the same exact form, and Mr. Collins is going to explain anything further, and he can look at the form. Okay, but before we start that, I just want you to raise your right hand. I'm Investigator Craig Eisen with the Tallahassee Police Department. I'm conducting an official criminal investigation concerning a homicide.
Oh, Loretta. It's not Loretta Deans. I'm usually really good at this game. Denez? Is it Denez? Sorry. I blew an easy one.
False statements about material matters given by a witness under oath will constitute perjury, which is a first-degree misdemeanor according to Section 837.012 Florida statutes. You already have your right hand raised. You solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you are about to give me is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
You understand that if you knowingly make material misstatements of fact to me during this investigation, you will have committed the crime of perjury.
Yes, sir.
So I can do that.
Now, listen, I know that little guys can be tough, okay? That's what they say, right? Always look out for the little guy. Their energy's low. They go up and under, right? But I just find that Luis Rivera is ridiculously small. It looks like he could live in a matchbox, right? It looks like you pull a Christmas cracker and he comes out. And supposedly he's been the boss since he was 15. Something is not right with that picture.
Yes, that's fine. Louis, do you have any questions about what the detective just said?
No, sir.
Okay, you understand that if you don't know the answer to a question, it's okay to say, I don't know. If you don't understand a question, it's okay to say, I don't understand the question. Could you repeat it? All right?
Yes, sir.
The most important thing is that you give truthful information, which I know you will. You don't guess. If you need time to think about something, that's okay. If you intentionally tell a story or you give a statement that you know is not truthful, not only will you have committed a crime of perjury, which is really the least of your concerns, the most important thing is you will no longer have a deal. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, now we do know that you have immunity. So, you know, the things that they've asked about you that they haven't got independent of you, they couldn't use against you. You understand that. But that ain't the deal. The deal is we want to tell the truth and do what's right.
Yes,
Do you
sir.
understand? That's the point. All right, I don't have any further questions in that regard. And the statement's is being recorded? Yes.
Louis, the first time that you had a conversation.
Hey, thanks so much, Pinto. Toothbrush. 5 coffees for the toothbrush. Thank you so much, Pinto, for the coffees on buymeacoffee.com. Great way to support the channel. Thank you so much, Pinto.
Let me start this, because I want to make sure I understand this. Did you ever meet or know or hear of Daniel Markel before this occurred?
No.
No?
Speak up loud.
Think if I heard about him?
Did you ever hear of him?
No, not at all.
Never heard of him? Never knew anything about him?
No, sir.
No one's ever mentioned that name before.
No, sir, not at all.
What about Wendi Adelson?
Not at all either.
Anybody else by the last name of Adelson?
No, sir.
Okay. When's the first time, if you can recall, when you first understood that you were going?
You know what annoys me about dates? You know, I know in the States it's month, day, year, 10/04/16. But sometimes, especially on time codes on videos, it's day, month, year. So we don't know. Is this April or October? I think it's probably April, right? Because that would put it right before the bump. If it were October, it would have been after the bump. Yeah, it's got to be the 10th of April 2016. So possibly Sigfredo doesn't even know the name Adelson yet. We know he did at some point because he phoned Harvey's office looking for Dr. Adelson, thinking that would have been Charlie, right?
Going to come to Tallahassee, because my understanding is you've never been to Tallahassee before.
Never been up here.
Okay. What was the circumstances of the first that caused you to come to Tallahassee the very first time?
I thought the first time I was coming up here, I thought we were going to come up here and rob somebody. You know? So when I get in the car, that's when Garcia told me, what we coming up here for? Coming up here to kill somebody.
So before you got in the car, you had a conversation with Sigfredo Garcia.
In my house.
Tudo.
Yeah.
At your house?
Mm-hmm.
And he says he wants you to go with him to Tallahassee
Yeah.
to do a drug robbery?
My understanding when he was talking to me, first I thought it was going to be like a robbery.
Just a robbery?
I thought it was going to be a simple robbery. But then as we kept going on talking about it, that's when he told me, listen, I got to come up here for a job. I'm finna get hired. We're getting hired, but to kill somebody.
And you already left, or is that before you?
No, I was still in my house.
Okay.
Then I rented a car. We got in the car, and he told me more about it. Like, you gonna come out here? I'm gonna kill this guy. You're gonna get paid this much, $35,000. So I looked at him and asked, it's a little bit of money, but all right, whatever. Let's drive. We're driving. He showed me a picture of Markel. That's the first time I seen a picture of him, and I heard about his name. But he told me his name. Look, this is the guy we're gonna go see. His name is Markel. I don't need the name. Forget about the name because I'm not gonna remember the fucking name. Just show me the picture. I just seen the picture and I looked at him. Somebody drove up here. Come up here the first night. We rented a hotel.
I hate to interrupt you, but
Okay, Loretta. Dennis. Have I got it? Okay. Got it.
I do. I want to make sure we're talking about the first trip.
The first trip.
And you rented the car?
No, the car was not under my name.
Okay. Is it a rental car or is
It was a rental car.
a rental car? Who rented the car?
It was Garcia. He came with the car.
He came with the car.
Yeah, he came with the car.
Who's your place?
He came. I was in my homegirl's house.
Who's that?
Rochelle. He picked me up and I left. He like, yo, what's up? Boom.
So he called you and said, I'm coming to get you.
He already told me the story. He rented a car and came and picked me up that same day.
Okay.
He's like, yo, I'm on my way. He picked me up, I got in the car, I left, went to my house, changed up, got in the car, and we drove.
Okay.
It was like a Wednesday night, I think Wednesday. It was Wednesday.
You knew that the purpose of him renting the car was to drive to Tallahassee with it?
Yes, sir.
So he'd already told you, I'm going to rent a car, or he shows up and says, I've rented a car?
No, he said, I got to rent a car. He already rented a car. He said, I'm going to go rent a car, I'll be back later.
So you knew that the story, the first version, is that you're coming up here to rob somebody, he's going to go rent a car.
Yeah.
But it changed to murder before or after he rented the car.
No, before he rented the car. Remember, we was in the house speaking about it.
I just got to be down, I got to get it off.
I didn't want you to get me confused and throw me back and forth.
Exactly, I'm not trying to.
Yeah.
So I'm going to be straight up.
Detective Isom, do you care if
I really like how Isom can set asides, you know, we're on this side of the law, you're on that side of the law, and talk to Lewis like a person. I tell you who doesn't have that same quality is Pat Sanford. I know some people like Pat Sanford, and he might be, yes, very efficient as a cop, but he's just so devoid of personality and humanity. It's just like, come on, man. It's okay to build rapport, even with a murderer, okay? It's better. It's better that way. Isom's really good at it.
I might ask a question that I think may help? Not right now, I just...
No, absolutely.
Yeah.
All right, I'm fine right now.
And I definitely want him to go through the whole story, but I'm afraid if we get too far down...
I disagree, Jesus Lover, because, you know, like I just said, it's, it doesn't make sense to me that this would be after the bump. The bump was in April 2016. After the 10th, I can't remember the exact date. Was it the 21st or whatever it was? And Sigfredo was arrested in May 2016. And Catherine, I think, in August.
On the road,
I
and
get
it's
it.
the fact that...
I agree.
That's all.
When things don't make sense or add up, we got to stop and get to it.
Right.
Okay, how long was it? You said you initially thought that this was going to be a robbery. What gave you that idea? Why did you think it was going to be a robbery?
I'm a jack boy.
Okay.
I'm saying I rob drug dealers.
Okay. So he was talking in terms of a job in Tallahassee.
Mm-hmm. So
Okay.
I'm thinking we finna go, okay, boom. But then he's like, man, it's not that. I'm finna go kill somebody. We're gonna get hired.
Okay, and this was before he went and rented the car.
Before he rented the car.
Okay, so when he got the car, it was either in his name or somebody else's name.
I don't know whose name was it, but he came with the car to he came up with the car to my homegirl's house. I was there drinking that night. I jumped in the car, went home.
What kind of car was it?
It was like a black Nissan.
Okay.
It was.
Black Nissan Sentra? But of course, Jeff Lacasse's Nissan Sentra was silver, I think. Yeah? So again, this whole thing about they selected a car that was similar in profile or that could be confused with Jeff's car, so it would point the finger at Jeff. I've really come away from that idea. I think it's much more likely that it's just by chance that Jeff drives a shitty car that is common for rentals, Toyotas, Nissans, of that you know, that range. Prius is a common rental car. I'm sure Nissan, but you're not going to get a black car, even if it's the exact same model, and hope that it's going to be confused with a silver car, are you? If it would, like, a black car confused with a dark blue car, maybe. But, you know, and then a Prius, which we've analysed on this channel before, looks nothing like a Nissan Sentra. Yeah, I've really come away from the idea that the car was selected to look like Jeff's. Totally come away from that idea.
The Nissan.
And what date was this, as best as you can remember?
I don't remember the date, man.
Will you remember the month and the year?
The one had to be like either June or July.
Okay.
The year was 2014.
Okay. And he showed you a picture of Markel
Markel.
and said y'all were going to go kill him.
Mm-hmm.
Now, were you the one that he was intending to go do the murder, or was he, why were you even involved?
Because he told me he trusts me. He said, I trust you, and you're the only one I trust.
But were you the one he was hiring to do the murder? Because I don't understand why you need two people to commit a murder.
They were hiring him.
Okay.
They were hiring him. They were not hiring me. They were hiring him. He said he's going to pay me to go with him.
Absolutely, Mr. Pinto. Lewis is way more likable than anyone else, you know, that's any of the conspirators, I should say. Of course, other people in this are likable, like Jeff. Everyone loves Jeff. But, you know, yeah, there's inconsistencies in his story. There's weird changes, right? Sometimes he took a picture of an owl. Sometimes he took a picture of a lion. You know, there's oddities, but you can just tell that he's basically just coming clean. You know, for the soul, I don't really believe that he's righting a wrong. I don't think he cares on a moral level, particularly. It's to get his deal, and he got his deal, and he got it by telling the truth. So that's refreshing in a story with so many clear liars. Catherine, Charlie, Donna, Wendi. That's pretty much it.
Because he didn't want to go by himself.
Okay.
Was Rochelle present when you discussed this with him?
No, not at all. Nobody. It was just me and him.
But it was at Rochelle's house?
No, it was my house.
Okay.
He picked me up in Rochelle's house. I was drinking. Gotcha. Hey, where you at? I said, I'm over here in Rochelle's house. Come slide through and pick me up. So when he picked me up, I said, all right, let's go to my house. I'm finna go change. He said, I had on shorts, so I put on long pants and a long sleeve. I said, all right, let's ride. Got in the car and he drove. I was on the passenger side. I was rolling a blunt and we drove. I was drinking.
Absolutely riding shotgun. I'd have Lewis around my house for Christmas morning, and I'd be totally confident that he would be a gentleman. You know, if you've got respect, then you know, just
drinking the whole night, going that way. That's it. When we got to Tallahassee, that way we need to rent a hotel.
Hold on right there. Don't get too far.
Dan had a black Honda Accord.
Where was Rochelle living at the time?
Ah, yeah, Jesus Lover's got you covered, Amy.
He picked you up.
We found my house, right, like a block away from my house on 135th on 16.
Okay.
But Dan's car was like, you know, a nice Honda Accord. Kind of like, I don't know if there's like an executive model or something, but it was a lot newer than either of the hire cars or Jeff's car, and yeah, it looked pretty nice.
On 135th.
135th on 16.
Do you know what time you left? That's okay. Do you know what time you left?
Like 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock at night.
At night?
Yeah.
So y'all drove through the night?
Yeah.
All the way through the night and got here the next morning?
I got here like around like 6, 5 o'clock in the morning. Okay. I believe it was an 8-hour drive.
Okay. Did y'all stop anywhere on the way?
Yeah, we stopped in like on a rest, like the rest area, stuff like that, take a piss and keep on driving.
Okay.
That's about it.
Did y'all get gas anywhere?
Yeah, we got gas and kept going.
How'd you pay for the gas?
Cash.
All cash?
Yeah, he had cash. They gave him like $5,000, $2,000 in his pocket, and we kept it. We came up here and went to the hotel cash.
What was the hotel? You remember?
I don't remember. I forgot the name of the hotel.
The one you drove was fine? You
Yeah.
saw it? You said that's the first place
That
you
was
stayed
the
at?
first hotel I took you to, that one.
Okay.
I stayed there twice, came up here.
Okay, I don't want to jump ahead of y'all. So, at some time you meet some other people while you were up here.
Yeah. First we
Bad move to stay in the same hotel twice.
met some guy that night. He rented a hotel.
Was he a black gentleman?
Yeah, it was a crackhead.
Okay.
He was
Just tell us about him. Tell us how that happened.
Yeah, Sigfredo pulled up. Hey man, what's up, man? I ain't got no ID, man. You do me a favor, rent the hotel. I'm gonna give you $20. Yeah. I'll take $20 right now. So he went, gave him $20, went to the hotel. We stayed there at night. I think the room was 110 or 109.
Were y'all doing drugs in the room?
And just to make sure, just want to make sure this is on record, 110 or 109, he's already driven us by, and that is the budget in on Wadsworth of Tennessee.
Okay.
Yeah, when I got to the room with the drugs, we had powder, we had beer, but we had a bottle. We had a bottle in the pocket, we was drinking. We had a bottle, we was chilling all night. I probably went to sleep at around 3. I woke up around 7 in the morning. I think it was 7 o'clock the next morning. But when we got there by that time, we slept.
Yeah, it is, who said that? Paul M. says that the owl thing with Wendy's shirt is weird. It is weird. But I think it is a coincidence. I believe that owls are quite common in Tallahassee. Georgia said something about owls in Tallahassee. So someone saw an owl in Tallahassee, and someone else who lives in Tallahassee had a t-shirt with a picture of an owl on it. You know, if owls are common in a place, I don't know if it's like known for owl watching or anything like that, but it could be. And if it is, then maybe there is a whole owl gift shop in Tallahassee. Maybe. So, yeah. Strange, you know, and there was an owl engraved into, I think it was a wardrobe in Professor Markel's house. There are other owl references somewhere. I can't remember them right now. But yeah, it could just be that owls and Tallahassee are, you know, associated in some way.
For a little bit, check out was at 11. We leave. Went by Markel's house. Went around him. Went straight to his house. I parked by the park like I showed you. I parked there for a little bit to see if it's gonna come out. When he came, I seen the car. I'm the one that scoped the car. I'm like, yo, that's that guy right there. I seen a white male in the car. He's like, yeah, that's him. Let's follow him. So we followed him all the way to the school. He dropped the kid off. Boom. I lost him. I guess he was going to the gym in that morning, but.
How do you know what kind of car he's driving?
Because Sigfredo told me the car.
Sigfredo told you the car?
He said he got a black Nissan.
Okay.
No tints. You will see him. Because I heard to show me the picture.
So Sigfredo's...
Yeah, no tints. Wouldn't that be great if you're an FSU law professor with the darkest legal tint available? Huge subwoofer in the back. Lowered with hydraulics. A professor in a bouncing lowrider.
Applied you a picture of Markel, which is the target,
Yes, sir.
and has also told you a type of car that he drives.
Yes, sir.
Does he tell you where that information came from?
No, sir. He just showed me a piece of paper with his name, and I believe that paper had that address. But I remember seeing his face, and so the paper had to have the address.
Was it typed or was it handwritten?
No, it's like that.
Typed?
Yeah.
When he said it was a Nissan, did he say it was a Nissan or did he say it was a black 4-door or 2-door?
Rayanne says, my brother-in-law is a schizophrenic and Louis doesn't act anything like that. Good news, Rayanne. We've got a copy of the DSM-5 on the way, and when we do, we'll be able to dive right into that during a stream when some sort of mental disorder comes up and verify the symptoms. Check them off the list. Dr. Metrix.
No, he told me it was 4-door Nissan.
Okay.
Just like the car we had, but just in black.
Okay.
It's going to be a great asset to the show when we get that DSM-5. from the lovely Amy. Yeah, no, I think it's just going to be. I can see us using it quite a lot, especially in defense cases, because so often personality disorders, mental disorders come up as mitigators, right? And we can just dive right in, check the facts, and refer to the experts. It's going to be that's going to take the channel into a whole new realm. I think. I'm looking forward to it.
Back up a little bit further. You said they gave him $5,000. Tell us about that. What did he say? Where did he get the money from?
Oh, he said he got the money from the lady. He still haven't told me her name yet. He said, I got the money from the lady. Well, his wife gave him the money. So Katie gave him the money. But he told me about the lady. He told me, yo, the lady got the money. She's going to pay us. So, all this driving around and talking to him about the money, I told him, we should just go rob her. That was my intention. Fuck this guy.
Wouldn't that have been great? If Sigfredo and Luis had just gone and robbed Wendi? Make sure she catches a bullet. A bullet from Metrix.
I don't got nothing against that guy. I don't even know that guy. Especially after he told me about what was it for the 2 kids. Told me because I asked him, why are you going to kill this guy? Because the lady wants her 2 kids back. She wants full custody of them kids.
Luis has 5 kids, I believe, or even more. Yeah, he's got a bunch of rugrats.
Because he had all the custody. That was the plan. That was the deal. That's what I went to go kill that man for.
And how did Tuda know all this?
Katie, I guess Katie told him everything.
Yeah, well, Luis was mistaken, Jesus lover. Dan's car was a Honda Accord for absolutely certain. I mean, you can see it in the photographs of the where he was killed in the car. It's a Honda Accord. Luis is mistaken.
Katie told him everything. Then
But you're just guessing that. You don't know that for sure. Do you?
No, that's for sure. For sure, Katie told him everything.
Right. How do you know that? How do you know Katie?
Because he stayed talking to Katie on the phone. Hey, babe, what's going on? Hey, the lady's gonna have. You sure she's gonna have the money on time? Tell her don't play with it, cause we'll go show up in her house. Tell her she better have that fucking money. And he always kept telling her that.
Because when you went on this trip, were you with Tuda the whole time? Did y'all separate? Y'all were in the same car? Y'all stay in the same hotel room?
Never separated. Stay in the same hotel, different beds.
You were always with him.
Yeah.
I love how he verified that. We stay in the same hotel room, different beds.
So when he talked to Katie, you could hear him talking to Katie?
Of course.
And you knew it was Katie?
Right there, right?
Did you know it was Katie because of what he was saying, or could you actually hear her voice?
It's Katie. I can hear her voice.
And you had heard it before?
Yeah, I can hear Katie's voice. That's Katie.
How many years have you known Katie?
I know Tuto my whole life. Katie, I probably like 5, 6 years, 7 years around there. I don't know. Katie, I just met her because of Sigfredo. But I know Katie maybe they've been together for 10 years? About that same time. And they've been together how long? However long they've been together, I think it's 10 years. That's how long I know her. That's how long I know her.
Lewis, was there any coke usage in the hotel that night?
Yeah, every day it was cool.
But I'm talking about that night when you said some crackhead signed for the room.
Mm-hmm.
Was that guy also bringing drugs to you all, or just a crackhead?
Not him. He just went to the hotel.
Okay. Was there any other people?
Okay, so here's an inconsistency. They're talking about Shadrick Nobles, right? Did that guy bring you drugs? Of course, Shadrick said yes, that he knows where to go get it, and he went to get it. So what is this inconsistency? Lewis is saying that he didn't bring drugs and that he just got the hotel room. Yeah? So let's put a pin in that. Maybe we should take a note of that. Where's my pad? God damn it, where's my pad? I don't have it.
Was there any other people you met that night?
That night, the next night. The next
The
day.
next night, okay.
I stayed there for 3 days.
Okay, I'm sorry, gentlemen. I just wanted
I
to.
stayed there for 3 days.
You're catching up.
Yeah, yeah.
It was the next day. We met a guy in I think it was a gray blue Chevy photo. He was in the back trying to serve some people up. So we spotted him. I said, man, go ask that guy whether he got the coke. So I said, I asked him, man, what's up with it? You can give me some coke? Yeah. Man, we need a 40 when we got it. We kept buying for him. That same night, we were just hanging out. We were just doing coke, hanging out. When I came back, every time I came back, we meet up with this guy.
We need a 40? That's not going to last Sigfredo Garcia very long. That's maybe half a gram. I mean, I'm pretty sure Sigfredo could do half a gram in 2 lines, right? That seems strange to me.
Every time you came back.
Every time.
How'd you meet up with him?
Sigfredo had his number.
They did like 5 grams on the way up.
We found him one time driving when we came up here on the Prius. That day that he shot the fucking Prius, we seen him that same day, maybe half an hour before that happened. When that's where we bumped into him. And we had asked him, hey, what's up, man? We need some powder. And they followed him. We'll follow him somewhere to go get some coke. He was with a group of people. He said, all right, let me go drop these people off and then we'll go over there. As we followed him, that's when he shot the car and we had that mechanical problem in the car.
Who shot the car?
Garcia.
We'll have to get to that. That's not the same day that you first got there, right?
No,
Let's try to. I know it's a lot of information.
That same night I was just up here scoping him out. We ain't do nothing. Came out here following him for 2 days. After that, like the Friday, we were gone. We was here from Wednesday to Friday the most. I was gone. That's it. I just came out here, scoped him out there. We see what he was about, where he go, what his routes. But every time he go to the daycare, I lose him because he used to take so long. So I'm like, man, this guy never comes back out. And then when I go drive back, the car was never there.
Okay.
So we ended up going back to the hotel and hanging out. Just hanging out like we were partying. Like we was out here partying. Then we'll do the same thing the next morning. We'll wake up and try to follow him all over again to the same daycare. That's all. We already knew where he lived. We also used to him following this guy. I said, why you keep following this guy if you know where he lived?
You're in the passenger seat?
Yeah, I'm in the passenger seat at that time. You know, he was following him. I didn't drive that first night. That's it. That night was over. That's a done deal night. The night that I came up in a car, that's when everything happened.
Okay.
I drove.
Let's don't get to that yet. Hold on a second. We still need to get through that first trip. He tells you what it's about. He shows you this picture, and you're getting this information on the way up, and while you're already here, or he already has the full story, and he's double checking with her on the phone.
He told me the story already in my house. It was just me and him in the house by ourselves. He told me everything.
That the guy has 2 kids, and the woman wants the kids back.
Yes, sir.
Does he say the woman's name then?
Not at all.
Okay. And does he say anything? Does he bring up Katie at all when you're at the house?
Yeah.
Down in Miami.
He like, I asked him, who's fucking hiring him? He like, Katie told me this lady's gonna hire me, but I want you to go with me. Then they weren't hiring me, they were hiring him.
Right.
So he said, I'm gonna break you off. I give you 35 grand.
Okay.
I said, all right, for the drive? I said, all right, fuck it, I'll take the drive.
So you're just back up?
I'm just back up, just driving.
Okay.
That was the whole deal, I'm just driving.
So he's saying Katie is the person between the woman that wants this done.
Katie's the one in the middle doing everything. Put it like that.
Okay. And that's what
Jesus Lover says, what I don't understand is that if you are in a new area, how would you know where to buy drugs? That seems like risky behavior. Well, no. That's pretty easy. You know, like, if you know what to look for, you can see that pretty fucking easy, you know? It's just, yeah. That's totally believable. It's just, yeah. How can I? Well,
he tells you. Okay. And so then you hear her over the phone because you don't meet with her before y'all leave.
I never met her.
Okay, and you hear her over the phone, and you told Mr. Collins just now that you're sitting as close as you two were,
Yeah, I did.
and you can hear and recognize her voice,
Of course.
and she is saying specifically what? When he's talking to her, what? Just give me an idea what he's saying.
Oh, when he's talking, she like, yo, get up there quick. You know, make sure you do everything right. Don't do nothing stupid. Look at the house. You know, you got the paper. I know you have where he had the paper.
Where did the paper come from?
See that I can't tell you where the paper comes from.
That's fine. That's fine. If you can't tell us, that's
I
fine.
can't tell you. I know he had the paper. He showed me the paper, so I don't know where the paper come from. But I just like I told you, it's black and white like that. But I can hear her saying, you know, make sure everything get done right. When you're done, call me. Boom. It was like maybe like a 2-3 second conversation. Hung up. He said, man, you ready? I said, man, I'm been ready. Let's go. Let's ride. All right, we drove. We drove the whole time up there. He talked to her once, you know. She told him, don't be calling me so much.
She said
Just
that.
call me when you finish. She thought it was gonna happen that same night that we went up there,
First trip.
the first trip. I didn't let that shit happen. I'm like, man, I ain't doing shit. I was still, you know, like, what the fuck? You know, my mind was like, for some kids, are we gonna kill this guy for some fucking kids? Are you serious? Why can't she just get full custody?
Lewis, were you hired by Garcia to do the job?
Yeah, Garcia paid me.
I know, but were you just a ride-along, or were you actually going to be the trigger man? I don't know why he paid you so much money for a ride.
I was just a ride along. He goes, come with me, and then as we're going, at one point he tells me, you know, you should go in there and kill him.
This also changes. You know, in court he says he was supposed to be the trigger man.
I said, no.
Lewis, it's if the truth is that you were hired.
I told you. I'm not gonna change my story.
Okay.
I told him the story.
Right.
He asked me, you know what? You should go in there and kill him. You should go in the house. I'm not going. Like, you know.
Why would he want you to go in and kill?
Now, this is also inconsistent because Lewis here is saying that he declined the request that he should do the murder. But in the story in court, he says that he just happened to be driving at the time when they, you know, pounced, for want of a better word, and it was, you know, the guy, he is now in the position of getaway driver, so he stays behind the wheel, and Sigfredo jumped out and did the shooting. So that's inconsistent with Lewis declining the request, right?
Kill him. Does he believe you've killed people in the past?
That's what he thinks.
Have you ever killed anybody in the past?
Never in my life, sir.
You know you're under oath.
Yeah, never in my life. I put my hands up. Never in my life I killed nobody.
Okay.
I don't beat people with bats here with sticks and shit like that.
But you had mentioned before that the first trip was the intent that
I beat people with bats and hit them with sticks and shit like that.
you were going to do the shooting.
Yeah. He thought I was gonna do a shooting, but I wouldn't have enough balls to fucking shoot somebody for some kids, man. So I didn't do it. So the whole
But maybe what about for $30,000?
I still wouldn't. I couldn't do it. I didn't even grab the gun. That's how crazy it is.
But you had the gun the first time. The gun came from you, or
Yeah,
from
the gun came from me.
the first trip?
I gave him the gun. He grabbed it. He cleaned it up with alcohol, cleaned it up, and he held it the whole time.
But the first trip.
Oh, the first trip I had the gun in the hotel.
Right. The first trip, you supplied the gun.
Yeah, I supplied the gun.
Okay. The second trip, did you supply the gun?
Yes, the same gun.
Yeah, thanks for the link, Riding Shotgun. If you enjoy the show and want to support it, you can buy True Crime Metrix a coffee at buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix. Thank you so much, guys. It's a great way to support the channel, along with super chats, super stickers, merchandise in the merch store. Links in the description. Buy us a coffee on buymeacoffee.com.
Describe the gun the first trip. I'm not trying to confuse you. I'm confused.
Yeah, and it happened.
Okay.
It's a 38 Smith & Wesson short nose. The same gun we came up with. The same gun we came up the first time. We came up with two guns.
Right.
That
Came
was-
up with two guns.
Yes.
Man, last time we were talking, I meant to tell you, but you had 20 minutes, and I'm like, I told Chuck, man, I gotta tell him. I don't want, I don't want to make no mistake. I came up with two guns. There's a blue steel, long nose, Taurus, and a 38.
Who had what?
There was two guns.
You had them both? Who had them?
No, both was in the car stash.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? I said, I'm gonna keep one because you never know what's gonna happen. I really didn't trust Garcia. I don't know if he was gonna fucking kill me. If he was a kid, this guy was gonna kill me. So I was prepared for whatever.
You grew up with this guy. He's not gonna kill you.
Man, you go kill somebody and then you drugged up, man, and then you shoot the fucking car.
Oh well, that's true. He did shoot the car. So all right.
Yeah.
Come on,
All right.
shit.
Well, I forgot about that part. But I mean, I don't know. Would he intentionally shoot you?
Okay, that's a 38 Smith & Wesson short nose. Looks, so when I'm over in Florida, guys, I'm going to go to a gun range, if I can. And, I've never shot a real gun. Can I shoot this gun? Can you, like, go to a gun range and say, I want to try a Smith & Wesson 38 short nose? How does that work?
Maybe he'd be like, I killed this guy. This guy might snitch on me. Boom, let me kill him too. Let me get him out the way and let me steal all the money.
I've seen that before. Okay, so the blue steel, long nose.
Long nose blue steels. It was Taurus.
Taurus 38.
And 38 Smith & Wesson was the black one.
Short.
Short nose. That's the one.
Can we take a short break just for a second? And we're not going anywhere. I just want to go off the record for a second if we can. If it's all right.
Yeah.
I'll have
you
to.
in?
What?
What do you mean?
Stop the video.
Oh, okay. All right. No, it's okay. We don't need to. It's not that important. But
Okay. So, short nose, 38, Smith & Wesson. What color?
Black.
Okay. Both 38 caliber.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You supplied both of these guns?
No, just one.
Which
The
gun
blue
did you
steel
supply?
is the long nose blue steel Taurus is Garcia's gun.
Where'd he get it?
I don't know. That's his gun.
Okay. So that's his gun.
That was his
The
gun.
blue steel, long nose, he
Yes, sir.
brought.
I support the short nose black 38.
But the blue steel, long nose, longer barrel,
He brought.
Taurus, Garcia brought, and you don't know where he got it from. Okay?
is that a 9? The Taurus is a 9mm?
No, 38.
38.
Okay.
38.
All right.
Hey, how you doing, Leah? Good to see you.
You brought the 38 black short nose Smith & Wesson.
Yes, sir.
Where'd you get that gun?
From a neighborhood from a black boy that I know.
A neighborhood black boy that you know?
Yeah.
What's his name?
I don't know his name.
How long before did you? How long did you get it before? When did you get it? In a week before, the day of that you took the trip?
When he told me, he said he needed. When he told me, he said I need a 38 revolver. Cause he showed me the blue stem, and that's a big gun. What the hell? Shit, you trying to blow somebody's brain? Are you crazy? He like, yeah, then find me a 38 small one. I said, you know what? I think I know where to get one. Cause I remember somebody trying to sell one around the neighborhood. So when I seen the black boy around the trailer park, I said, man, what's up, man? You still got that gun for sale? He's like, yeah. I said, man, I give you 150 for it. So I gave him 150 and got the gun.
This was what day before you took the trip?
Let me see. The day he told me. Yeah, when he went to go rent the car, I got it the same day. When he went to go rent the car, I said, by the time you come back, I should have it in my hand. Cause when I picked it up, I had it on me. I was in Rochelle's house drinking, and I called. He like, when I got to my house, he like, man, you get that? I'm like, nah, I ain't get it. I was playing like I ain't get it. Like, fuck that. You know what I'm saying? Nah, I got it. I took it on the hill. When I gave it to him, like, all right, he cleaned it. He cleaned it repeat. Like, I'm gonna clean it that way you don't have your fingerprints on it. He cleaned it with alcohol and a bandana, and we took it. All right, we're going. He said, I said, you gonna take both of them? You don't need to take both? Take one? He's like, yeah, I'll take both of them. I'm like,
Okay. When we go to the shooting range, we bring our own guns, but they will let you try out their firearms. They take your ID, and you fill out paperwork. You need ear protection and goggles. Okay. And I guess the fact that I'm not a U.S. citizen wouldn't matter. I just give them my passport, I suppose.
You know what? Yeah, take both. So we took both of them up here.
You don't know the guy's name that you got the gun from?
No, it was just a neighborhood kid that he was selling, a young kid too. And it had to be real young, like 18, 19.
Does the gun come with bullets, or you had to go buy bullets?
No, I had to get bullets.
Where'd you get the bullets?
I think I have bullets already. Yeah. No, we went to the store. Matter of fact, I did. I went to the store. 117 on Biscayne. 117, 112 on Biscayne. It's a gun store. Went in there and bought the 38s.
117 or 112?
Yeah, in between.
Oh, between those two?
Between them two.
Okay.
I'm just giving you
Right.
like an address right on there, on Biscayne.
What neighborhood?
Biscayne.
I understand.
North Miami.
Okay.
Everything is by my hood.
Remember what kind of store? The name
A
of
gun
it?
store. No, it's the only gun store right there. It's the only gun store.
That's all it is,
matter of
just
fact,
a gun store?
it's right next to where we rent the car at,
Where you rented which car?
the Prius.
Okay.
I rent the Prius. It's right next door to it. Maybe a little further down.
Who went to the gun store?
I walked in there.
By yourself?
Yeah, because I used to box. In the shirt that I had on, it says PL Police Department Boxing Gym, and I walked in there because I just came out of the gym and had that shirt. Walked in there and like they ain't even asking for ID. I said, yeah, I need some bullets. Like, what you need? I said, nah, 38. Boom, grabbed them and left.
He didn't go with you?
Oh, he was outside the car.
He's outside in the car.
Yeah, he's outside the car. He's in the back.
This was the day before, the day of your leaving?
The day before we left.
Tudo's outside in the car. He didn't go in the store.
He was in the back. He was in the back in the alley. I was in with Mercedes.
Cause he got you buy for him too, or he already had bullets?
No, I bought them for him. I bought them for me.
No, I know. But I mean, I'm saying you bought bullets for both guys, really?
Yeah, it was like 12 little bullets because there was 6 and 6 in each gun.
Right. But did you buy just 12?
Just 12.
You can buy individual 12 bullets.
Yeah, individual 12 bullets. You can buy singles.
Okay. Like cigarettes. Okay.
You can go in there and buy them single because they say your type of single, whatever you need. They're 15 for $20. You know, shit like that.
Now, do
Interesting gun store.
these stores probably don't follow the rules, and they should have records of selling ammunition, shouldn't they? Maybe not.
They sell it to
Maybe.
everybody, man. I don't give a fuck who you is.
This Tudo's. I mean, this is Lewis's neighborhood. He knows.
Anybody can walk in there and get it.
Kim, welcome back, Kim.
They ain't gonna ask for no ID. I'm trying to ask you for ID if you're trying to buy a gun. That's it.
Okay. So now the only thing that I feel like is lacking.
I didn't know your daughter was in Portugal studying. That's funny. Where is she? I bet she's up in Coimbra.
Is the $5,000 that you brought up.
That they gave him? That's what you're talking about?
Did you give somebody $5,000?
Oh, if I gave somebody
You
$5,000,
said
yes.
they gave him.
When I got paid.
Okay, you.
Freshman.
Okay, all right. You said $5,000 just a minute ago from Katie.
Coming up.
Oh no, when we're coming up this way, he had money. I said, yo, how much money you got? I think he's like $5,000. Like that, I give you that much money to take a ride? Yeah, let's go. And then he gave me $500. He's like, hold this, just in case I run out. I know he's gonna run out because he's gonna buy everything in cold. So I said, yeah, let me hold the money. Boom. You know, we went up here. I'm telling you, right in this way, we stopped in a couple of stores. We put gas. I think $30 in gas, and then another 30. Came up here, we put more gas. Bought some drugs. We bought a bunch of little bottles. You know, we're just hanging out. We're like partying the whole night. Rent the hotel. Get the guy $20. He bought like $100, like $200 worth of coke off that black guy. You know, just buying shit all day. I knew he would run out. The only thing I remember him having maybe $600 left in his pocket. All that money. Like, you have that much money left? Like, come on, man.
So this first trip, do you know where the $5,000 came from?
Katie gave it him.
He said that?
Yeah, I'm like, who gave you the money? Like, my wife gave me the money because the other lady gave her the money to give to him. They're like, look, this is just to let you know that I'm real. Like, I'm honest about what I'm gonna give you. Like saying, you know, real out. Then the next trip is when he had like $2,000. And he gave me $200 out of that shit. Kept it in my pocket. He ran out and had to use my $200.
Good, I think you had some.
Are you done with that? Okay. So when y'all are coming up on that first trip, I know it might be hard to think back, but how many cell phones did y'all have?
I always kept my two. I remember I have 2 phones.
You had 2 phones that first trip you came up?
Yeah, always. First trip, second trip, my whole fucking life.
Okay. Do you remember what the numbers were on the first 2 phones?
On my phones? Nah. Jessica, no. She gotta have it. I don't know if it was 290. I can't remember the number. Jessica don't know. She'll know. She probably has it on the phone. I don't remember the numbers.
Okay.
But I know he had a throwaway phone.
Just one?
Yeah, he had one phone. He had a throwaway phone.
How did you communicate with
Katie?
Katie?
With her phone.
Did he call her straight up on the number? Did he have any apps he was using? Did he have anything special?
I was from, I think they both had throwaways. You know, I don't know what phone she had, but I know that the second trip, I remember her calling her from her, using her phone, because I know her number.
Okay.
I know her number, so I remember that. But the first trip, I think they had throw. I know for sure you had a little black phone.
How would you see or come into knowledge of her number if she wasn't calling you? How would you know that her number would call on the second trip if she wasn't calling you?
The second trip, now she ain't calling me, she calling him.
All right.
But I can hear her voice. I know Katie's voice. I hear her voice. And it's, you know, but the phone wouldn't have no names on it. So when she called, you can see the number.
And you saw it?
Yeah, I seen Katie's number. I know Katie's number by heart. I just remember. I was thinking about her number last night. Kept thinking about her fucking the numbers and shit.
Do you?
What is the thing about buying miniature bottles of liquor? I've seen that on TV shows, movies. Lewis is talking about it now. You know, like you get on an airplane, little bottle of Bacardi, little bottle of Jack Daniels, tiny little bottle. What is that about? Why would anyone do that? Is it like, I don't know. I was thinking, would it be like easier to hide while you're driving? Not really. It's more difficult to hide. Why would anyone do that?
Remember it now?
I think the last phone number was 1612.
Welcome back, Michelle. Good to see you. And Albert.
5-something, 1612, something around there. That's her number. But I know Katie's voice. You know, I'm 100% sure she was in this.
Yeah, we all know Katie's voice. It was wobbling. It was wobbling. Like, oh my God, it was wobbling. Put him on the plan. Put him on the plan. Extortion plan. Wobbling plan.
The whole time, and I know because I heard her voice, and she gave Garcia the money to come up here, and she called me after the murder the next day. Where's Garcia? Did y'all want the money? Find that nigga. I had somebody else go pick them up. He ought to go pick them up for me.
Beth, welcome back, Beth.
And that's only the truth, man. I ain't gonna say I'm fucking lying bullshit, none of y'all. I don't got here saying lie about nothing. If I wanted to, I could just went straight to try and like fuck everything. I don't want to
That's the truth, man. That's it. All right, we go sequential. Where you at?
Okay, so you come up here, you go to the hotel, you stay there, Cracker gets you the room, registers for you, you all stay there 2 nights, 2 or 3 nights it sounds like.
Yeah.
Same room, 109, 110, or 110.
One of them, I think it was 110, I'm not even sure, but one of them, I'll show you the rooms I was in, between one and 2.
You go to the house, you already know where the house is. Did y'all have to use a map to get to the house? Or did he drive straight to the house?
We drove to come to his house. We stopped one time and the guy like, man, I can't remember how to get to Tallahassee. I remember he grabbed the map real quick and like, okay, it's over here, fuck, I don't need this.
You follow the signs. It's like one road.
Away, and we drove straight away. Once we got over here, we went straight to his house.
You're saying to get to Tallahassee, you had to get a paper map.
Yeah, because he like, I can't remember, because he was drunk. He's like, man, I don't remember. So we stopped in a gas station. He bought a map real quick, looked at the map. He like, all right, I don't need it. Boom. That thing threw it in the glove compartment. Like, all right, I know where we at. And he kept driving. So when we got down here, we went straight to his house.
So he didn't need any help getting to his house from the motel.
He didn't have to pull a paper out no more, look at no address. He already knew everything.
And that's when y'all parked down there on the south, well, it's the south side of Benton Road.
2116 his house. That's Markel's number of his
How
house.
do you know that?
Because I remember when I passed with y'all the other day.
Oh, okay. All right, so.
But I remember the first time when I passed by, I looked at the numbers, but I couldn't remember. So that's why when I tried to go back around, if I could look at the house, I was looking at the numbers, if I can hit my mind. So I remember, you know.
So he parked in that park where you had to stop
Yes, sir.
and faced towards the street so you could see him coming out of his road?
The same way we pulled in, hotel was still there, we was watching.
And then y'all followed him, you said, to the daycare.
To the daycare.
Or on the first trip still.
The first trip. The
And
first
he's
trip, the
driving.
second trip, we followed him to the daycare.
Y'all did the same pattern.
Yeah, same pattern.
So he follows him and they go to the daycare. What, and does he park over there to wait?
Yeah, we parked like, when I was talking about it last time, which I can't remember, we parked like in the corner, waiting until him to come.
Should we have a look at 2116 Trescott, or is it not going to load? God damn it, Google Earth. Okay. I'll see if I can pull it up. Oops.
But I never seen him come out. I'm like, yo, this guy's not coming. So we always lost him, because I guess when he come out, he hit the right and go that way towards like the gym. But never came back. So that we would leave. The first night we was up here, we left. We ended up going to Hooters. We ate some chicken wings, drank beer like crazy. Went back to the hotel, did powder and drank. Just hanged out. Like the first week we was out here, we just for 3 days. We just scoped them out for 2 days, maybe a day and a half, and that's it.
What caused you to leave town? Why did you give up and just go back home?
Me personally, I told him, listen, man, I don't think this is gonna be worth it. That day, I'm like, this is not worth it, man. We should just get out of here. You know, I don't think it's bad. I like think about it, man. Man, you know, I gotta do it in the morning, this and that. I'm like, all right, man, whatever. But we leaving. We left, and then about like a month later, the second trip, we like, man, I gotta do this, man. I gotta do this. So I just, you know, that day he told me that I thought about it all day. Like, where the fuck this nigga's tripping? And it's all because of Katie, man. Like, she had him crazy. You know, she'll go cheat on him, and I guess she told him, if you want me back, you gotta go do this shit. Because when we came back a week later, they were together again. Like, we went to the park. We seen a pocket fight at my brother's house. Everybody was hanging out. You know, it was crazy. So I'm like, she had them all messed up. She had them all confused. So.
Were you in any?
Sorry.
Were you in any of those? Were you present in any of those conversations when she says, "If you want me or want me back or anything like that, you got to do this"?
No, but me talking to him, he's try to say something, but I know my friend. I grew up since he was 5 years old. I'm like, all right, dog, let's go, man. I really know why you're doing this for. You're doing this because of your stupid ass wife. Let's go. So I went with him, but it was all her. It's all fucking Katie's fault. We in this shit, man.
So they weren't together during this time? During the time of the murder? Where was he living at?
He was living.
It's true, isn't it? It really wasn't the money for Sigfredo. It was, you know, a lot of this was just Katie posing. It was Katie that was really keen on the money, I think. And Sigfredo just wanted to get it back. And Luis wanted to support Sigfredo. You know. Yeah. Bad shit.
In Biscayne 186, between Miami Beach and Biscayne.
In a house, apartment?
Apartment.
Was he living with anybody?
He was with, at that time, he was, Rivera was staying with him.
Rivera?
Yeah. Anthony was staying there because she'll go drop the kids off and Garcia leave, go get fucked up, go to Shrimp's house, stay in Shrimp's house, and leave the kids with Ava.
And who was Shrimp?
Hmm?
Who was Shrimp?
Tati. I call her Tati. I think her name was Tati. But I just call her Shrimp. That was like his girlfriend.
His girlfriend?
Yeah.
Okay.
And she'll go harass him. Every time he was over there, she'll go pass by, drive by. Oh, motherfucker, I see you. Throw a picture of the house, send it to his phone. Like, you fucking this guy, and then you over here harassing my dog. My dog live his life. And do you? Because he'll show me the picture. Man, look what this girl does. I'm like, man, you like it. And you love it. So, what's the use? Because you'll be one day with Shrimp, and then you'll go one night, spend one night with Katie, then she'll kick your ass out the house, and she'll go with this guy. Come on, man. Like, she had him so messed up that he was drinking every day. Every day he would drink, every day he would do coke. There wasn't not one day that passed by without that man drinking and doing coke.
He's messed up over there, huh? Where was she living at?
That time, let's see. I don't know, I think it was in Miami Beach. Was she still living in Miami Beach? I think she was still living in Miami Beach. I'll tell you last time. I think she was still living in Miami Beach. I can't remember where she was staying at.
It's all right.
But I know after the money and all this shit, she moved where she's at now. Try to get a better place. Then he moved in with her for a little bit. Then I went over there and supported the party, told her, man, fuck that, let's go. Look at her getting dressed. She's leaving in the house and she's leaving. Let's leave. And we left and he never came back. But he'll come late night, sneak in, and be like, you either gonna leave her or you're gonna be with her. Like, she got your head all messed up.
There's 2116 Trescott Drive. Wonder who lives there now. Looks like they've got a... what's that, a Land Cruiser? Toyota Land Cruiser. How weird would that be? Yeah, I would not like that. Move into a place where someone was murdered and the case is still unresolved. I think that's a major thing. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I'd go. I think that'd be a deal breaker for me.
She made you go do this shit. You know what I'm saying? That's like saying she really didn't give a fuck. Because she made you do something that you weren't even supposed to do, man. That's your wife, and she's supposed to take care of you. You know, I used to tell him stuff like that. Hey, I got into argument. I argued with him a couple of times. Like the first night we came down, I argued with him back in my alley. I'm like, man, fuck this. We argued, whatever. He left. Then he called me, and then we met up. We went to the bar. And I'm like, I was frustrated. I even woke up one day. I was in my house drinking. I ain't tell you this though. I was in my house drinking one day, and I was so mad. I was thinking about the murder, and it was just hitting me. And then he came to my house. Jessica called him, yo, come over here and calm this nigga down. I don't know what's wrong with him. He came and told me, chill out, man, stop thinking about that shit. I said, man, it ain't even that, man. Like, I ain't do it. How the fuck can you walk around here like that? Something that you did and you out here, like, everything is all right.
Wow, he's actually expressing a conscience, and it's believable, right? You see, I'd have him round for Christmas morning, for sure. You know? I believe him. Let's hear that again. He's drinking, he's thinking about the murder. Jessica's all worried. She's calling up Sigfredo saying, listen, dog, you got to come round and sort this guy out, you know? He's not in a good place.
Man, stop thinking of me. Here's my house drinking. Argued, whatever, he left. Then he called me, and then we met up. We went to the bar. And I'm like, I was frustrated. I even woke up one day. I was in my house drinking. I ain't tell you this though. I was in my house drinking one day, and I was so mad. I was thinking about the murder, and it was just hitting me. And then he came to my house. Jessica called him, yo, come over here and calm this nigga down. I don't know what's wrong with him. He came and told me, chill out.
This is interesting. Albert says, can't get caught with open containers if they are small bottles, in response to the question of why would you take small bottles. Okay, so you take a shot while you're driving, and then you just throw that empty bottle out of the window, right? And then all the bottles you have left are still sealed. But if you've got a big bottle, or whatever, then if you take a shot, you've got an open container. Thank you, Albert. That really makes sense. That really makes sense. And I believe that is accurate. Yeah, okay. Good. Good. Detective Albert over here.
I mean, stop thinking about that shit. I said, man, it ain't even that, man.
Either that or serial offender. What do you say, Albert? Are you a detective or a serial offender?
Like, I ain't do it. How the fuck can you walk around here like that? Something that you did and you got here, like everything is all right. I couldn't sleep. Kept thinking about that man and them kids. Like, it really hurted me, man. It really do.
When you all didn't do anything the first time, did anybody call when you're heading back?
Hey, Kim, thanks so much for the super sticker. Love it, Kim.
Back to Miami, or what's the first indication is?
He was talking to her. I know he kept talking to her on the phone. The first ride, he talked to her a lot. I know he did. He kept talking to her. I kept telling you, get off the phone, bro. Like, keep talking to her. There's nothing to talk about. When you get down there, you talk to her.
Well, it kind of is two people checking him, Beth. One of them, the guy to Luis's right, is his attorney. And then the lady at the end of the table hasn't said a word. But I think it's good to have witnesses in the room.
They're personal. No need to be on the phone. I told him that's how you're going to get caught.
Really, it's just Isom and Sanford that are interviewing him.
I told him just like that. I think I said, that's how we're going to get caught. You on this phone. You talk too much, especially when you're drunk. You speak too much. But he always kept talking. Every time she'll call me, that she go again. Oh, God.
But did he call her when y'all were on the way back? You decided abort the mission. You're not going to do it. You're not going to kill the guy this time.
Yeah, the first night, yeah, he called. He like, oh, nothing happened. We'll probably come back, but nothing happened today. Like, fuck it, this shit is sour. It's not. You know, we couldn't even find the guy. We followed him. Every time we go to his house, I couldn't tell if he was in his house or not because his car going to the garage. So we could never know if he was there or not.
Did you ever hear a conversation between him and her, or was anybody questioning why y'all didn't do it?
No. Ain't nobody questioning us. Ain't nobody gonna question me. Ain't nobody even. I think that they didn't even know I was going on the ride unless the only one that knew was Katie. She knew I was in that car.
How did she know that?
Because he told her. He told her, I'm going with Tato. They call me Tato. So I think I'm going with Tato. So I said, I asked him who knows. He goes, no, it's just Katie. I said, that lady knows I'm in the car. He's like, nobody knows, just Katie. But in my instance, I didn't trust him that day. I'm like, somebody else got to know. Because if you told Katie, Katie had to tell that lady. Because, that day that they murdered, when I seen Wendi, that's when I asked him, who's that lady? And he said, that's Wendi.
California Amy asks if Alfredo, I guess Sigfredo, is arrested at this point. No. About a month later, Sigfredo is arrested.
I remember I could have stayed with them two boys.
When you all get back to Miami, you just go drive straight back to Miami?
Yeah, straight to Miami.
And where do you go from there when you get there with the car?
What car? Which one?
The car he's driving, the rental car.
Oh, the Nissan? I think he stayed with it for a couple of days. I think he stayed with it. We came back. When I come back, I would end up in Billy's. That's
You
my
what
spot.
now?
I go to Billy's, Sport Bar. That's my spot. No matter what. No matter what I do, I'm always going to end up right there. So I'm thinking I was there that night. I came back home. I came home. Yeah, we went to Billy's. It wasn't Billy's.
Was Katie there?
At Billy's? I don't think so.
Did you all go straight to Billy's, or did you go to Jessica's first and then Billy's?
No, I stopped at my house, take a shower, changed up, got dressed, and went to Billy's.
By yourself?
In my house, yeah, that was my house. He left. He went. I don't know if he went to see Katie or he went to Shrimp's house. So I said, look, I'm finna take a shower and relax. I'm gonna get some coke, and then we ride. And he met me in Billy's, because I wanted Billy's in my car.
By yourself?
Yeah, I wanted Billy's. It was me, my brother, and him. I don't know if Ricardo came with me. Don't know if I picked up Ricardo that day. Can't remember. Can't really remember that much. I'm not seeing a lot of, you know. But I always end up in Billy's. If I go Billy's by myself, then everybody will meet us there.
Was there a discussion about not doing the hit?
Not at all.
There's no discussion at Billy's between you and Tudo?
Mm-mm.
So what was so at that point, was it just like, we're just not going to do this? Or was it, we're not going to do this now?
And we didn't even speak about it, so I figured like it was kind of dead. But then he told me, look, we got to go back.
The same night?
No, like I think a couple of days after, about 3 or 4 days, that we got to go back up there.
Is anybody wanting the rest of that $5,000 back?
He never told me about the money, if they wanted it back or not. But I know the money was paid, that he had to do it. Like, I give you interest, you gotta go, you know, you gotta go do it. But we never spoke, I never really spoke about this shit that much. Never spoke to him about it. Never came back and told him anything. When it happened, that day to me it was dead. The same day it happened, I buried that shit, never told nobody nothing. I stayed quiet with it. I never spoke to him about nothing, never told him nothing. But I know we came back. I remember him telling me, we're gonna have to come back. The day we left, like, we're gonna have to come back and see what's gonna say. If we got to, we'll come back. But I really wasn't up to it, but we came back and everything happened.
Next trip, whatever.
I just want to back up just a hair. You said a while ago when him and Katie always had him messed up and stuff. What was Katie doing? I mean, you said she was going to see somebody.
Oh,
and
so
stuff.
you go see the dentist?
Who's the dentist? Tell us about that.
I don't know his name. I don't know his name, but the only way I knew his name, I guess, when I used to talk to my wife, she'd be like this. She's with a dentist. And I already knew she was fucking a dentist. He ain't told me his name, but I couldn't remember. Right now I remember his name because it just came to my mind. But at that point, he'd be like, this bitch over there cheating on me. We used to work together. We left the job one day. When we left work, we went to a restaurant. And I was, we coming over here for it. Like, nah, because she's over here cheating with me with the dentist she's working with. I'm like, damn. Now it's like the first time that he told me, like, that's fucked up. And you over here stalking this hoe. Like, come on, you're not an ugly guy, man. You go get whatever you want. Like, leave her, but I know he wanted to get the car and smash right through him. Like, yo, I'll get off the car if you're going to do all that stupid shit. If you want to run the car into that restaurant, I'll get off the car.
He was that jealous of her?
He was jealous. Real jealous. He's real jealous about Katie.
But he didn't do that, though, did he?
Wow. You see, that's the bit in the movie where they actually show Sigfredo in a big fucking Ram 2500 charging it into Yardbird. And then it cuts back to Sigfredo just at the wheel across the street, and you realise it was just in his head. But, you know, Jeff would have been taken out as well.
No, of course not. I think I wouldn't even be here. I think he would have been in jail.
I mean, he never approached that dude or anything like that, right?
No.
He never did that to
Never.
him?
Never. I know he told me that the guy looks like him a little bit. How the fuck the guy look like you, man? I know that's what he told me one time. He was drunk. I looked at my
Charlie Adelson looks nothing like Sigfredo Garcia. What is he talking about?
laughing like, you gotta be tripping for real. I remember him telling me that. But.
Okay. All right. So we move up in time. You said he's talked about going back down. Tell us what's the next thing that happened to make all that happen.
No, the next time that we gotta come up here, so we came up. That's when I rented the Prius. We came up. We took the drive up here that night.
How much warning did you have that you're going to take this trip, or how much? He starts telling you.
He told me one time, and that's it. And then the time that he came, he told me that one time, yo, we gotta come up. And all right, whatever. I thought he was bullshitting, so yeah, all right, whatever. Because he was always drunk. So.
Because you're working.
Yeah,
you still have a job. He doesn't have a job anymore, right? You helped him get a job way back when, right?
I helped him get a job. I gave him a job.
Is he still working there with you at this time?
No. I had to fire him because he was drunk in the job.
Okay. So he's not even working.
I'm still working. I'm like, yeah, okay, whatever. I ain't really paying no mind. that Wednesday when I get off work, he comes, like, man, we gotta go. Like, this nigga, in my mind, I ain't saying nothing. I'm like, he's serious about this shit. You know, so, all right. I said, what's up, what you want? He's like, we need to rent a car. I'm like, man, you better find somebody to rent a car. I'm not renting I'm not renting a car in my name. But there was nobody to find. I don't have no license, nobody, so I'm like, fuck.
Yeah, this thing about the tree hitting the house, Trescott Drive house. What did I hear about that was really funny? Not 100% sure if it's verified, but in the dispute about Dan's estate following his death, Wendi was claiming that he owed her $100,000, and I believe that was for, you know, her half ownership of the house. And I think to settle that, Shelley Markel, Dan's sister, just signed the house over to Wendi and said, there, you're paid. And then the tree fell on the house, which is funny.
All right, let's go, man. I jumped in my car, in my Mercedes, went over there, parked by the side, like the next block over. I jumped off. I said, here, go my car. He's like, yeah, I'm gonna stay back here. He gave me the money. He gave me $250. I went inside.
$250?
$350.
$350.
I went inside. I said, man, I need a car. I said, I need a good car. He's gonna give me around to Orlando. I told the guy. Yeah, man, only one I got there is that little green car right there. I'm like, all right, that's fine. Boom. Gave him $350. Took the car and left.
Yeah. I might have another coffee. I had a real strong coffee before we started, and I'm tripping. But maybe I'll have a weak one now. But you can support the channel on buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix. Best way to support the channel, guys. Thank you so much.
Followed him to my house. I took a shower. We left early. I think we left.
Louis, was there any discussions at that point, you may have already said, about how much money you were going to get paid for taking this trip? I mean, are you just doing this out of friendship, or was there a certain amount of money that you expected to get? You already told us you didn't want to go. You didn't want to shoot anybody. What about the money?
I was really doing it because it's my best friend, and I didn't want him to take nobody else and get them all fucked up. Well,
Okay.
he told me, I'll give you 35 grand.
That was before you took the first trip.
That's before I took it.
Okay, I wasn't sure. I'm sorry for
That's all right.
interrupting. I just like to...
No, it's good for clarification.
Yes.
That he'd already been, my understanding.
Louis has normal shoes on instead of jail shoes. I believe that, you can buy nice shoes in prison these days. It's like jail bling. You can get thermals and padded socks and shoes.
Please correct me if I'm wrong, is you'd already settled
It's like part of the commissary. Should we go to the commissary?
that he was going to give you 30 and then give you an extra 5.
30 and then he's going to give me an extra 5, but he gave me an extra 7. He gave me was 37.
Okay.
37.
But that's before even leaving the very first time.
Yeah, before even the first time.
And I believe, it's your story, but I believe you said before something about you knew that the total amount equaled $100,000 or something.
Yeah.
Was that before you took the first trip?
Yeah, before he took the first trip, because he told me I'm gonna give you 30, but then.
Yeah, check this out, guys. What do we have here? Okay. We got the commissary list in Florida, on Tallahassee commissary list. It's quite a lot of stuff, isn't it? Forever stamp books, $11. What have we got? Batteries, electronics, G-Shock watch, digital clock, MP3 player, pedometer, Cleartunes CT9A, I guess that's headphones. JVC gummy buds. What else we got here? That's all. Vitamins, ibuprofen, dental care, small. We got soups, beef cup, hot and spicy chicken, ramen beef, low sodium. Yeah, you got to watch your sodium intake when you're on a life sentence. Pajamas, $32. Doritos, $1.95. Jalapeno poppers. I'm trying to look for shoes. Mustard, $1.10. I thought it would be more pricey. Fucking your bill at 7-Eleven would be like 4 times this. Tuna pouch. So it is served in a pouch. We now know. $1.70. Tuna in Asian sauce. So I bet Charlie likes that. He likes a bit of Asian sauce. Spam pouch. Ugh. God. Is there anything less appetizing than the spam pouch? So where's the clothes? Clothing hanger. The scroll on this thing really doesn't work very well. Ah, here we go. Bras, panties, sweats, shorts. Ah, the scroll on this thing. Well, I don't see any shoes, but I have heard about that. A poncho? Vaya con Dios. How about a sombrero? Yeah, that's pretty interesting what they get. Or what's available to them. Afro pick. Afro comb. Hey, what was that? I think that was a coffee. Okay. Oh, Leah bought a coffee. Thank you, Leah. Very kind of you, Leah. Good to see you again. Okay.
He gave me 30. He gave me 37. He gave me 35 first, and then he gave me extra some money on top of it. So it was 37 in total. Then I asked him, how much you getting? He got like 40 something. So I said, how much Katie is getting? Well, she getting the rest. I'm like, hold up. I might be.
Which is what? 23 out of 100. 40 plus 37. 77. $23,000. So she gets the least, but she didn't do much.
I might be illiterate, but motherfucker, I can count money. You know, 37 and 40 something and the rest. Nah, she getting more than 50. She getting more than 60 something grand in her pocket. So I mean, there was more money because, you know, I mean.
Well, she had ongoing payments, ongoing favors, car repairs, trips away, boobs, you know. She had a separate deal, you know.
Being in prison in Coleman, I'm hearing about her. Oh, she getting a new car. This guy getting a new car. And I'm like, damn. How he getting all this if this nigga ain't working and she ain't doing shit but fucking his dentist? So the dentist buying her car. She buying Garcia had already spent all his money. He don't have no money. He spent $5 grand on a Nissan Maxima. He spent $2,800 on a Monte Carlo. Bought the bike for, I think was $32 or $2,900. And the bike is we bought bikes, but ain't no 2016 bikes. It's some old bikes. My bike was a 03, and his was, I think, was a 97, but it was souped up. Our bikes all over souped up, and I paid for my bike was $2,300. That's it. But you know, all this money that he spent, if you come to add up, he ain't got much left. Then he rented the apartment, paid for the apartment for 6 months. That way he don't lose it because he don't have no job.
Paid for 6 months outright?
Yeah, he paid rent for 6 months. You know what I'm saying? He told me I paid the rent. Then I come to the house, he got a big ass TV. I'm like, damn, what are you doing big things? Where you getting this money from? Because I know you spend all your money. Like, I know you do though. I know you spend. He like, man, I'm down to like 3. I remember he asked me, yo, let me hold some money. And I told him, man, I ain't got
I don't know, guys. I think I can see shoelaces on his shoes, on his sneakers.
no money. I did. So I ain't got no money. I already knew what he wanted for. I was like, what you want? They had me for $20. I said, well, you're $20. Now I'm finna get Coke. I said, why you gonna go buy Coke if I sell Coke? You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, you need Coke? I'll give it to you, too. And nah, but you know, I don't want to just be like a Hoover and trying to ask you all the time. I just want my own shit. I'm like, all right. I gave him Coke. I said, you do what you do, however you get your money. But I knew he could get him money.
You saw the TV in the new apartment and everything. That's well after the murder.
Yeah, right after the murder.
I mean, time had gone by for a
Yeah,
while.
time had gone by. Only been like about, say, like 6 months. 6, 7 months, 8 months. The money blew fast.
But you're saying, what I'm hearing is, I know he already blew all his money, but somehow these things are still coming in.
Yeah, it's still coming in, like where it's coming. And then I remember asking him one time, what you did with your money? Oh, I stashed some of my money in Katie's car. I said, you stashed some money in Katie's car? And you think that girl won't look and clean her car and look and find it? He's like, nah, I stashed it real good, but I never asked him where he stashed it. He said he stashed it in the car. So I'm like, man, you was lying. In my mind, like, to me, he was lying to me because you kept getting money. You bought all these toys, man. You buying shit left and right. Your car, the Nissan broke down. You destroyed the car. You had to fix the transmission. You had to fix this. Like, fuck. The Monte Carlo you bought is an old school Monte Carlo. It needed work done to it. You know, you probably put 2 or 3 grand into it already.
After he bought it for 27?
After he bought it for 27.
And the Nissan was 5?
The Nissan was $5,000.
And you said his bike was $3,200.
Yeah, like $3,200.
And you only spent $23 on yours?
Yeah, I only bought me a bike. I ain't buy nothing else. I bought Jessica the little raggedy ass Toyota for like $200-300 for her best friend. And that's it.
And you said that
$200 or $300 for a Camry? I mean, even if it's 20 years old, that's a pretty good price.
she had gotten a car. Tudor wasn't working at the time, right? You said something about somebody gave Katie a car?
When I was in prison.
Oh, okay, that was later on.
That's later on.
Okay, that's later on. Okay, so
I don't got
back
nothing to
then,
do with none. I'm just.
Okay.
I was just bringing like how y'all keep getting money, how y'all keep getting
Okay.
all this stuff.
so going back to when you're talking about, he wasn't working. Was Katie working? Do you know?
Yeah, she was working with the dentist, I believe. She was still working with him. She was still working with the dentist.
Okay.
So when he stashed his money in the car, what kind of car did she have at the time?
That same car, she has a Mitsubishi, whatever you want to call it, SUV, the white one she has right now.
Why did she be?
All right, so he says, "Hey, we need to go back. We have to go back. I'm going back." And the money's already been arranged from before. To make another trip, you're not going to get any. You're not going to get promised any more than what you originally promised, which is 30 plus 5 plus 2. And so he basically says that you go to the rental car place, you get the Prius, you go drop your car off.
Yeah.
Is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay, and then what happens from there?
We took off, we came up here.
Same 2 guns?
No, ain't no more, it was just one gun.
Okay, I thought both guns went both trips.
No, sir.
Just one?
Just one trip,
Short nose, long nose.
a short nose.
What happened to the long nose?
Probably left it home, I don't know what he did with the long nose.
You left it at home?
No, he probably left it in his house.
Okay.
I don't know what he did, I only took one gun.
Okay, so short gun, the one you got from the black guy
Mm-hmm.
in the neighborhood for $150.
Yes, sir.
All right, and you haven't shot up all the bullets yet?
This was a point of point of contention on the first trial with Tara Kawas questioning Luis Rivera about bringing 2 guns. But maybe he was talking about the first trip.
Nobody shot and either one of them. How do you even know it works?
Cause he shot a hole through the fucking car.
That was an accident, though. I'm talking about before he even left Miami.
Oh no, he ain't tested or nothing.
Nobody tested it.
Nobody tested it. It was tested in the car that day that he shot the hole through the.
Okay, so
That's it.
and we'll get to that in a second. But
Hey, thanks, Evan Elizabeth Duke, for the 3 coffees on buymeacoffee.com. Best true crime. You know it, Evan.
basically, you saying that you bought the gun, never test fired it. He never test fired it.
Never.
But that's the only gun you're bringing this time.
That's the only gun we brought. Just one gun. The
Okay.
first trip was 2 guns. The second trip was 1 gun. That's it.
Okay. So you get in the Nissan. You're driving. I'm sorry.
Not a Nissan.
Prius.
A Prius.
You rented it.
I drove.
You said something to them about he might drive it or no? Was he ever going to drive the Prius?
No. I drove. He drove for a little bit. The night we left, he drove. He took off. But then he was drunk. He's like, you know what, man, you should drive because if we get pulled over, this car's not under my name, it's under your name. So I'm like, you know what, you're right. But then I tell him, I'm in probation, man. If we get pulled over, I'm going to go to jail.
You're saying that to him?
To him. And we get pulled over.
Okay.
So the day we get pulled over, the officer grabbed my license, came back, gave me a ticket, like, slow down, put your seatbelt. Gave me a speeding ticket. And I'm on my lap. I looked at Garcia and told him, this motherfucker didn't take me to jail.
So you got a ticket in the Prius?
In the Prius.
On the second trip?
It is crazy that they didn't get taken in for driving 90 in a 55, drunk, coked out, pulled over. But I believe what happened is the cop, when he took the driver's license back to the car, did a check on the computer with dispatch or whatever, a flag came up that said, listen, this guy, Luis Rivera, is under federal investigation, and don't be pulling him in for some chicken shit traffic stop, right? If it's something basic, give him a warning. That's what I heard, and it does make sense.
On the way up here. You have any idea what town you were near or what road you were on? Or
Man, I know. Keep going with these towns. You know, I don't know. I'm not good with these towns.
I know.
The only thing I can probably say, I keep saying Gainesville, because that's like, every time I pipe, I'm like, yo, are we close? Every time I used to see, because it had a G on it, I'm saying, yo, we close? He's like, yeah, we like back in like an hour away from Tallahassee. Something like that. I'm like, all right. But by that time, that's when I got pulled over.
But you weren't in Miami. You
No.
weren't in Tallahassee. So were you on the interstate, you think?
Yeah, I was again. I asked him, because when we got pulled over, I'm like, yo, how long from here where we get pulled over to Tallahassee? He's like, we got maybe like an hour or 2 hours the most. The top was 2 hours. So I'm like, all right. Because I'm not trying to get pulled over. I know if I get pulled over again, we fuck. But when we get pulled over, I tell him, yo, this is a sign, man. We should just turn around. He's like, nah, man, fuck that. We up here. So we drove to Tallahassee. That's when everything happened.
Okay. So you get to Tallahassee. He knows where he's going. You didn't drive the first time. So he knows where he's going.
You know everything. When I'm driving, he's telling me where to go.
Y'all end up at the same hotel?
Same hotel. Same hotel.
109 or 110?
Yeah. Same room and everything.
Okay. And from that point, what do? You start doing coke and stuff again?
Yeah, I saw those coffees, Evan. Thanks so much again. Great way to support the channel, guys. buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix.
Yeah, we started drinking, getting cool. I barely can sleep.
What time did you get here to Tallahassee?
Oh, damn. Had to be like, we left early that day, right? Yeah. I think we left early that day. Then we got up here like around 11 o'clock at night. Let's see what like 11.
Okay.
11 o'clock. Somewhere around there.
And everybody come and join Discord, the fabulous Discord. And keep the conversation going, you know? Loads of stuff happens in Discord. We got almost 3,000 subscribers, but not everybody is in Discord, and I think they should be, right? It's free, it's safe, it's no drama, there's no rules. We just trust everybody to be cool. And you know what? They are. Yeah. No, it's a great way to keep the conversation going all damn day. 365 days a year. Discord, link in the description.
I'll give you the time and then you might be all fucked up.
Is he talking to anybody on the phone on the way up?
No. No, he was doing coke. He didn't really talk to nobody on the way up. If he did, I can't remember right now if he did. But the only person he's going to talk to is going to be Katie. You won't call nobody else.
Okay.
You won't call. The only person he talked to is Katie.
Okay. So you're at the hotel. You got the gun in the room?
The gun was in the car.
Okay.
The gun was in the car the whole night. It stayed in the car.
Okay.
The only time the gun was in the hotel was the first trip.
Okay.
But the gun was in the car. Wake up. I went to sleep maybe like around 2:30. 2:30 around that night.
In the afternoon?
In the morning. Because we got there at 10 o'clock at night. 10 to 11 o'clock at night. Went to the hotel. We're hanging out. We're just chilling. I said, man, I'm going to go to sleep. I got to get rest. Because if you're going to have me watch this guy all day tomorrow, I got to get rest. So I tried to fall asleep. He was still awake doing coke. I went to sleep. The next day, it was Thursday. It was Thursday. The next day we drove around there. I went around the block. I went around the block to the...
Thanks so much for that super chat, Amy. Give us all the Adelson content. Yeah, all month, all February, apart from Sunday Funday, because there are some other things I want to cover too. And by the way, guys, someone made a comment on a video we did a little while ago, and I know a bunch of you only like to come here for the Adelson content, and I can't blame you. You know, it's a current case, it's a huge case. But in case you're wondering, when you see a True Crime Metrix video, and you're thinking, is it an Adelson video? Am I interested in a non-Adelson video? And you're not sure? I want to show you this one. Hang on. Well, I'll dig it out. But I think it's a great suggestion to get started with non-Adelson Metrix content. It's like a toe in the water, because I listened to a bit of it today, and it's a great story, and I think it was a particularly good show, if I do say so myself. I'll dig it out.
House. He said, pull in here real quick, let me go see if he's home. So we pulled in. He walked over there, he looked, came back, he like, go around the house. He said he seen something, but he wasn't too sure if it was somebody. So when I go around the front of the house, that I come back like this. So I'm driving this way. Wendy's walking this way with the two kids. So I'm driving. Before I get to the bump, I'm looking to my rearview mirror and I ask Garcia, man, what's up with this lady? Why's she looking so much? He's like, oh, that's that lady. That's Wendi. I'm like, oh, that's her name. I said, well, so, you know, I'm like, okay. I seen the two kids. I said, what's she doing up here? What is she doing up here? Oh no, she came to make sure that everything's all right because he's leaving out of town tomorrow. So it's got to get done tomorrow morning before he leaves. I'm like, all right, we leave. We go back to the hotel.
Let me interrupt you for a minute. Was there ever a phone call from anyone around the time that you saw who he described?
You know what I don't get about this thing about did he see Wendi, was he mistaken, is that no one, not Georgia Kappelman, not Sarah Dugan, not Detective General Isom, no one has asked him the very simple question. Okay, you saw a woman with two kids? Were they two boys? What age did they look like, if you had to guess? You know, number one, if it's a woman with 2 boys, that makes it much more likely that it is Wendi. If they're 2 boys that are about 3 and 4 years old, that's even more likely. Why has no one asked him that question? Those questions. You know, there's a huge amount of uncertainty, and I don't know what I believe with the kids, whether it was just some random woman with 2 kids. You know, Lewis seems to think because she was looking back at the car and seeing 2 shady Cuban-looking guys, I know they're Puerto Rican, but whatever, in a car waiting on Trescott Drive in Benton Hills, northeast Tallahassee, a well-to-do neighborhood. I mean, I think any woman spotting 2 shady guys would be like, what are those guys up to? Are they going to burgle a house? You know, it could just be a random woman, right? It doesn't really make a great deal of sense that Wendi would have been there if we're just looking at the state of Dan and Wendy's relationship and how they were handling custody exchange. I mean, one would drop them off at school and the other one would pick them up. That's pretty much how they handled the exchange of who had the kids. So it doesn't really make a lot of sense. But if someone had just asked him the fucking question, the lady with the 2 kids, was it 2 boys? Were they about 3 and 4 years old? That would be a huge indicator. Because if he said, no, it was 2 girls, or a boy and a girl, and they were about 7 and 8, I mean, then we know it's not her, right? I don't see any reason that he or Sigfredo would have ever seen a picture of Wendi before doing the hit. Why would that come up? How would he know at this stage what Wendi even looked like? But if you just asked him the question, the lady with the 2 kids, was it 2 boys? 3 and 4 years old? I mean, that would have been huge. Huge. No one's asked him that. Why not? Okay, guys. This video, this great video, where's the link? Let's put the link. Yeah, save the link. After we're done here, go straight over to our channel page and watch this one. It's not Adelson content, but you know what? It doesn't need to be. Because we do other great videos too, you know, at True Crime Metrix. And yeah, this dude was living in Indiana. His mother was living in California. They're Hungarian nationals, immigrated to America in 1997. And, you know, he's a deadbeat kid. She's a registered nurse. His mother's a registered nurse working at the jail, paying for his entire life, basically. And then, I don't know, I mean, I guess the bottom fell out of that. And he drove from Indiana to fucking California, Los Angeles, suburb of LA, and brutally stabbed her in the neck. I mean, just massacred her, left her for dead, stole the dog, the family dog, her dog. The dog was never seen again. We do not know what happened to the dog. And then he drove back to Indiana. And first off, he said, no, I didn't drive to California. They're like, listen, buddy, we've got you on every license plate scanner. We've got police dash cam footage of your Jeep driving with those unique stickers that you've got on your tailgate. He bought a burner phone, but he took his own phone with him as well. So when they scanned the burner phone, they were like, oh, look, it's also traveling with his own number. He took his iPad and logged in to a McDonald's Wi-Fi in Albuquerque. He's saying, no, that wasn't me. But finally, when the jig is up and they've proven to him that he did drive to California, his excuse was, do you know what his fucking excuse was? He drove 35 hours each way, probably spent between $500 and $700 on gas For what? What was his purpose of going to California? To buy some weed. How much? About half an ounce for $120, right? That was his excuse. And when the police said, well, why didn't you tell us that when we were looking into your potential culpability in the murder? He said, well, I didn't want to tell you because I was crossing state lines with marijuana. He had a great interview with police. We covered it. We did it. Go and check it out. If you're here only for the Adelson content, which I know a lot of you are, this is a good one. It's just a random one. We did one video. There's really not much available online, but the interrogation is, and there's some body cam footage of the beginning. Yeah, I think it's good because I watched a little bit of it today. Check it out.
Tried to be.
When she walked, as I'm looking at the rear mirror, I seen her walk a little bit further from her house, get on the phone. By the time we get to the hotel, he's talking to Katie. That's when he asked Katie, what's she doing up here? You know? But I asked him in the car before Katie called, what is she doing up here? She came up here to see if everything's all right with the kids. I said, man, you gotta know something besides that shit. What this lady's doing up here? And she knows that we're up here. She knows you're up here. So what's she doing up here? So when he calls Katie. Hey, what's going on? I seen this lady over here. Oh no, she's making sure that everything is fine. That before, what time he's leaving tomorrow on the flight or where the fuck he was going. I said.
Okay, Jesus Lover says, I believe Lewis when he says he saw Wendi and the boys walking on Trescott that Thursday. She had the boys on Wednesday night, and she knew Danny's routine. Yeah, well, I don't disbelieve him, but it's not verified. And it could have been more verified had they asked the gender and age of the children that the lady was with. And I can't really find a reason that it would be Wendi. She knew Dan's routine, okay, so she knew Dan's routine, but so why take them to Trescott? Especially anticipating that hired gun thugs would be coming. You'd think she'd want to be totally away from that area. And don't anybody come in here and say she wanted to find Dan's body, because I can't stand that theory. I think it's completely ridiculous. And we'll be going through that on another video of Adelson content during Adelson month. Well, we're going to go through some theories that people put out there that I can't stand, and I'm going to tell you why I can't stand them. And, you know, there's a bunch. There's a whole bunch. So I don't disbelieve Lewis. I don't think he's making it up. I think it's either true or he's mistaken. But I know that it's never been verified, and I've never seen a proposed logical answer that makes sense that it would be Wendi and the boys. So, you know, I'm on the fence. Convince me. Sell me.
So we gotta do this tomorrow, huh? He's like, yeah, because he's leaving, and she came to see the kids.
See you later, Cosmic Kitten. Catch you tomorrow.
But I seen her face and everything. I'm like, all right. So I'm like, we drive, we're going back to the hotel. I'm sitting down. I'm sitting down there.
Okay, another interruption, but I gotta say thank you so much, Riding Shotgun, for that fabulous super sticker chat thing.
On the chair in the hotel. And he's looking like, you all right? Like, nah, I'm just curious what the fuck this lady's doing up here. Yeah, don't worry about that shit. Everything good, man. She just made sure that everything was all right. I said, I don't really like the sound of this shit, but whatever. If you say everything's all right, I trust you because I just trust you. I trust you because you're my dog. You don't worry about it, man. Here, man, take a drink. Like, man, it was early in the morning. It was 12. I'm like, man, I'm good. I don't want to fucking drink.
So this all happened before 12 noon
Yeah, before 12.
on Thursday.
On Thursday.
You drove by, you saw her walking the kids. You asked him, he says, that's Wendi. She's making sure that we're going to do this or whatever.
That she wanted to make sure that we was up there. She thought that we were lying, that he was lying. Cause they don't even know I'm in the car until she seen me that day.
Yeah, but your car's got tinted windows. Does she even know what kind of car you guys are in?
That car, it's not even tinted. Like you can see through it. It's like you can see real. You can see it. It's tinted, but not dark like people think.
Right, but she wouldn't know you from Adam's house. She wouldn't know you from anybody.
Yeah, she don't know me from anybody. But you can see you got a little short guy in the car like this. I'm driving like this, and you see Garcia. Garcia's on the passenger side. You know, so she looked and then he looked. Like, you know, that's what caught my attention. Like, what's up with this lady looking at the car? She didn't know she wanted to make sure that we was up here. I guess Katie had told him everything. And then he called Katie. I remember leaving that day when we left. He called Katie. Yo, everything all right with this lady? She's like, yeah, everything's straight. Don't worry about it. Just make sure you get that shit done.
You hear that?
Yeah.
Or he tells you that?
No, I can hear her talking on the phone.
You're in the car or in the motel room?
No, I'm in the car. We're still in the car. We have pulled up. Before we go in the hotel, we sit in the car for like 10 minutes. We don't go, we just don't go in, because I'm sitting down like, yo, you see that camera right there? You know, it's facing that way. You see that one over there? Yeah, man, how you see all this shit? I said, because look at that camera over there, man. I tell him, yo, you gotta start drinking, man, before you can pay attention.
So you hear her voice saying that he recognizes her without.
Well, this is interesting, Jesus Lover, who says, I think they haven't asked, this is about the Lewis seeing Wendi and the kids, I think they haven't asked because of Castigar. They don't want to open that subject until Georgia is ready for Wendi. Well, then why bring it up at all? You could just completely stay away from it, you know. But they sort of half go into it. It's just one of those weird things.
Question. He doesn't have to ask.
He don't even gotta ask. He didn't even have to call in action on this shit. He already knew.
He's already saying, why is Wendi here?
Yeah. No, I asked him
why
she's up here.
And then he relays to her on the phone.
Yeah, he relays to her why she came up here for.
Okay.
That's the conversation.
So it's not a question of if it's Wendi. He already knows it's Wendi.
Oh, he already knows it's Wendi.
And he's telling Katie, why is Wendi here?
Mm-hmm. To make sure that he was up here, make sure he wasn't lying, that she was just paying him for nothing but.
So Tudo's met Wendi.
Yeah, I think he did. Matter of fact, I ain't even gonna answer that right there, because I'm not 100%.
Okay.
Did you know Wendi?
No, not at all.
You ever seen her before?
Just that day. That day I seen her, that Thursday. I'm not gonna say I never met her, I never seen her. I don't know if he met her or he knows, but I know he said that's Wendi. I'm like, alright.
Okay. All right. And Katie says she wants to make sure that you guys are.
And we make sure that was up there.
And you heard her voice say that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So you're back at the motel, and he wants to start drinking. It's before noon.
Yeah, we hanging out now. Now we in the hotel hanging out ready for the next day. I'm like, man, listen, don't get drunk, man. If you're gonna do something, you gotta do it right, man. He was toasted, man. Wake up in the morning, first thing he does, chug. I was taking a shower, like, don't tell me you're drinking, man. Man, I'm only taking a shot. Everything gonna be all right. He was already taking bumps. I'm like, oh man, fuck.
So at 12 noon, back on the Thursday, you're there, and did you go anywhere else? You had to go someplace else because the car has to get shot.
Yeah, we were driving around. That's when we seen that black boy with a car. We were driving around looking for coke. Matter of fact, he was driving around looking for coke. Because we had went to some bar. I don't remember where the bar was at. He said, man, let's go around here because I know somebody got to sell coke. But we bumped into him in the road.
In the road?
Yeah, in the road. We driving, bump into him.
I thought somebody already had his number.
Yeah, Garcia got his number. Garcia was trying to call him, but he wouldn't answer. He was trying to call him, he couldn't answer. So I told you we bumped him in the road. But he, yo, what's up, dog? He like, my phone. And he like, hey, man, we need some party. Like, follow me. So as we following him, I'm in the back following him. That's when Garcia, I don't know what he was playing. I don't know why he was playing with a gun. I don't know what the fuck he was doing. I'm driving, boom, off that jump. Like, yo, what's up, man? You all right? I don't know where I look at the car. Like, they want to move on. Yo, this car is now moving. What you did to the car? I was just laughing because he's so stupid. I'm like, you did this to the car. He's like, oh man, I don't know. I said, we don't got no gas. How the hell we don't got no gas? So we stopped. He looked under. He's like, oh shit, it's a line. I said, you shot the line? Are you serious? So we pushed the car outside the road. The black boy came, he's like, man, y'all come with me to the auto store. I said, I'm not going nowhere. I'm staying in the car. I'm in the car. I'm still in the car. They come back. He's like, man, we gotta check the car. I'm like, man, get out the car. He's like, man, get out the car. Fuck, what you so scared of? It's not scary, it's just being cautious, man. I wasn't trying to get seen by nobody. So I got off the car. I'm outside the car, and while they jacking the car, I'm right here talking to the black boy. This nigga stupid, man. He's like, what happened? I said, I don't know what happened. The hose, he signed something here. I ain't want to tell him.
Riding shotgun. Do you like my badge? Is it too much? Thanks for the 5 coffees, Riding.
What happened, you know? I said, I don't know. I hit something. But he had to fix some small little holes because he's a little mechanic, so he fixed it up. But I was outside the car for maybe 10 minutes. We jumped back in and we followed him. Followed him to some trailer parks. Some trailer park. I ain't pull up all the way in the park. I just pulled up on the side. Like, wait for me right here. He went and got some coke. Went back to the hotel. Yeah, I think he followed us. He rented the hotel for us. This time he rented it. He rented the hotel. So we just hanged out. We hanged out, and then the next morning when we woke up, that's when I went to Markel's house.
Stop right there for a second. All right, well, with all that and the guy that went and found drugs for you, and so forth, all these contacts with that guy, you're saying is from Garcia's phone?
Yeah.
Not your phone?
He put the number in my phone.
Okay.
So I don't know if he called him from my phone one time. I think he tried to call him one time off my phone. I told him, no, don't call nobody out of my phone, man. I don't know this guy. First of all, I don't even like that guy. Like, man, we straight.
You ever heard a name?
No, never heard his name. Never knew his name. Never heard his name. But yeah, I think he called him one time from my phone. And he tried to call him out of his phone, like, man, or whatever. I ain't paying no mind. But he rented the hotels for us. You know, he rented the hotel. Engels. Twice because, you know, we had to check out. The first time we came up here. The second time, we went the same night that we was there the next day. We had to rent it again.
Okay, so he gets you a hotel and you made it sound like it was a hotel that was closer to Markel's house.
Yeah, the one that he rented, his name was closer to Markel's house.
Okay, did he go party with y'all in the room or anything?
He was there for a little bit. He was there with Garcia. He was there. I was mad as hell that day. Like, I ain't come up here to make friends. So he was there with Garcia, hanging out. Garcia was there. It seemed like they were best friends for a little bit.
The rental car company ever found out there was a hole shot in their line?
Did they find out?
Did you ever call them or say, or did you just immediately just...
Leah says, I think it was Wendy. She gave it away when she was on the stand when Georgia asked her if she was walking down the street. Wish you could play that Metrix, just that little part. Do you remember which trial that was? KD1, KD2, or Charlie? Maybe we could find it.
Fixed it?
Well, no, we just fixed it right there and then. Garcia's it's like he's a mechanic. Like, little bootleg mechanic, he know how to do a little work. He fixed it himself.
Okay.
Fix it up and everything.
All right. So then what do you do that night after you're at this new motel?
We're just hanging out. We're just hanging out, just chilling the whole night. We didn't do nothing, stay there the whole night. I parked the car in the back, just sitting there. I didn't do nothing. I was throw a picture of the owl, like I told you. Posted on Instagram.
He saw an owl, a bird.
Okay.
I don't know what kind. It sounded like a barred owl, maybe.
I think we're going to solve the mystery here, guys. Riding Shotgun says, I heard someone talk about Dan and Wendy having friends that live down the street with whom... Uh-oh. Where's that? Let's try that again. I heard someone talk about Dan and Wendy having friends that live down the street with whom they would celebrate Jewish holidays with. They have 2 kids. This might have been the woman he saw. So you're saying not that Wendi was there with the 2 kids, taking them to the friend where they would celebrate Jewish holidays, because that wouldn't really fit with Wendi's whole anti-Jew thing. You're saying it was the other woman with her own 2 kids. That's a really interesting point. Because that woman might well have cause to go to Trescott Drive with her 2 children, knock at the door, oh, Dan's not in, walk back down Trescott Drive, see, so it would be a woman with 2 kids coming out away from Dan's house, and maybe sees 2 guys sitting in a vehicle. I mean, I think it's pretty well, I think we can accept that 2 Miami-looking dudes sitting in a car on Trescott Drive, leafy Trescott Drive, posh neighborhood, would catch someone's eye, possibly. I think that's reasonable. So she might well have looked over like, what are those guys doing, you know? Yeah, I like that ride-in shotgun. The fact that it would be a woman with 2 kids around the same age as Ben and Lincoln, and that she would have had good cause to visit 2116 Trescott, that's worth writing down and remembering. I'll take a screenshot of your... I wonder if we could do any work to further establish that. I love that. That's great. Thank you, Ride-in Shotgun. I'm not going 100%, but I think it's a really good, variation on what the reality could have been.
That landed in the parking lot at the hotel and
Took a picture of it.
scared him.
And what happened after you took a picture? What you did?
I took a picture and put it on Instagram.
And then what happened?
Katie calls Dudu. Tell him to take that shit down. If he's stupid or what. So, I'm like, well, I took it down. I don't know if I took it down right away, but I took it down. So she like, why would he do that? He can't tell nobody where he's at. And in my mind, y'all.
Good point, Cat H. I'd forgotten about that. Sigfredo had seen Wendi. They both had. Luis and Sigfredo had seen Wendi at the restaurant. I'd forgotten about that. Of course, you're absolutely right.
I'll be talking on the phone all fucking day. What the fuck you worry about me putting the picture on Instagram? Yeah, I put it on Instagram. She called in and told him to take it down. So I took it down. That's it. We just hanged out all night. The next morning we left. The next morning.
Thanks again for the super sticker, Evan. Very much appreciated.
It was a Friday morning. Went to Markel's house. Went over there. I parked by the park again. I waited for him to come out. When he came out, I followed him with Garcia in the car to the daycare. He gets to the daycare. I'm just driving in circles. I pulled up across the street. There was a building. At that moment when I'm pulling in the building, he's coming out. As he comes out, we follow him again. This time we follow him all the way to the gym. Follow him to the gym, waited in the parking lot for a while, for like 45 to an hour at the most. Got there. So when he came out of the gym, I followed him home. As I'm following home, he goes around the back. I go around the front. We met him right in the garage. I was like maybe like 3 or 4 feet away from his car. Garcia jumps out, goes around the car, where he's driving. I think Markel was on the phone that day. Shot him twice, got in the car, we left. The kid driving. We dumped the gun towards the bridge. Can't remember that bridge. I wish I could remember if I can show you. I really couldn't remember it. Drove. After that, I made it home. Never spoke about this again. Never told nobody. The next morning, it's a Saturday morning. I'm in the barber shop. Katie calls my phone. Where's Tuto at? Stupid motherfucker don't answer the phone. Just like that. I'm like, I don't know. Let me find out for you. Give me a minute. I try to call. I think I called Shrimp's phone. Called Shrimp. I said, where's Tuto? Oh, he's here, drunk, sleeping. I said, wake his ass up. Tell him that Katie's looking for him. For what? Don't worry about it. I called Hibaro. Hibaro go pick Tuto up. So I think Hibaro picked him up, dropped him off in Katie's house. They showed up to my house. I'm still in the barbershop. I'm in the barbershop. My wife calls me. Babe, Katie and Tudo are here. I got a bag in my hand. It looks like this. It looks like a brick. I'm like, all right, don't touch it. Don't even look at it. I'm on my way. When I get there, Katie's upstairs. Because Jessica told her to come up. Because I just had Lulu. I get there, Katie and Tudo. Katie, oh, what's up, doctor? I'm like, what's up, man? Tudo, what's up with the bag? Get the bag. I grab the bag, I take the money out, stick it in my pocket. I said, man, what you gonna do, man? I gotta go back to the barbershop, I gotta get a haircut. Leave Katie here, man, let's ride. We left together. Went to the barbershop, got a haircut. He paid like 2 or 3 guys haircut. He gave him $100 to the barber. Hey, man, go ahead and cut other people's hair. Let me get in front of this guy. We left. I ended up going to my mom's house. I see my mom. I had paid my mom's rent. My mom was over like $2,000. So I paid my mom's rent. I left. And went to my house. Took a shower, got dressed. I didn't really do too much that day. Just I went to Bailey's for a little bit. And no, I went to somewhere else. I met some girl in another bar with Garcia. We hanged out over there. From there, we ended up going to the Hard Rock. Garcia spent $7 grand. And the Hard Rock lost it. That's why I know he ain't had no money. So he spends his money in the Hard Rock, losing his money. Alright. I leave. We left the Hard Rock, whatever. I made it back home. Monday. That was that Saturday. That Sunday I wake up, take a shower, it's noon, like maybe like around 3, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I go see my ex-wife, because it was school about to start, I believe. So I give her $5 grand. So here goes $5 grand. Buy the kids. So where you got the money from? I don't know why y'all be asking questions. Just get the money and don't worry about it.
What's your ex-wife's name?
Annie Diaz. I give her the money. Boom, leave. Maybe a week later, something like that. I take money to my sister in an envelope. I said, put this away from me. I don't want to have it in the house. Because when Jessica gets mad at me, she goes through my pockets and take my money. When I come home drunk, and I didn't want her to find that money.
When Jessica gets mad at me, she goes through my pockets and takes my money. I think maybe we should have a look at Jessica's testimony after this. How much is left of this? We only got about 23 minutes left of this. Jessica's testimony, anybody? Lewis's baby mama? One of them?
And I didn't really want her to know, ask me a million questions where I got the money from. So I put it away. My sister put it away from me in the closet. I think I used to stay with my sister. I had keys to go in and out of the house. So I used to go in and out of my sister's house. That's about it. That's when the story ended right there with the money. Markel and everything.
Let's back up to, you come back home, where do you take the car to, or where you and Tudo together, you know you stopped at the ATM. I'm sorry, yeah, you're at the Prius and you stop at an ATM, you've seen that photograph. Mm-hmm. Okay, and then from there you go somewhere. You're just getting back into town.
I can't remember. I remember I went home or went somewhere else.
Well, you said you ended up going to...
Billy's, but I didn't go in the Prius to Billy's. I wouldn't drive that car. I ain't drive that car. He had that car. I didn't even like that car. He had the car, lost the car for 3 days. I had to go look for the car because he don't know where he parked the car at. I had to call AAA to go in the car and give me the, because he left the keys in the car, locked the car with the keys. I couldn't open the car, so he called AAA. I gave AAA $50. They opened the car. Here the keys. Went and got his stupid ass. Here, come collect this car. Let's drive it back. I turned the car in and left.
Where'd you find the car at?
A couple of blocks from Shrimp's house. I think Shrimp was staying like on 76 and Dickens Avenue, somewhere around there in Miami Beach. And I found the car like on 78, 79th Street. Like 2 or 3 blocks down on a corner. Right by a fire extinguisher. Like they would have came there with a tow that car with. And then I would have had to pay more money. That's how drunk he was.
Okay. So you came back, you split up. So he took the car. He took the car with him. Is what
Yeah,
you're
yeah,
saying.
we split up. He took the car. He had the car for a couple of days. I kept telling him, yo, I gotta return this car back, man.
Okay, but the next morning, Saturday, you said you go to the barber shop.
Yeah.
All right, so the murder happened on Friday. Y'all drive all the way back. You party, whatever, Friday night. Was it Sunday that he went to Hard Rock, or was it that?
I'm thinking it was that Sunday. No, it was a Saturday. It was the next week.
Okay, so
The next week after that.
the next week after that. Okay, so before we get to that, you're back in town on Friday. We talked about Big Daddies.
Yeah, we talked about Big Daddies.
Do you remember?
I wasn't. I kept telling you I wasn't too sure if we went
Right.
to Big Daddies or not. I can't hear say it and be like, yeah, I was there.
No, that's
maybe
fine.
I was. Maybe you said my credit card went in there. If I did, I did. Who knows? I can't remember if I was there or not. I really can't.
Before this, I want to go back to your driving out of Tallahassee, and you said before that he calls Katie.
He calls Katie. I think right when we had dumped the gun, I think he called her and he said, everything is done. Make sure you have my money. I'm on my way. When we get back to the house, he calls, yeah, with my money. She goes, don't worry about it, you have it tomorrow morning. I can hear it.
I know. I want to go back. You're driving out of Tallahassee. The Markel's been shot. You're driving out of Tallahassee. All right. And then, are you saying that you dumped the gun before he made the first phone call? Because the big deal was about, he calls her and says...
Yeah, he called her and told her it's done. Everything is done. I think way before we dumped that gun or after we dumped the gun, but for sure, 100%, he called her and said, hey, it's done already.
Do you hear her on the other end?
Yeah, I can hear her. She goes, okay, I know, all right.
Okay, I know, all
Yeah,
right.
I'm like, yo, how the fuck?
I gotta disagree with you there, Evan. Evan says, I think Sigfredo came to be with Katie at the beach with Wendi and Charlie, and Katie's friend already left. After beach picture they took together, so he met Wendi again. Why would you think that? I don't think that. We're going to be looking at the beach trip in some detail soon, but I'm just curious, why on earth would you think that? Like, what indication would there be that happened? Or is it pure spec?
What does she know? Like, how would she know if this shit done?
But it's Katie's voice.
Yeah, it's Katie's voice, 100% it's Katie's voice. He can't call Wendi, I don't know her voice. I know Katie's voice.
Okay.
So,
The whole thing is, it was Father's Day. So, Yindra's kids were with their dads. Katie's kids were with their dad. The only kids that weren't with their dad are the Markels. They were in the Icon with Donna and Harvey. Yeah. So, yeah, it was a girls' day out, and Charlie doesn't have any kids, or didn't at the time. I mean, yeah, I really don't think Sigfredo came to the beach. I don't think he would be hanging around with Charlie Adelson at all. At all. I mean, why? If you've got anything to add, I'm curious.
I'm like, all right. I said, I looked at him like, did you really just call this guy and say you're done? Like, where your mind is at?
All right, I'm using that as a reference point for when that conversation happened. Have you all dumped the gun yet?
Shit, I'm not sure. I don't know if I did or not.
Okay.
I'm not gonna tell you yes.
No,
or no.
that's fine. Just thought I was trying to give you some
I'm
type
not
of
sure.
reference point to
I can't
remember.
even remember where the fuck the bridge is at last night.
Well, I know. I was thinking if you'd already dumped it, we know we can narrow
I
down
can drew
here.
a picture. You want to see it? I mean, this morning thinking about the bridge. That's how much I've been thinking about this bridge all night. Just like that. That's what the bridge look like. The bridge look like that. That would be me. I had pulled up right there to the side. Garcia had jumped off. There's grass. He didn't go all the way through it. He threw it from there. So I don't know if he made it to the water or not.
But you could see the water from the car. you
Yeah,
said?
I'm right there. I can see him. I can
You
see him.
crossed the
saying-
bridge and stopped.
The bridge ends here, and it got like a metal. You know how it got the little metal
Guardrail.
guardrail. He jumped over the guardrail.
Oh, okay.
So it's a concrete wall, then a metal guardrail.
It's a little concrete wall, metal, and
Okay.
you had to jump.
But the bushes weren't so high that you couldn't
No,
see
no,
the
it's just
water.
grass.
Okay.
It's just grass.
Okay.
But that's what when I was looking at that the other day. I mean, yesterday, like in 2 years, I don't know if the fucking grass grew or they cut it. I don't know what's going on. I don't know. There's so much construction out there now, so that shit had me confused.
There was a lot of construction out there.
Yeah, so I'm like,
So let me ask you this: from the edge of that wall right there where Garcia was standing, how far to the water was it? Was it like from here to the wall? Was it way down the road? I mean,
let's say if he's here. I'm gonna give you something like right here. The water will be way over there to the wall.
okay, it's about view of the wall, maybe 20 feet or so.
20 feet.
No, pretty close.
No, that's like 12, 15 feet.
No, it's some more than. That's about 9 yards, 10 yards. It's between 25 and 30 feet.
As long as we have a reference, he's saying it's from this point to that wall that the water
Because
is.
when I pulled up, I can see it. Like from the corner, I can see him. I'm trying to look at him like, what the fuck is doing? Is he doing it? Because I'm seeing him going like this. I'm like,
Depending on the
I
time.
don't know. Because he told me, no, I took it apart. Did you took it apart or not? He said, yeah. So, all right, I believe you. Let's go. I really wanted to stay with it if I can put it. I knew where I was going to stash it at. But he threw it.
You were going to stash it?
Yeah, I was going to stash it.
You were going to drive all the way back to Miami with
I
it?
would have drive all the way to Miami and put it away and bury that shit somewhere. Nobody would have find it but me.
Okay. What if... All right, so was there any discussion if you got stopped, what would you do? If you got stopped by the police with the gun?
No,
Okay.
we got stopped with the guns.
Right?
And if there was a search, I don't think they would have found it. If they would have found it, they would have found it on him.
On the passenger seat?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm driving, so they would have found it on him. You know
Okay.
what I'm saying? So I say, hey, if we get caught with this gun, you know you got to take full responsibility. I'm not going to prison right now. Right now your record's kind of clean compared to mine. You know, yeah, if we get stopped, I'll take it. You know what I'm saying? When I'm looking at him, like, yeah, whatever. He's drunk. You know, like,
But you were willing to take the chance on driving all the way back to Miami with a murder weapon?
yeah, we almost halfway. Where we threw that, we was halfway.
Well, as far as we went yesterday, it was more than halfway back, but I got you. Okay, so you wanted to keep it, but he decided it didn't need to go.
Yeah, he told me, pull over, and pulled over and threw it.
Okay. Did he? But he didn't take the gun apart till he was down by the water. He didn't take it apart. And,
He was trying in the car the whole time. I'm like, bro, what is it to take the revolver and just pull the thing out? I mean, it's just all you gotta do is pull it out, man. Like, man, I don't know, this shit's hard. I'm like, whatever. I'm just driving. I'm driving and looking at the rear mirror, looking for the police the whole time.
so we got a full cylinder. We got a full cylinder of 6 bullets to start with. Is that right? That's how you had it.
Yeah.
And then he shot one through the floorboard, and shot Markel twice.
Yeah.
And there's 3 bullets left.
Yeah, we 3 bullets left now.
What happened to the bullets?
He had to count that on his fingers. 6 bullets, 1 through the Prius, and 2 in the professor's face. That's 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 3 bullets.
I don't know if he took them off and threw them. I don't know if he let them. Like, man, I don't know, this shit's hard. I'm like, whatever, I'm just driving. I'm driving and looking at the rear mirror looking for the police the whole time.
So we got a full cylinder. We got a full cylinder of 6 bullets to start with. Mm-hmm. Is that right? That's how you had it. Yeah. And then he shot one through the floorboard, and shot Markel twice.
Yeah.
And there's 3 bullets left.
Yeah, we 3 bullets left now.
What happened to the bullets?
I don't know if he took them off and threw them. I don't know if he left them because he opened it. He took the bullets out of the car. He had them in his lap.
Okay.
So I don't know if he grabbed them and threw them in the water too.
Okay.
Everything was with him when he jumped out the car. Whatever he did down there, he did. I didn't know what he was doing.
Did y'all have extra bullets in the car?
No.
Just, you came up here with 6.
6 bullets. Ain't no extra. Ain't no extra. None of that.
Okay.
1 gun and 6 bullets.
Okay. So you,
Whatever he did when he got off the car to throw it, I don't know if he took the bullet and threw it. I know I seen him. He said he threw it. I know he came back to the car with nothing.
okay. So before or after the phone conversation, but the phone conversation, he tells her it's done, and she says, yes, I know, something like that.
Yeah.
But you,
That's my understanding the way I heard it. So I'm like, because I'm driving, but you know, my window's cracked. So I'm like, I screwed up a little bit because I really want to see what she's going to say. So I'm driving like, what she said, she know? She said, he like, yeah. I'm like, fuck, she know about this shit so fast. I don't know if Wendy was still up here. I don't know what was going on, but everything, he just told her, make sure we have that money when we get down there. So when we get to my house, I was arguing with him about that. I'm like, yo, we come down here, there's no fucking money. Oh, y'all motherfuckers playing games. Don't be playing games, man, go get that money. I got into argument with him that same day. Like, don't worry about the money being, he called, hey, where the money? She goes,
Kazati, I can't take any credit for the audio cleanup or the image cleanup. But I suspect that this is just a different source of video. There's no way someone could clean up the image from what we've been more used to seeing, the really low quality one. No, you can't clean it up to this. This is a different source, original source, and the same for the audio, I guess. I don't know if the original that we've been really used to seeing was like someone filming the screen of a video playing, something like that, but this is loads better. I've never watched the whole thing all the way through because the quality was so shit on the one that we're used to seeing, but this is great.
don't worry about it, you have it tomorrow morning. First thing, sun come up, you will have it. Now I said, all right, you know I'm going to the barbershop tomorrow. By the time I get out the barbershop, that shit better be around to do. I mean, you're going to have problems. You're making me go to a mission shit that I ain't want to do. I left it like that. Katie calls my phone. Hey, where's Tuto at?
this is Saturday morning?
Saturday morning.
Very next morning.
The very next morning. They ain't passed not even 24 hours.
You didn't see Katie Friday night?
I didn't see Katie Friday night at all. I seen her the next morning in my house.
Do you know if he did? You know, Tudo saw Katie the night before?
I don't know. Maybe he did, maybe not. I can't tell you yes or no. But I seen her in my house the next morning. That's 100% sure. She brought the money.
Where's the barber shop?
Right around the corner. I'm in 135th. It's on 135th on Biscayne. It's on 135th on 16. And it's 135th. It's like when you go to the track, the railroad track.
Railroad tracks.
It's Biscayne.
Right by Biscayne?
Yeah, right in the corner.
Of Biscayne and 135th?
Yeah.
Okay.
What's the name of it?
I think it'll be King Racer Barbershop, something like that.
King Racer?
Yeah, King Ray Barbershop.
King Ray.
Ray, R-E-Y-E. It's
Yeah.
the Spanish pronunciation for crown,
Okay.
or the word for crown.
It's not a gang. It's not no gang.
Kings, right?
No.
Okay. So
It's a barbershop.
you get a phone call while you're at the barbershop,
Yeah, when I'm at the barbershop.
and it's Katie.
It's Katie. Where the fuck is Tuto?
And it's not Crown, it's King.
The
The railroad track.
Railroad tracks.
It's Biscayne.
Right by Biscayne?
Yeah, right in the corner.
Of Biscayne and 135th? Okay.
What's the name of it?
I think it'll be King Racer Barbershop, something like that.
King Racer?
Yeah,
Oh.
King Ray Barbershop.
King Ray.
Ray, R-E-Y-E. It's
Yeah.
the Spanish pronunciation for crown.
Okay.
Back us up, Amy. King Ray just means King.
Or the word for crown.
It's not a gang. It's not no gang. No.
Okay. So you get a phone call while you're at the barbershop,
Yeah, when I'm at the barbershop.
and it's Katie.
It's Katie. Where the fuck is Tutu at? Just like that. I'm like, I thought he was with you. You know, like I didn't want to slip and say nothing stupid. So I'm like, well, he's not with you. Okay, hold on. I think I know where he's at. Let me call you back. You know, I'm like, it gotta be he's with Tati with Shrimp. So she knows that. She like, oh, he gotta be with that dumb ass. He probably is. Let me call. I'll call you back. So I call Shrimp.
But she just asks for him. She doesn't say nothing.
Oh yeah. No, she said, who's gonna come get the money?
Come get the money.
Yeah, she like, where the fuck is Tutu? I said, man, I didn't want to slip, so I'm like, I'll find out. She goes, okay, but who's gonna come? Who's gonna come get the money? You wanna come get it? I'm like, I was gonna go, but like, nah. Thank God I didn't go, cause now I got at least some proof, cause she was in my house and she got the money. So I'm like, now I'm straight. I'm gonna call Tutu for you. So I sent Rivera went to go pick him up, and they showed up both of them to my house.
You didn't go pick up Garcia over Shrimps.
I didn't pick up Garcia for nothing in the world.
But you sent Hibato to go get him.
Yeah, because Rivera was like my dude boy.
Okay.
Go do this, go do that, go over there. Take my mom, go do this. You know.
Katie know Hibato?
Yeah. She knows Rivera. Not like that. She probably know he was like for like a year. And then you leave the kids in the house. How can you leave them with this guy? You don't know if that guy's a sex pervert. You don't know nothing about this man. Leave the kids in this. You know, Garcia leaves the kids over here. Come on, man. I used to get mad. How you gonna leave the kids with this dumbass little nigga over here? This man is 40-something years old. Supposedly did like a couple of years in prison. We don't know his background like that. I used to get mad at him leaving the kids like that in the house.
So Hibato goes, apparently, or he tells you he found him.
Yeah.
Does he call you and say, hey, he's here at Shrimps?
Call me. Shit. I don't remember if he called me or not.
Somehow, Tudo gets with Katie, from what you're saying.
Yeah.
Because, all right, so you go ahead. I don't want to jump in.
I was in the barbershop. I believe I called Hibaro. I called Hibaro that day because that's the only person I would call. I said, go pick up Tutu. He's in Shrimp's house. Take him to Katie's house. Then Katie and Tutu showed up to my house. Garcia gave the bag to Jessica. But Jessica called me, hey, I got a bag here, it looks like a break. I said, listen, I'm on my way. Who's over there? She goes, to Katie and Tutu. I said, I'm on my way over there right now. Tell them don't move. Tell them don't leave. I want to make sure Katie was there for real. I thought it was bullshit. I get there. I ain't even get a haircut yet.
You also want to know that you got all your money, right?
Yeah. So before I want to make sure all the money's there. So when I ain't even count the money there though. I get there, boom, I drive. I said, all right, go get the bag. I grab the money, put it in my pocket. I go to the car over Garcia. I said, do I have to count this shit? Or what? He's like, man, you don't have to. I said, you know what? It's easy to count because they were all staples to $1,000. $1,000, it was all hundreds, but a grand staple, each one of them. So I said, okay. He like, man, here, let me give you the.
Are you saying stapled or a strap around them?
Staple.
Through the money.
To the money. There was a grand like that stick.
$100 bills.
Two $100 bills stapled together.
Yes, sir. Just like that. So I grabbed it. It's called stacks. Stacks. I grabbed it. I'm like, I'm going to be the old here for it. He gave me extra. I said, all right, man, let's go to the bar shop. I get a haircut, man. And that's it. I got my little haircut went in my mom's house. Paid my mom's rent. Went home, took a shower.
So Garcia's with you the whole.
Yeah, Evan. Okay, I guess I could buy Sigfredo picking Katie up at some point, but that's a bit different than Sigfredo going to the beach to meet Charlie and Wendi. There's no way that happened. Yeah, we'll be doing a deep dive into the beach trip soon, along with the Uvia dinner, because they're connected, right? They're connected. Okay. So stay tuned, and we'll be back with the facts, just the facts.
Time you doing that? You doing that right now?
Yeah, when I went to my mom's house, yeah, he was with me.
He's with you at the barbershop?
Yeah, he was with me at the barbershop, with me at my mom's house.
So it sounds like you got 30 grand in stapled $100 bills. and then he dug out 5 or 6 or 7
Yeah.
something.
When I went to barbershop, you know, I got a haircut, so I changed $100 bill. Boom. I just said, man, hey.
Goal is at the top. Should be at the top of the chat, Christina. Does that show up on mobiles, cell phones, and iPads? Anybody verify? Help Christina find the goal.
Stay with 40 and give me 60, because the haircut's $20. And give me 60. Boom. That's it. But they gave me the other extra. That's about it. That was like the whole nightmare right there.
And no more discussion.
Never spoke about it again.
How did Katie leave from Jessica's house?
In her car. She was in her car.
So she's still there with Jessica.
Well, we've definitely got another case coming tomorrow, Christina, out of Colorado. We're going to do the postal worker who shot her baby daddy 5 times in the face and then had a real good interrogation. There's something about Colorado. I don't know if they have a different training kind of facility or what, but it's another great one. Of course, we saw Chris Watts have some fantastic tactics used against him back in 2018. But yeah, tomorrow we're going to be looking at but I don't know, Christina, I mean, Adelson content, I guess it does get a bit repetitive, but there's a bunch of stuff we've never covered, and it really does bring in the numbers. It's a little quiet in chat tonight, though. We're usually well over 100 people in stream, and now we are 77. So, I don't know. It's difficult for me not to respond to the demands, because this is a business. But yeah, I'll keep your comment in mind, Christina. I like doing other cases too. It's just I can't deny that Adelsons are the most popular thing that we do on this channel. That's why I was showing the other case that I covered previously, a couple of months ago, because I want to tell people, advise people, videos that we've done on other cases that they might like. If they like what we do with the Adelsons, why not check out what we do with other cases? They're all on our channel page. Have a look through. You might recognize something that you haven't seen in a while and want to see our take on it. Another good one we did is that cop. Let's show a picture of that cop. That cop who gave the prisoner a blowjob in the jail. That was a good one, and it's not too long. I think it was just a couple of hours. Let's see if we can find that. Okay, I'll play the video while I look.
And Lulu the baby, when you leave with Tudo.
Yeah, I left with Tudo. Let's go, man.
Okay. All right. I think this is a good time to break. Is this for us?
You can keep it.
That's fine. What time did it go?
11:40.
Yeah.
Okay, it's about 1:30ish.
Yeah.
Let's go. Take a break and we'll talk in a minute.
Okay, that's fine.
Actually, if y'all want to, you just want to stay in here and talk? I will.
Do you need to go
That's
to
what
the
you want.
restroom or anything? You sure?
Yeah, let us talk a few minutes. Just tell us when the recording's off.
Well, that was the entire immunity proffer plea deal that Luis Rivera took with the police instead of going to trial. So he was already in jail serving.
Okay, thank you, mister. Who is that? Who put up this video? The link is in the description to the original, and the guy is... Who is he?
12 years.
TCT. Okay. So maybe he's got some other good content. I haven't looked. But he's certainly got a good quality version of this video. Yeah. Devon Schreiner, that's it. That's it, Christina. That's what we want to cover tomorrow. I had a look. I finally got round to watching it the other day, and it's fantastic. But where is our other one? Let me just see if I can find it quickly. You know, because if we can get more numbers on other cases, I'm all up for covering other cases. Where is... What was her name? What was her name? I'm just looking through these old thumbnails. What's her goddamn name? Oh, this one. Charlene. Yeah. I put his blank in my mouth. It was a pretty popular one on the channel. I think the title had something to do with it. Where's the link to that? Soap! Shut up! Okay, and then I guess we'll check out Jessica Rodriguez's testimony, if everyone's alright with that. And we're going to be coming back to Courtney Clenny. We're going to be coming back to Depp Heard. There's a ton of stuff I'd like to cover on Depp Heard. You know, it's a little old, but obviously it's a popular subject. Okay, everybody out there that only comes to us for the Adelson content, you are missing out. There's a ton of other stuff we cover. Here's a link to the cop who gave, or the prison correctional officer that was giving blowjobs to one of the prisoners. You know, there's recorded phone calls, phone sex calls that she's having with the prisoner while he's in jail. They're planning what they do when they get out. It's very uncomfortable. It's kind of a sad story, you know. She just seems like a lonely prison guard. Yeah. Check it out. It's a great interrogation. Salacious. Okay, so now we are going to Jessica Rodriguez. Is that what we're doing? Are people agreeing with that? Or should we read from Wendy's book? Maybe we should... have we got time to do a vote? Probably not. But we've probably got enough time to do both. Okay, I'm getting lost here. There's too many tabs. I need to close these tabs. Ay. The stress is killing me. Jessica Rodriguez testimony. Can you guys hear this background noise? Or is it just on my headphones? It'd be great to know if that's coming through on the stream. There, I just made it louder. Can you guys hear that? Oh, it's gone. It's back. I gotta work that out. Okay, we got something here. Hide that and hide that.
You refer to him as your husband, right?
Correct.
And you actually referred to him as your husband all the way up until the day that he cut the deal with the state.
Good morning to the back row there. Good morning. All right, please be seated. And good morning to everyone. Thank you for your promptness and your attention. We're ready to continue with the testimony, and the state will call its next witness.
State calls Jessica Rodriguez.
Jessica Rodriguez, please. Good morning. If you go to the witness stand, please. Before you have
Oh, and this video was posted by our good friend, Murder by Maestro. That's been, there's a bunch of Adelson content on there. If that's your thing, check out Murder by Maestro. We'll put a link into the description.
Seat, we're going to swear you in. Okay, please raise your right hand. Respond to the clerk.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give
Look at the way. Look at the way Sarah Dugan sorts out her bedhead.
Before you have a seat, we're going to swear you in. Okay, please raise your right hand. Respond to the clerk.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Please have a seat. Ms. Catherine, could you retrieve these other items? Or are you going
Yes, sir.
I think it's just wonderful that Sarah Dugan and Georgia Kappelman have such great hair.
Okay. All right. I just need you to speak loud and clear into that microphone, okay?
Ma'am, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
Good morning. Jessica Rodriguez.
Depp Heard isn't crime. Yeah, well, I don't know. Perjury is a crime, right? I mean, there's a shitload of perjury, and I'm not tight with the rules, I do what I like, and I like to see good lawyers. I like to see bad lawyers. I like to see judges. I like to see testimony, and there's a ton of it available in Depp Heard. So whether it's criminal or what's the fucking word? God, I'm blanking. It's civil. Yeah, that doesn't matter to me. Sorry.
Jessica
Where do you live, Ms. Rodriguez?
Currently Newport Richie.
All right. And are you employed?
Yes.
How are you employed?
I'm a nail technician
How long have you been working as a nail tech?
since I was 15.
All right. And have you ever been convicted of a felony?
Yes, I have.
How many?
3 to my knowledge.
All right. Do you know the defendant in this case, Catherine Magbanua?
Yes, I do.
How do you know her?
She was Tuto's wife,
Right.
a friend,
Who's Tuto?
Garcia.
Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes.
All right. And you knew her as his wife?
Correct.
Do you know whether they were legally married?
Not to my knowledge.
Meaning they were not, or you just don't know?
I don't know.
Okay, but they were always together as
Correct.
husband and wife, or lived together as husband and wife?
Yes, correct.
Okay, and that was during the time that you were friends with them?
Correct.
When did you become friends with them?
Basically the whole relationship that I have with Rivera. Later on, once I got pregnant, I started being around more.
All right, how do you know Rivera?
He's the father of my daughter.
All right, that's Louis Rivera?
Correct.
Okay, and so you said around the time that you became pregnant, what year was that?
2013.
All right, that's when you became good friends with...
More with her.
Devon, did you send that case to us, Christina? Thank you. Well, it was great. I've it's been on my stack of cases to get through. I finally went through it, and we're doing it tomorrow with Metrix comments. Hope to see you there. I think it's going to be a good one. There's a lot to talk. There's some good comments to make in that one. I'm really looking forward to it. I was going to do it tonight, but I promised you all something else. So, but tomorrow I think we can get away with it because it's Sunday, and we do Sunday Fun Day.
Being around, yes.
All right, and what about Sigfredo Garcia? Was it the same with him?
No, I've known him since as long as I've known Rivera.
How long is that?
About 12 years.
All right, so you've been friends with Garcia much longer than Catherine Magbanua?
Correct.
Okay. Did you know her longer than that before you?
No.
Okay, so you just became friends with her in 2013?
Correct.
Okay. Were you close friends around the time that you were pregnant in 2013?
To my knowledge, I thought I was, yes.
All right. And did you remain friendly with her up until, I guess, kind of 2015, 2016?
Correct.
Fell
Yes.
out a little bit?
Yes.
All right. And what was the falling out about?
Well, I seen in the news what happened with Garcia with his arrest. And wherever Rivera was, Garcia was always. So with everything going on, I called to find out, like, for her to let me know if she knew anything. I thought it had something to do with the federal case from Rivera prior, and never answered. Said she'd call me back, never called me back. Then I get a response, a call back from...
All right. Don't tell us what the response is, but basically associated with you being in the dark on this case.
Correct.
Is how y'all fell out.
Correct.
Okay. And I want to ask you a little bit more about Mr. Rivera. Does he have a nickname?
Yes.
What does he go by?
Tato.
All right. And I want to ask you specifically about an incident that occurred, and I know you don't know the exact date, but was there a time when you were living with Mr.
Yeah, I hear you, Christina. Christina says, Metrix, you do a live on any new cases and people will show up if they know in advance when it is scheduled. Well, a couple of things. One, it's just, I find it pretty difficult to commit ahead of time for scheduling because I get such little sleep. You know, I sleep in, like, I try and get 2 3-hour shifts a day. You know, I don't have any curtains, so sunlight is a problem, and you know it's just tough. You know, the situation's going to improve, and we're going to get curtains, and then we'll be able to, like, you know, get our body clock in a position where, you know, I'm essentially on the night shift, and then hopefully we can commit, like, you know, 24 hours or just have the same time slot every day. I mean, I aim for the same time slot every day, but I just wouldn't want to make a post and then fail to show up because I'm asleep. You know, it's a little bit tough on me at the moment. So we do what we can. And then the new cases, yeah, I know. I mean, new cases are great, but the thing is that there's a bunch of cases that I know a lot about, you know. The one that I've been really meaning to get to for a while is Michael Dunn. I love the case of Michael Dunn. It's fantastic. It's got great interrogation. It's got a great backstory. It's got great interviews. It's got fantastic court footage. Closing argument, prosecutor, defense attorney, judge rulings. It's the business, right? And I know a lot about it because I've watched it for years. That's way back in 2012 that happened. But it also does confront 2 key issues, being race and guns. So I think it's an interesting one. I'm really looking forward to doing that. Of course, it's an old case. It's 13 years old now. But, you know, I do know a lot about it, whereas a new case, I feel like I've got to put in a lot of time, which I'm happy to do, to learn about a case. But that takes time. So it's kind of like playing catch up, you know. But you know, we do what we do. I mean, I'm pretty pleased with how it's going at the moment, and I hope you all are too.
Rivera in Miami at 16th Ave and 135th Street.
Yes.
All right. And was there a time, well, let me ask you a little bit about that place. Is that like can you describe what kind of place that was? What kind of residence?
It's an apartment building.
Check this out. Tony Wilson says, when my husband sees me laughing, he says, are you listening to Metrix again? That's so funny.
Would you describe it as a lavish apartment building?
No.
When you were living with Mr. Rivera as a family, did you have a lot of money?
No.
Were you working as a nail tech at that
Yes,
time?
I always worked.
All right, and was he employed with Coastal Masonry during the time
Yes,
you were
correct.
together? Yes. Let me get my question out first. And then-
Sorry.
It's okay. All right, so you were both working. Was money a problem or not a problem?
Yes, it was a problem.
Okay, because we've heard some information about Mr. Rivera dealing drugs, and I wondered if it was a situation where you were, living in this palace as drug lords with servants and all that kind of thing. Was it like that?
No.
Okay. Did Mr. Rivera keep his money in the bank?
No.
Okay. What about his, did he have a bank account at all?
Yes, he did.
All right. What was the purpose of the bank account?
For his direct deposits from his job.
Okay. So he did keep at least the paycheck in the bank for
Correct.
some period of time.
The OG Willy Wonka movie. Yeah, Gene Wilder. Gene Wilder can kick Johnny Depp into the fucking abyss, man. Yeah, that was great. That was great, wasn't it?
Yes.
Did Mr. Rivera have any connection to Tallahassee that you know of before this
No.
case? How would you describe the relationship between Luis Rivera and Sigfredo Garcia?
Brothers. Inseparable.
All right. What about the relationship between Sigfredo Garcia and Catherine Magbanua?
Toxic. They would on and off a lot.
All right. And do you know who Charlie Adelson is?
Now, yes.
Okay. What about back at the time of this case, the events we're here about? Did you know his name at that time?
No, I didn't know him by his name.
Did you know that Catherine Magbanua was seeing a dentist?
Yes.
Were you familiar with Sigfredo Garcia's feelings about her seeing the dentist?
Yes.
How did he feel about it?
He didn't like it, but they were separated and he was in a different relationship.
Who was he in a relationship with?
With Shrimp.
All right. And do you know her real name?
No, I don't.
Okay. How did Catherine Magbanua feel about Garcia's relationship with Shrimp?
Oh, she hated it.
Okay, so they had moved on, but they were both mad about who the other one was dating.
Correct.
All right. Were you ever told by Luis Rivera or anyone else?
Leslie asks, does anyone think Donna's new attorneys told her to make up this new ridiculous story about the druggies in jail knowing Katie? I think Donna came up with it. I think Donna came up with it and brought it to her attorneys. It's got all the hallmarks of an Adelson plot. Find vulnerable people, give them money, give them promises. She really gave herself away with the verbiage of, what was it? She would be sitting very pretty in Hawaii with an expensive drink. I mean, I'm a big believer in mental instinct, intuition, I guess you'd call it, right? But if you close your eyes and try and imagine Katie saying that in her wobbling voice, it's not there. It's not there for me. I cannot imagine her saying those words. I absolutely can imagine Donna saying those words, right? That for me, that the indication doesn't need to go beyond that. And I also think that Donna going in to jail, sitting there for months and months and months, obviously being extremely familiar with the state's case, the types of evidence that are going to be, and looking for the one thing that she can try and undermine. How can she undermine Jeff Lacasse? Katie's incarcerated. Other people around Donna are incarcerated. it's very likely that Donna would have encountered. It's quite likely that these women did encounter Katie. I mean, that would be verified by jail records, right? So that's probably true. But the fact that they said anything, Donna went in, sat, schemed, thought about it, looked for something that she could undermine, just trying to take Jenga blocks out of the state's case, right? So making all the tower crumble, bit by bit by bit, and came up with that herself. I don't think it was her attorneys saying to Donna, listen, go in there and make up this story. No, it's got all the hallmarks of an Adelson plot. Do you agree, Leslie?
Back around the time of these events, that Luis Rivera was hired to be involved in a murder.
No.
So he did not confide that information in you?
No.
Are you surprised that he didn't tell you that he was hired to do a murder? You are?
I am surprised.
All right. And afterwards, did he ever tell you any details about the murder?
No.
When was your youngest child born?
June of 20.
They don't show Jessica. I believe that we see her shoes, 9-inch stilettos, as she walks out or in. We might have missed it already if it was when she walked in. But when we get to the end of the video, if we don't see Jessica's feet, we'll go back to the beginning and show you riding shotgun. It's the type of shoes that you can only purchase if you work in a beauty salon.
14.
All right. And do you remember a short time after her birth when Rivera told you he was going out of town?
Yes.
Did he tell you he was coming to Tallahassee?
No.
Where did he say he was going?
That he was just going out of town to get drugs and that's it.
Did he tell you he was going up north?
No.
All right. Did he tell you he was going to do a murder?
No.
Did he tell you who he was going with?
With Tuto.
And that's Sigfredo Garcia?
Correct.
Do you know what car they took on that trip?
No. Not to my knowledge, not that I remember.
Do you know how long they were gone?
A couple of days, because I just had my daughter.
All right. And so that would be a couple days shortly after you had your daughter, which was June 27th of 14. Is that
Correct,
right?
yes.
All right. And they actually took 2 trips to Tallahassee, as we've learned. Were you aware that there were 2 trips?
No.
You only knew about the 1 trip?
Correct.
Fantastic, Christina. I haven't seen the sequel with boyfriend AJ, a correctional officer, also interviewed by different detectives. Well, yeah. I reckon we'll get a full show out of just Devon's interrogation, but we can come back to AJ for sure. Or maybe just throw it all into one. Do one big long show. I don't know.
Did you ever see him in possession of a green Prius?
Yes.
Okay. And was that around the time of that trip?
I don't remember.
Okay. After your child was born, so similar to the time frame I'm talking about, trying to narrow it down to the time that he took that trip, after that occurred, was there a time when someone brought a package to Luis Rivera at your home?
Yes.
Who brought the package?
Tuto came knocking on the door. He brought the package.
All right. And was there anybody else present when Tuto brought the package?
Yes. Katie.
Who else? Katie?
Yes.
Is that Catherine Ivanova?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you see that person in the courtroom today?
I
that
do.
Came to bring the package? Who is that? Can you just point and describe what she's wearing?
She's over there with a white shirt, glasses, and a black vest.
Okay, and we've got 2 of those.
Oh.
Okay. The one in between 2
the
lawyers?
one in between the 2 lawyers.
All right, thanks.
George is so funny. Okay, we've got 2 of those.
Brought the package.
All right, and was there anybody else present when Tuto brought the package?
Yes. Katie.
Who else? Katie?
Yes.
Is that Catherine Ivanova?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you see that person in the courtroom today?
I
that
do.
Came to bring the package? Who is that? Can you just point and describe what she's wearing?
She's over there with a white shirt, glasses, and a black vest.
Okay, and we've got 2 of those.
Okay.
The one in between 2
the
lawyers?
one in between the 2 lawyers.
All right, thank
Judge,
you.
I have no objection. Let the record reflect that she has identified this like that one.
Yes.
All right,
Even Judge Wheeler laughed. I love it when Judge Wheeler laughs. Listen to him. I love Judge Wheeler. He's my favorite. Listen, I love Stephen Everett. You all know how much I love Stephen Everett, Honorable Judge Everett. But for me, I really enjoyed Judge Wheeler's style. You know, very personable.
Okay.
The one in between two
The
lawyers?
one in between the two lawyers.
All right, thank
Judge, I have
you.
no objection. Let the record reflect that she has identified Ms. McDonald.
Yes.
All right, and, okay, so this is, you can say this was in the summer of 2014, within, can we say, a month of your youngest child's birth?
Correct.
Okay. And when this package was delivered, did both Tudo, Sigfredo Garcia, and Catherine Magbanua, the defendant, did both of them come into your residence?
No.
Okay, tell us about that.
So Tuto knocked on the door. I opened it. He came in. He said he had a package for Tato. He went to the room to drop it. I said, "Who you with?" He said, "Katie." I went outside. We had like a little patio hallway, and I screamed over, and I'm like, "You're not gonna come and see your niece? Like, why are you in the car?" And then she got up, and then she came in.
So she did come in and see the baby?
Correct.
All right, and at some point, did you call Luis Rivera to tell him they were there?
Yes.
All right, and do you remember what phone number you called him from?
No, I have so many numbers back then.
Have you had quite a few phone numbers?
Yes.
Okay. I want to ask you about a specific phone number, 305-896-3720. Was that one of the phone numbers that you have used before?
Yes.
All right, and are you refreshing your recollection with something?
Yes, my notes, yes.
All right, so you made some notes about some prior phone numbers you had?
Correct.
All right, ma'am, so at this point, I don't want you to look at any of those notes, okay? Just see if you can recall from your memory, and if not, then just let counsel know, okay?
Okay, no problem.
Ma'am, law enforcement had that phone number associated with an Anthony Ortiz. Do you know who that is?
Yes.
Is Mr. Ortiz, is he dead as we sit here today?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know when he died?
A couple years ago. That's all I know.
All right. And do you know why your phone number was also associated with Anthony?
Leah, there is a photo of Katie Magbanua, Sigfredo Garcia, Luis Rivera, and Jessica Rodriguez outside of a bar or club. I can't find it. I can't find it right now, but I'll try and dig it out.
Ortiz in a law enforcement database.
Have no idea.
Okay, so you didn't share a phone with Anthony Ortiz?
No.
Okay. Who was Anthony Ortiz to Luis Rivera?
A friend.
Okay. Would you describe their relationship as Ortiz being kind of like a do-boy to Luis Rivera?
Yes.
All right, but that phone number ending in 3720 was your phone number at the time of these events that we're just talking about?
Correct.
All right, and that phone number is in...
Amy Katie says the wobbling thing when she's talking to Charlie about the Mazda or the Lexus, one of the two, having the, I don't know, the shocks had gone on it or something, you know. It's to do with the repairs that Sully was doing at the eco-friendly body shop or whatever it was. It was wobbling!
Catherine Magbanua's phone as Jessica Flocka. Do you
Objection,
go by...
She can ask the question. Overruled.
Do you go by Jessica Flocka?
Yes.
What is Flocka?
It means slim.
Okay, is that a nickname?
When I was younger, yes.
All right, did Mr. Rivera arrive to get this package?
Yes.
All right, and...
I know, right, Christina? Sitting pretty in Hawaii is something a 70-something mother-in-law says, isn't it? And it's just got this kind of bitterness. You know, you can imagine the scowl on the face if someone says, sitting very pretty in Hawaii, you know, through gritted teeth. It's so Donna's words, right? There's no doubt in my mind.
And did you look inside the package?
No.
Can you
Didn't
describe the package for the jury?
It was a bag, like a plastic bag. I don't know what it was inside. It kind of looked like a brick, like drugs, you know, when they wrap up like cocaine and stuff like that. And that's what it, yeah.
Okay, but it was wrapped up in something outside, so you couldn't
Yeah,
see them.
and the inside it was wrapped. It was in a plastic bag, but the inside was wrapped with like a paper, like a something brown, maybe like a paper bag.
All right, and during the time that Catherine McVanoa was coming up to see the baby, did she ever acknowledge the package or say anything about the package?
Yes.
What did she say about the package?
Basically did, you know, to my knowledge, if I remember correctly, did you give him the package, but Tato wasn't there.
Okay, so he hadn't arrived yet when she
Correct.
made the statement. Okay. And so who is she asking, did you give him the package?
Tuto.
All right. And did she seem like, what was her demeanor like? How was she acting?
She was fidgety.
Okay.
Like in a rush.
Okay, what do you mean by in a rush? Did she say anything to indicate she was in a rush?
No.
Okay. But she just was acting like, what, like she was ready to get out of?
Okay, we're at 28. We're at 28, 2 minutes. I just got to see these heels. I missed it. It's when the camera goes to the floor, I guess, obviously.
And the state will call its next witness.
State calls Jessica Rodriguez.
Jessica Rodriguez, please. Good morning.
Look at that. That is some serious height. That's got to damage your feet, surely. How can you walk around like that? Put a high heel in the chat if you would wear those, okay? How many high heels are we going to get?
You go to the witness stand, please.
Okay, back to 28.
Before you have a seat, we're going to swear you in.
Garcia, something to the effect of, did you give him
Correct.
the package? All right, at this time, I know you said they've been on and off all the time, but at this time that the package was delivered, was it weird that Catherine McVanoa and Sigfredo Garcia were together?
Not to my recollection.
Okay, so they were together at that time, to your knowledge?
Correct.
Okay. And what about the whole, they got back together at the Pacquiao fight? Was that something that occurred later?
Yes.
Okay, so your recollection is that they were together at the time of the package delivery, and then what, off again before the fight?
Yes, they were very on and off.
Okay, and what about the dentist? Was he in or out at the time of the package drop?
I don't remember. I think at that moment, with the address that I lived in, I didn't know about him until the following address after that.
Okay, so you're not sure you even knew about the dentist
Correct.
at this point. All right, and what about Shrimp? Was she in the picture at this point, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, I don't remember.
Okay, so could there have been some overlap between Shrimp and Katie, also some overlap between Garcia and the dentist?
There could be, yes.
So it was all sort of, I mean, you don't have the dates of when they were together and not
Correct.
together. Okay. Are you able to tell the jury that there was a reconciliation that occurred between Magvanoa and Garcia at the Pacquiao fight on May 2nd, 2015?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know if they stayed together from that time up until the arrest in this case?
I believe so.
Was this the only time that anyone brought a package to your home like this, or was that something that occurred all the time?
No, it was the first time.
And when you are thinking about the relationship between Catherine Magvanoa and Sigfredo Garcia, does it surprise you that he would keep things from her? Would he keep things from her like crimes he would be involved in?
I wouldn't know. I didn't from the outside, my relationship with them, they were very on and off. So what they did, like behind how he acted with her behind closed doors, I don't really know if he would keep anything or not.
Okay. Do you remember giving a deposition back on February 15th, 2019?
Yes.
And I'm referencing page 148, lines 19 through 23. Did you previously say Katie knew everything that...
Improper impeachment.
Overruled.
Did you previously say Katie knew everything that Tudo did when it came to bad stuff? Everything?
I do remember.
Okay. And is that a true statement?
When it comes to that, yes.
No further questions.
Cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor.
If those are Jessica's shoes, I'd like to see shrimps. Good one. Uh-oh.
Good morning, Ms. Rodriguez.
Good morning.
It's been a while. How are you?
Good, and yourself?
I'm doing well. So, I want to give the jury a more complete picture of the evidence that you have in this case, okay? I want to start by talking about the relationship you had with Catherine back in 2013. You became pretty close, like you said, with Katie when you became pregnant, right?
Yes.
So that was in 2013.
Yes.
Even though you had been close with Louis and Sigfredo for 12 years, Catherine really didn't come into the picture for you until 2013, right?
Correct, as a friend.
As a friend. Now, around that time, you'd say you guys kind of bonded over the fact of you're both being mothers, correct?
Yes.
Okay, you'd have play dates with the kids sometimes?
Yes.
And you have one child for Louis?
Yes.
Okay. And he has other children, though, with other women, correct?
With one more woman, yes. Correct.
Okay. Is that Annie Diaz?
Yes.
Okay. And how many children does he have with her?
2.
How old are they?
Objection. Relevance?
Overruled, if you know.
In their 20s?
Okay, they're older, right?
Correct.
Okay, and wasn't Mr. Rivera in a relationship with that woman when he was a teenager?
Yes.
Objection. Relevance?
Overruled.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you and Annie aren't friends, are you?
We're not friends, no.
Okay. Do you guys get along?
Now we do, yes.
Okay, but back then you didn't?
Somewhat, you could say.
Okay, do you know where Annie lived at the time?
Yes.
Was that 1805 Normandy Drive?
Yes.
Okay, so that address that is on Louis Rivera's driver's license is her address?
Correct.
All right. Now, you would agree with me that Sigfredo and Katie were constantly breaking up and getting back together?
Yes.
And at the time that you were pregnant, you stated that she and Sigfredo were in a serious separation, correct?
I don't remember.
You don't
If you have
remember?
it, I would like to see it.
All right, I'm referring to her deposition, page 16. Wait, hold on one second. Oh, sorry, page 14.
Okay.
Beginning at line 13.
Okay.
Has your memory been refreshed?
Yes, it has.
So at the time you were pregnant, she and Sigfredo were in a serious separation, correct?
Correct.
Now, your daughter was born, like you said, on June 27th?
27th, yes.
Now, you weren't immediately released from the hospital, isn't that true?
No.
How long did you stay in the hospital because you had complications with your birth?
About a week.
So you weren't released from the hospital with the baby until way into July. Not way into, but a week from June 27th.
Yes, before July 4th.
Okay. Now, one of the issues that you know that Katie had with Sigfredo, because you had described their relationship as toxic, right?
Yes.
Was his constant drinking.
Correct.
Okay. You're fully aware of how much alcohol Sigfredo Garcia would drink, right?
Yes.
And Katie did not approve of how much he would drink.
No.
She always drank in excess, right?
She or he?
He.
Oh, yes.
Yes. And it's not just alcohol that he would consume. He also did a lot of cocaine, right?
Correct.
All right. And there were times when Sigfredo would actually go binge drinking for days, and no one would know where he was.
Correct.
Including the mother of his kids.
Correct.
Now, Katie, as far as you knew, did not approve of the drug use either.
No.
Yep, Carrie B. You're right. Jody Arias did say, whoever did this will be sitting very pretty somewhere. If you thought it was me.
Drinking and the drugs not allowed around her.
Correct.
I was nowhere near Mesa. Did I tell you I got lost? Did I tell you I got stranded? My cell phone charger fell behind the seat.
And this is one of the reasons why she would constantly kick him out of the house, right?
To my knowledge.
Okay, because the alcohol and the cocaine, it also contributed to the fact that he wasn't around to help her with the kids, right?
Correct.
You knew of times when she would be calling and he would just not pick up the phone.
Yes, correct.
Okay? And also, he couldn't hold down a job.
I don't know that part.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you didn't know him to have a steady job like how Lewis had a steady job.
Yes.
Okay. Now, this second time, this serious separation that she had stated that she wanted nothing to do with him anymore, right?
I believe so, yes.
So he's out of the house. And when he and Katie were separated, that's when he started dating the stripper, Shrimp.
Correct.
All right. Now, she worked as a stripper and a pole dancer, right?
I don't know.
Okay. It's also, did you know she was also a prostitute?
From what I was told.
Okay.
Allegedly,
so this is another thing that Catherine, if he was staying with a prostitute, didn't want her kids around, right?
No.
No, she wouldn't want that.
No, like she's had her kids around, both of them.
No, understood. But if she's not around drugs, because Shrimp use drugs too, right?
Correct.
Okay, so you would agree with me that that would be another thing that she would be upset at if that was around her children.
Yes.
And she also talked to you about her relationship with her boss, Charlie, right?
Yes.
So you knew his name?
No, I didn't know his name until after.
Okay. And she talked to you about him, though, that she was dating this guy. It wasn't
Correct.
a secret. And around the time of your baby shower for your daughter, that was around February, March of 2014. Right?
I don't remember.
Okay. Would looking at your deposition refresh your recollection?
Sure.
I'm referring court and counsel to page 27 of her deposition. Your Honor, may I approach?
May.
Beginning at line 5.
Here?
Yes.
Okay, yes.
Have you ever remembered that?
Yes.
Okay, so it was around February, March. The baby shower.
It doesn't say that on there. It just says during my baby shower. I just
Okay.
don't remember what month it was.
Okay, so
About 8 years
around,
ago.
but we can agree that it's close to,
Correct.
you were showing at that time, right?
Yes.
All right. And she was over Tuto at that time, Sigfredo.
Yes.
And she actually said to you that she was seeing someone from work. Those are the words that she used.
No.
She didn't say that to you?
No.
Okay. Do you remember giving a deposition in this case?
Yes, I do.
Okay, I was present. Mr.
Yeah.
Post was present. Ms. Kappelman was pregnant. Was present. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm not jinxing you.
Was that intentional? Little levity for the jury?
She used.
No.
She didn't say that to you?
No.
Okay. Do you remember giving a deposition in this case?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
You know, if you can make the jury laugh, it's a huge plus, right? Psychologically. I don't know if it was intentional or not, but if it was a good sneaky lawyer trick.
Okay, I was present. Mr. Post was present. Ms. Kappelman was pregnant. Was present. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm not jinxing you.
I think it could have been. I think that could have been intentional. There was no... There were two iterations of the word present previous to saying Georgia Kappelman was pregnant. I think it's more likely that that was intentional than an accident, and it was well played. Tara Kawas did something good.
Are the words that she used?
No.
She didn't say that to you?
No.
Okay. Do you remember giving a deposition in this case?
Yes, I do.
Okay, I was present. Mr. Post was present. Ms. Kappelman was pregnant. Was present. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Let's do a poll on that, guys. Let's do a poll. Was that intentional?
I'm not jinxing you. A court reporter was present, and she was taking down everything that you said at the time, right?
Correct.
You swore to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, just
Correct.
like you did today?
Yes.
Okay.
Fucking...
Okay, so I'm going to start at, I want to give it context, but I don't want to. Okay, so I'm going to start at line 13. She was referring to Shrimp. Yes, he is never going to leave Shrimp alone. I'm over it. I'm kind of seeing someone. I said, that's nice. Who is it? She goes, someone I know from work. That was the first time I heard that someone I know from work.
Yes, but the way you're saying it to me, it was as if it was during the baby shower. And it wasn't.
Oh no, I'm just talking around that general time, not
It
exactly
wasn't during
at
that general time. It
So-
was further on. It was later on, after I had already my youngest daughter.
So you're saying you only knew that she was dating Charlie after you had the baby?
Yes.
So you didn't know
For
she
my
was
second address, correct.
Okay, so she wasn't dating Charlie to your knowledge at the
Have a vote on that poll, guys. And thanks so much, Riding Shotgun, for that 3 out of 10 on our goal. How long have we got left on this goal? 1 hour and 11 minutes to reach our goal. We know Christina disagrees, but yeah, just let's see what happens. Thanks, Ryden.
My knowledge, I did not know. No.
at the time of what you're testifying to today occurred in July.
In July, I did. See, this is what I'm trying to tell you. You're still on the baby shower. The baby shower happened way before I had my daughter.
Okay.
So after the baby shower, I had my daughter the new address. That's when she told me that she was dating someone from work.
Right, but you were at the old address when you say that she and Tuto came and dropped a package to your house.
Correct.
So she didn't tell you she was dating him until after that?
Yes.
Around the time that she actually broke up with him?
Correct.
Okay. Now, even though you knew, now, at some point too, didn't Sigfredo tell you that she left me for her boss?
Yes.
Okay. That she was with him and that she worked for him?
Correct.
Okay. Sigfredo also knew Charles's name, right?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Do you remember giving a statement, do you remember giving a statement to the police on October 2nd of 2016?
I remember them going to my job.
Not that one. The one after Lewis cooperated.
Refresh my memory. It's been so long.
Remember Detective Isom and and Agent Sanford came to your apartment the day after Catherine McMahon was arrested?
It was the house, not the apartment.
And,
Correct, yes.
and his sister was there with you. Remember that?
Don't remember.
Okay. Then they were in your house and they recorded your entire statement.
They went in, correct, yes.
Right.
It was my house. It wasn't an apartment.
Oh, okay.
Correct.
And pages 86 and you knew you were being recorded, right?
Yes.
Okay. You knew that the officers were there because they were investigating this case. You'd actually already told them that you would help Lewis at that point, right?
Help Lewis and how?
Providing information to Sherry Bennett the day before Katie was arrested. We're going to get to that.
I don't know who Sherry Bennett is.
The officer that called you on the phone.
Okay.
Okay. But that
Sherry Bennett was General Isom's replacement after his retirement.
happened before, but we're going to get to that, all right? But as it relates to this, you actually told the officers on page 86 to 87. And Investigator Isom said, did he ever say that it was the Charlie guy, Jessica Rodriguez? Yeah. He'll be like, pardon my language, Judge. He'll be like, fuck that Charlie ass N-word. Like, you know, he knew his name.
Can I speak now?
Yeah.
Okay. That was after I had found out that she was dating him. But the whole time prior, we always knew him as the dentist. At least to my knowledge, I knew him as the dentist.
Correct, but the statement that you gave to the detective was he knew his name.
Yes, after.
But I'm just asking if what you told the detective, not he knew his name after. They asked, did he know of Charlie? And you said, yes, he knew his name.
Yes.
Okay. Now, the way Katie, whenever she talked to you about Charles, she didn't talk to him like it was a serious relationship, right?
To my knowledge, we only spoke maybe once or twice about it.
But it wasn't anything serious, just casual.
It was quick. Tuto was outside.
Okay. So while Sigfredo is outside at your house, she talked to you inside about Charlie?
Yes.
When did that happen?
It was a play date, and he showed up. I think, I'm not sure if it was a play date. Let me correct that, because I don't want to say something that I don't remember. It was either a play date or they were super separated, and sometimes she would drop off the kids there and he would pick.
You think Jodi Arias looks like her attorney, Jennifer Wilmot? I mean, only if you, like, squashed Jodi down and pulled her out a bit. Maybe then.
Pick them up.
Oh, so your house was somewhat like a drop-off point, kind of.
Sometimes.
Even though they weren't together.
Correct.
This is at the old apartment?
No, at the house.
At the house. Okay, so there would be times that even though they weren't speaking, that they'd arrange to have a neutral place for Sigfredo to come and pick up the kids.
No, it's just wherever Tuto was at the moment, and he was always in my house.
Snippy Ash. That's actually quite good riding shotgun.
Okay, so, but you're saying that they were separated and then they would be at your house at the same time?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, you know Katie was working in the club scene in Miami, right?
Yes.
Okay. She had a job promoting liquors. You know about that?
Yes.
She was, and this was in 2014.
Don't remember.
Just for context, my stripper name would be, what would it be? Smokey Rogers. Smokey Rogers. Actually, I think we've got it wrong. This is how you come up with your name for being a blues man. Smokey Rogers.
Okay. Would showing your deposition refresh your recollection?
Great.
Page 36.
Yeah, if you'd like to support Smokey Rogers as either a bluesman or stripper, please buy Smokey Rogers a coffee on buymeacoffee.com /True Crime Metrix or Smokey Rogers. Yeah, fantastic. Thank you so much, guys. Fantastic way to support the channel. Looking good.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Lady Church is another good one. That could be like a sexy nun, like lingerie that's styled like a nun, right? A nun with a past.
Okay, yeah.
So she was doing these jobs in 2014, right?
Correct.
You actually saw her doing the jobs once at the liquor club, doing the liquor stuff, right?
No.
Did you ever see her working at the club?
No.
You never actually saw her, you never went out and saw her working at the club?
Not to my recollection, no.
Were you guys friends on Facebook?
Yes.
Did you see pictures of her posting when she would post that she was working?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Now, being a bottle girl in Miami, and I hate saying that, but you doing that kind of job in Miami, you know, you've lived there most of your life?
Yes.
Okay. And that is a job that you can make some cash in, right?
I wouldn't know. I've never worked one.
You've only done nails since you've been a teenager.
Correct.
All right. Now, let's talk about Luis Rivera.
Okay.
You were in a relationship with Luis Rivera for 9 years, correct?
Correct.
And he is the father of your youngest daughter.
Yes.
And you are still in a relationship in June to July of 2014 when they're saying that all of this stuff took place, right?
Yes.
Now I want to talk about his family. He's very close with all of his family members.
Yes.
3 brothers, 2 sisters.
Correct.
And he's very close with his mother, right?
Yes.
Takes good care of her.
Yes.
Gives her a lot of money.
I wouldn't know.
Okay. He doesn't give you money, right?
No.
Or never did?
At that moment, no.
No. Okay. And he's very close to his sister Maria, right?
He's close to all his siblings.
Okay. You wouldn't say that Maria is the one he is closest to? Or you haven't said that to me before?
I believe I have told you that.
Okay. You described her as Luis's confidant.
Not confidant, if that's how I described her. I don't remember during that period of time when I did the deposition with you.
Mm-hmm.
Confidant in the sense of holding his secrets and cheating, nothing else. Because there was a time where I had found out that he was cheating and she knew. That's what I mean by confidant.
Oh, okay. So that she would keep all the bad things that she knew would upset you from you.
No, she was just his sister, just like I am with mine. If she's cheating, I'm not gonna tell the world, hey, she's cheating.
Oh, okay. So if, for example, if you...
Hey, thanks for the coffees for Smokey Rogers riding shotgun. It's a good name, isn't it? That literally is, that is what it would be. Thank you, Ryden.
Wrong that you wouldn't have approved of, she's not going to tell on her brother, right?
Louis does everything wrong in front of whoever, so he doesn't keep secrets. Just.
But you didn't know about the murder he committed, though, right?
No, correct.
Okay, so he was good at keeping that from you.
Correct.
And you were very close to him, right?
Yes.
You had no idea that he went up on a trip in June, right?
Correct.
And you had no idea that he went and committed a murder in July.
Correct.
Of a father of 2 boys.
Correct.
Okay. Now, back in 2014, Louis worked full-time construction, right?
Yes.
But that wasn't his only source of income.
No.
Okay? He sold cocaine.
Yes.
Right? Now, I know Ms. Kappelman tried to make it seem like he's some drug lord from Colombia that is making millions of dollars, but that wasn't the nature of his operation, right?
No.
He's a low-level drug dealer.
Yes.
Okay? I mean, did he sell drugs in front of you?
Multiple occasions, yes.
Okay. Did he sell bricks of cocaine, or did he...
No.
No. Did he breaking it down to street-level sales?
Yeah.
Okay. And he not only did that, but he also robs drug dealers, right?
Yes.
And apart from that, because this is something that Ms. Kappelman left out, he was a Latin King gang member.
Yes.
All right? Ever since he was a teenager.
I don't know how long.
But you've known him for 9 years.
As 9 years, he was a Latin King from my knowledge of what I know. I don't know when he started.
Okay, but for the whole time you knew him, he was a member, right?
Correct.
He has a big tattoo across his stomach.
Yes.
saying that he's a Latin king, right?
Yes.
And as for his RICO case, that is what he pled guilty to, was racketeering and being a Latin king gang member.
Yes.
Now, the first time you ever heard about the murder of Dan Markel was when they arrested Sigfredo Garcia, right?
Correct.
Now, that was on May 25th of 2016, correct?
Yes.
Now, at that time, Luis is already in federal custody, right?
Yes.
And when Sigfredo was initially arrested for this murder, they didn't release to the media why or what the connection was yet, right?
I don't remember.
Okay. You didn't know yet that Luis was potentially involved. Once, when Sigfredo was arrested, they didn't initially mention Luis's involvement, right?
No.
That didn't happen until June 2nd, right?
I don't remember the dates.
But you do remember that police officers came to your job to talk to you in June, right?
Yes.
All right. On that day, you saw on the news that now Luis was implicated in this murder, right?
It was on the news prior to that when they came.
Okay, so you had already seen it on the news because you told the cops,
Yeah.
I know what you're there for. It's all over the news.
Correct.
Right? And if I told you that the date that you met with them was June 2nd, 2016, do you have any reason to believe that that's not the date?
If that's the date that they put, then they would know more than me.
Okay. And once that came out, before they even got there, you started researching.
What was it? Was it
everything
Peekaboo
online, right?
Kildare?
Yes.
That's a good
You
one
even
too. Peekaboo Kildare.
purchased a subscription to the Tallahassee demo.
Actually, I think can we change that one around? Kildare Peekaboo.
Correct.
Probably did.
That was the newspaper that was covering the story at the time, right?
I don't remember because I literally just purchased it a couple weeks ago. So if I purchased it at that time, I don't remember.
You don't remember, but would looking at your October 2nd statement to the detectives refresh your recollection?
Sure.
I'm referring to page 6. All right, I'm going to get back to that in 1 second because I don't think I have the correct page number. Okay, so the first time the detectives ever came to talk to you, like we discussed, was June 2nd of 2016. That's a week after Sigfredo was arrested, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, they didn't tell you that they were actually recording that conversation with you, right?
Not to my knowledge, I don't remember.
It's very tight with this poll, guys. Did Tara Kawaz make the jury laugh on purpose when she said Miss Kappelman was pregnant? So far, 53% are saying yes, sneaky lawyer trick, and 47% are saying no, it was accidental. What do you think? Let us know in the poll there. Be good to get an idea of what people are thinking.
Okay. And you don't remember, or?
I don't remember them telling me that they were recording or not recording.
Okay. And back then you told them, this is on June 2nd, you didn't know anything about this, right?
Correct.
You never told them about Katie and Sigfredo coming to your house with a package.
They never asked.
I understand, but you just testified on direct that the only time that Katie and Sigfredo ever came to your house to deliver a package was one time, right?
Yes.
You knew at this time that there was some involvement with Sigfredo and Luis, right? And they were asking you about Katie.
I don't remember.
You don't remember if they specifically said that they were down there or that they were asking you about Katie's involvement?
I don't remember, to be honest with you. It's been so long. But if you have something that states that I said it or said anything, then I would really like to see it.
Oh, you would like to see it? Okay.
Yeah, so I could refresh my memory. It's been 8 years.
This is on page 4.
Hey, Nicole E. Nice to see you again.
Yes.
Yeah, she's snoozing right into the mic.
What's the date of the statement, Ms. Claus?
Pardon me? The date?
Yes.
June 2nd. June 6th. No, wait, no, June 2nd. This is a recorded statement. I signed, and I provided transcripts in.
Okay, I'm with you.
They didn't ask me.
They didn't ask you, but you even offered that you know Sigfredo Garcia, Luis Rivera, and his wife, right?
Yes.
So you knew that they weren't asking you about what you knew about Katie, Sigfredo, and Luis.
I told them that I knew all three of them, obviously.
All right, but my question to you is you never mentioned in June anything about that one time that stood out to you where Katie comes to your house with Sigfredo and they drop off a package. You never said that.
No, because it never stood out to me until my mind got recollected of the events.
And we'll get to that in a second. You did tell them that Sigfredo was the one who paid for Katie's implants, right?
To my knowledge, that's what I knew. That's what she told me.
Okay, and you also told them that Luis paid for the bike by selling his car and taking out money from his 401k.
That's what he told me, yes.
Okay, he lied to you.
Apparently so.
Okay. He told you that now these detectives told you what they were investigating, and you said, I've read all about it online.
Correct.
Okay? And you said, I don't know anything.
Correct.
You do remember seeing a probable cause affidavit later on released for Katie, right? In the media.
Yes.
A 24-page document detailing how she was supposedly involved in this, right?
Correct.
Okay? It was over 20 pages long, right?
Yes.
And these warrants, or unsigned warrants, were, even though they were released to the media, okay, this was way before, months before Katie was arrested on October 1st, right?
It's been so long, I guess, yes.
Yeah, but you never contacted those detectives, even though you read all of that, to say, hey, listen, I remember this weird thing that happened with Katie.
Why would I contact them?
To give them information about what you know about this case.
I didn't know anything about the case. So how did I know at that moment that that was that? So rephrase yourself, because I'm not understanding the question.
I think the timeline is going to help with the jury of how it is that your memory was jogged about that meeting. Okay?
Yes.
Now, you previously stated that you broke off your relationship with Luis when he was arrested in May of 2015, right? For the RICO case.
After, yes.
After. And you still referred to him as your husband, though?
No.
You never did?
At that time I did, but after that, no.
Okay. But at the time, even though you're not married, you refer to him as your husband, right?
Correct.
And you actually referred to him as your husband all the way up until the day
So,
that he cut the deal with the state.
If you have something that says that I've been referring to him as that.
Like his emails? From federal...
Sure, if you have it, but...
And
that's fucking
you
wild.
actually went and visited Luis in the federal detention facility in Coleman, Florida, after all the media came out and before you he cooperated, right?
Correct.
Okay, so you guys went and you went and met with him, and at this time you already know everything's been released in the media, right?
Correct.
All right. Now let's talk about the September interview that you gave to the police, okay? This would be September 30th, all right? That is the day that Luis Rivera is cooperating or beginning to cooperate. Well, not really beginning, but is giving a statement to the state attorney's office about his involvement in this case, all right? September 30th, the day before Katie is arrested. Now, when you get this phone call, you already knew that Luis was cooperating because you were expecting this phone call, right?
I don't remember.
So if we were to play the call with Sherry Bennett and you said, I was expecting your call.
Yeah, you're losing us, Kawas. You fucking, you're not keeping pace. Jessica Rodriguez is sensing all your little tactics and is not biting. You're embarrassing yourself. You're boring the jury. And you did that one little good lawyer trick by saying Miss Kaplan was pregnant, and now you've put them all to sleep again.
Would you accept my representation? Or?
If you have it recorded, then yes. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I could play it, but...
Yeah, fantastic members.
Now,
let's see how many members we've got at the moment in the True Crime
Sherry
Metrix.
Bennett, who is the one that's doing the interview on
Fantastic
the phone.
members.
You spoke to his lawyer already, right? That's Chuck Collins?
Yes.
Okay. Now, that conversation between you and Chuck Collins, not recorded, right?
You know what, guys? I think I got to get some, what do you call it? Wireless earbud headphones tomorrow. Are those good? Because I just have this cable, and it makes this fucking noise. Like, it's so annoying. If I just move the cable, then it goes away, and then it comes back. It's a fucker. Yeah. Hey, someone send me a link to good wireless earphones or buds, whatever they're called. Are they comfortable? Because well, if anyone knows of any, I don't want to spend $1 million, but if there's a good one, let us know in the comments.
I don't know.
All right. And after that, and the conversation after you've spoken to his lawyer, after you've spoken to Luis, is they're going to call you and record this conversation and take an interview with you on September 30th, the same day that Luis is cooperating, right?
To my knowledge, yes.
Okay. And in that, now this is the first time, the day before Katie's arrested, that you've ever mentioned to law enforcement that you remember this meeting or this time when Katie came to your house with Tuto and that they dropped off the package.
Correct.
That's the first time ever.
Yes.
Okay. And right before the call takes place, you even had a conversation with Monica Jordan, right? That's Chuck Collins' investigator.
I believe so.
And she called you and said, specifically asked you if you remember anything about a drug transaction.
I don't remember. So if you have it written so I could recall, then that would be great.
I'll show you your deposition, page 122. You're on an airport?
Yes.
$48 members, guys, on the YouTubes. Fantastic YouTubes members. 48 total members. Yeah. And 8 cancellations in the last 31 days. Well, they'll be back. People come and go, People come and go. They go, and then they remember what they lost, and then they come back. It does happen. I've seen it happen. Yeah, if you want to, there's a link in the description if you want to be a fantastic member. with all the fantastic Metrix benefits that are included there.
So before the call, his legal team calls you and says to you, he's looking at the death penalty and other people are involved, right?
Yes.
That they asked you with a leading question almost, did they ever do a money transaction? And you told them yes, right?
Correct.
And then they asked you between Tuto and Katie, and you said yes.
Correct.
It's not a situation where they came to you and say, hey, do you remember anything?
No.
They also wanted you to talk to Lewis about getting him to cooperate, right?
Yes.
All right? They actually allowed you to talk to Lewis on September 30th on one of the officers' cell phones.
I believe so, yes.
To have a conversation with you so you could talk him into cooperating, right?
I believe so, yes.
And at this time, you believed that from everything that was in the media, that Katie and Sigfredo had something to do with this, right?
I mean, I don't think a brain scientist would know.
But this is, of course, only what you've read online. I mean,
Online,
they
correct.
painted Lewis a certain way, and you lived with him day to day, and you had no idea about that side of Lewis, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, let's talk about what you told them on that September 30th meeting, because you actually told them that Katie and Sigfredo left the house before Lewis got home.
If that's what I told them.
That's what you told them. Okay? You also said that when Katie came into the house, that Katie had said, Sigfredo just picked me up. Right?
I don't remember, so if it's there, then I said it.
And most importantly, you told them that this incident happened in August or September of 2014.
Yes, because I had my dates wrong then. Yes, correct.
You had the dates wrong then, but they're correct now?
Well, I had just moved, so...
Yeah, I just looked those up, Amy. 279 euros? Yeah, I'm gonna pass. Fucking hell. That's terrible. I can't believe that. For a pair of fucking little wireless headphones that are probably gonna get lost? 279 euros. Can you imagine that? No. On general principle. Yeah, I'm thinking maybe 30 bucks. 30 bucks? 40 bucks. Maximum.
So when that happened, it was in the old apartment. And a couple weeks after that, I moved to the new apartment because we were in the process of getting evicted.
But you understand, though, that your memory doesn't get better with time, right?
It doesn't get better with time and
Well,
the
check
dates,
it.
but
Well,
once I
thank
set
you, Amy, for gifting 5 memberships to Noel Paplos. Noel Paplos. Harley D. Ah, fantastic. Yeah, Harley D missed the show yesterday because he was out doing karaoke. And you know what he was singing? Guns N' Roses. And there's that line, isn't there? There's that line from Sweet Child of Mine where it says, she's got eyes like the bluest skies. And can you imagine how Wendi Adelson feels when she listens to Axl Rose singing that one line? She's got eyes like the bluest skies. She thinks it's about her, right? Of course she does. And Melissa Enzfeiler. Welcome, Melissa Enzfeiler. DJ Miller. DJ Miller's back with a fantastic True Crime Metrix membership, and Sun Lotus. Sitting in the lotus position in the sun. What could be better? Well, now you can do it with a fabulous True Crime Metrix membership. Thank you, Amy, for gifting 5 new memberships.
Something I said it, like, the truth is the truth.
Exactly.
You're going to always remember the truth.
You remember the truth. You can't remember a lie.
Correct.
Okay. And you actually said at least 2 months after my daughter was born is when this incident happened. That's what you told the detectives.
Correct.
Okay. Now, after this, the very next day after you talk to the police and after Lewis cooperates with the police, Katie is put in handcuffs, right?
I believe so, yes.
All right. All over the news everywhere. Good Morning America, NBC, another arrest made in the Dan Markel case, right?
Yes.
And now, after it's all out there, the very next day, they come to take that October 2nd interview from you. This is when they come to the house and they sit down and they record this conversation. Isn't it true that at this meeting, Maria said, I want to talk to the detectives too? She's there on the recording.
You just refreshed my memory because I didn't even remember her being.
Yeah, it's okay, guys. I'm just going to go to the store tomorrow and see what they got. But you know what? I don't know. You know how some of them have like a hard thing that you put in your ear, and some of them have the spongy. I need the spongy. I don't want to put a fucking hard thing in my ear. I don't understand. That just looks really uncomfortable. The spongy. That's where we want to be. I'm sure we can find something within price range. That's not that important anyway. I mean, I can just unplug the headphones, but then I think maybe the feedback comes into the mic. It's okay. We'll I just wondered if someone said, "Hey, get the JBL X210 or get the Bose C192 or something." But no. I'll just go and have a look what they got.
There, but yeah.
And you told them about a time that you remembered when Lewis left for a few days with Tuto, right?
Correct.
And that when Lewis came back, he was upset, right?
Yes.
Crying in his sleep.
Yes.
Screaming in his sleep.
Correct.
Like he probably did something that traumatized him, right?
He always fidgeted in his sleep.
Okay. Now, this time when you talk about this incident where Katie comes and drops off, this is now 48 hours after you've already spoken to Sherry Bennett, right? You told them that Lewis was at work when Sigfredo came over.
To my knowledge at that moment, yes.
Okay. And you described the package as Publix bags tied up, right?
Correct.
A brick. And then you told them that you told the detectives again that Katie did not know what was in the bag.
I don't remember. So if I said it,
I mean, I can show it to you. You want me to show it to you?
Sure, if it's written down, then yeah.
Okay, so we're going to do the October 2nd statement, page 34, lines 3 to 8. You're on the envelope?
Right.
Page 34, lines 1 through 8.
Object to improper impeachment, Your Honor. I don't think it's inconsistent.
I'm not impeaching her, I'm refreshing.
Oh.
Correct.
So you told the detectives that Katie said, she goes, oh, I don't know. You know they're stupid. I don't know what, and she's holding the baby. That's
yes, when I asked her, what are they doing? Correct.
Okay. You described it as being 12 by 8, correct? The size of the...
Yeah.
A tight, almost like, that's a perfect word, a brick. right?
Yes.
Did it feel heavy like a brick?
I never touched it.
You never touched it?
Not that I recall.
He didn't hand it to you?
No, he went to the room, if I recall.
Who did? Sigfredo?
Sigfredo, yes.
Okay. He did always have the package in his hand?
I believe so.
Okay, and went
To
and
my
put it
knowledge.
in your bedroom?
In my bedroom, yes.
Okay. And on that date, too, on October 2nd, you actually told Detective Isom and Agent Sanford that on the occasion in August or September, that Katie and Sigfredo left before Lewis got there.
I said they flew.
Do you want to
I
look at
didn't
what you
say
said?
in specific that I
Hey, Laura. How you doing? Good to see you, Laura.
remember. I could be wrong, but my recollection was that they flew.
Ah.
Like,
JBL headphones are great. I can't buy Apple. I lose too often. Yeah. You see, I always liked the idea of this is why I've never had wireless ones. I was just like, well, I'm just going to lose them. You know, the whole thing about the wire is that it keeps them attached to my head. There's just this crackle. I guess there's no crackle with wireless. And to be honest, I only use headphones in the studio. So if they do fall out of my ears, well, they'll probably just be on the floor.
in and out.
You remember giving a statement on October 2nd to the police officers in this case, right?
Yes.
And you knew that you had to tell them the truth, because if you didn't, you'd be committing a crime.
Correct.
All right? And Court and Counsel, October 2nd, page 34, lines 11 to 13. He calls Lewis and tells him, yo, I just came to your house and I dropped it off with Jessica. Like literally within 15 minutes, they left.
Correct. That's what I said, that they flew.
Okay. But in other words, they were not there when Lewis got to the house. That's what you
Yes.
told them.
If you keep on reading, as I remember that I told the detective, when he called them, Tato said, don't leave her with it. So he never got a chance to literally hand it to me, for me to even search it, for me to even look, because Tato came flying from wherever he was at, and they spoke, she watched the baby, and then they left.
Yes, but you're saying that now. I'm saying back then.
Has anyone seen Made in Manhattan? Doesn't Jessica talk exactly like Jennifer Lopez in Made in Manhattan?
In 2016, you told them twice that Katie and Tuto were not at the house when Lewis got there.
I'm pretty sure I said...
I'd show a clip, but J-Lo's people would probably be sending me a very angry letter the next day.
what I said now as well. I said the whole story. So if you're going to read part of it, then read the rest of it so I could get the knowledge more, but I'm pretty sure that that's what I said. That he didn't want me.
It is 6. It's actually 6:13 a.m. Sun will be coming up soon. Yeah, we'll be warm enough by that. I'm just finishing this coffee. I really should just throw this away. This is just making me feel very sick. And you know, yeah. Water with gas. That's what I should be having. Yeah, no, what was I saying? Yeah, no, fantastic. Support the channel on buymeacoffee.com. Great way to support the channel. Thank you so much, guys. I think, you know, we're just going to let this Tara Kawas finish. Then we're going to have Georgia's redirect, because I need, that's going to bring some energy back, you know. This is dragging through Tara Kawas, and then we're going to read Wendy's book, maybe 1 chapter, maybe 2. And then we'll close out for the night, but I have been promising to read this for a while. Like I said, I am going to put this out as a straight audiobook. I think it's important to give people the option to absorb whatever the fuck is in this. It is the worst thing I've ever read. It's a joke. It's a joke. The amount of errors, the amount of basic errors. This would not be a passing grade for a fourth grade English test. It's shocking. It's shocking. Soap could write a better book than this. It's, oh my God. And it's not just a shit story. The amount of technical errors, format errors, punctuation, grammar, tense shifts. There's a point in chapter 2 where she starts off writing in the first person protagonist, and then it switches to a third person narrative. Right? What the fuck? And I read that bit twice just to check. Maybe this is like some style of writing to show. Sometimes that happens. Has anyone read A Million Little Pieces? That's a good book by James Frey, and there's no punctuation in that book at all. At all. It's just lines of text, dialogue, without any punctuation. But he's doing it on purpose to demonstrate a point, and it actually really works. This is just a clumsy accident. It's unbelievable. The fact that an educational institution like Florida State adopted this to give to these freshmen that are entering into the world of, advanced further education. It's a joke. It's a joke. And you know what I was thinking? I can't imagine that when they were courting and dating and Jeff found out that Wendi had written this, I think he would have picked it right up and, read it over a weekend. Because he was into her and, he's a scholarly kind of guy. And I would just love to know what was going on in his mind when he read it. And also what he said to Wendi about it, right? I'd just love to know that. I think if I get the opportunity to meet with Jeff and take him out for a meal, I will ask him about the book. I would really like to know his thoughts. Soap merch. That's a good idea. Soap merch. Let's put it on the list. Soap merch. You hear that, Soap? Yeah, what can we come up with for that?
Second statement, okay? 2016, right? Did you review this before you testified in court today?
No.
Okay. So, starting on page 34, he calls Lewis and he tells him, yo, I just came to your house and I dropped it off with Jessica. Like literally, within 15 minutes, they left, and 15 minutes, like this guy flew.
That's what I just read with you.
Correct.
Okay.
So am I missing something when you say within 15 minutes, they left, and 15 minutes, like this guy flew?
Okay, and what's after that?
I don't know if he didn't want me to see what was in the bag. And he knows that if that bag was left with me, I'm very nosy. So I like to tend to see what comes inside my house. I used to throw away a lot of his drugs when I didn't want them in my house. And I would get mad. You're not going to put me in a predicament. So 15 minutes, he came, grabbed the bag, and I said, well, what the F is in your bag? He goes, none of your business, none of your business. You're always asking questions. And I was like, whatever. We argued. You never, he left.
Correct.
Okay. You didn't say he left with Katie and Tuto. That's not what you said, right?
No, correct.
And you said previously, as I read in plain English, like literally within 15 minutes, they left.
They flew, correct.
No, that's not what you said. They left, and 15 minutes, it's the same sentence.
Yeah.
Like this guy flew. In other words, Rivera flew to the house.
Yes.
But you clearly said to the detectives back then that Katie and Sigfredo were not there. They left.
That's what I wrote, but I don't remember it being like that. Like I said,
You'd agree with me?
Knowledge. Yeah, that's what I said.
Okay,
Correct.
and a recording is something that's much better, obviously, than someone's memory, right?
Correct.
Because if it's on the recording, we can listen to ourselves what you say and don't have to rely on your memory.
Correct.
Because this is now, that's 2016, this is almost 6 years since you gave that statement, right?
Yes.
And this is the first time that you're testifying in front of anybody about this case.
Correct.
Okay? You actually didn't want to come here today, isn't that true?
Correct.
Okay, you said you want nothing more to do with this case, right?
Correct.
And the state had to force you to come in here.
No, they didn't force me.
Okay, did they explain to you that if you didn't come in and testify that you could be subject to contempt of court?
Correct.
Okay. And what happens if you're found in contempt of court, to your knowledge?
I get put in jail, I don't know, until the trial finishes.
Yeah. Okay. Now, Lewis didn't give you a bunch of cash, right?
No.
Never received any money from him,
Not
right?
to my knowledge.
No. And it wouldn't be smart, for example, like I know Ms. Kappelman said that, he had a bank account and all his legit money went into that bank account from his job, right?
Correct.
Okay, he wouldn't put all of his drug money into the bank, right?
I don't know what he did with his money.
It'd be stupid, though, to put
Correct,
your money in
yes.
the bank because there's a paper trail, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the murder happens in 2014.
Yeah, that's
You
it.
and Katie remain friends of...
Thanks, Riding Shotgun. Resident sound controlist. Obviously, with headphones.
Until Lewis is arrested. And that's the time when she and Sigfredo reconcile in May of 2015, right?
Yes.
And during that time, Katie never said anything to you that would indicate that she was involved or knew anything about a homicide in Tallahassee, right?
No.
Just like how she was, not in a relationship, but she's the mother of Sigfredo's kids. You are the mother of Lewis's kids, right?
Yes.
He kept things from you, right?
Correct.
Okay. He probably kept things from her, right?
Correct.
Okay. And it's been said before, Katie says something and Sigfredo jumps, right?
Yes.
Okay. But if she said stop doing cocaine, that really didn't work, did it?
I mean, the more he would do drugs, it was always when they were broken up.
Right, but the reason they broke up was because of his infidelity, drug use, and alcohol use, right?
No.
Why'd they break up?
I don't know why they broke up. It was, if she didn't get her way in one thing one day, it's over, she'll kick him out.
So like,
or if he was on drugs, then she felt like arguing, it's over, she'll kick him out. So it was really, I can't say what they broke up for.
No, but you just brought up a point. One of the issues was she didn't want him to do drugs, right?
Correct.
But if she said stop doing drugs, he didn't listen to her.
He would listen at times.
He did at times, but he'd always fall back into it, right?
Yes, whenever she would kick him out the house.
And they didn't get back together until Sigfredo straightened up his act. That's how they got back together.
They're trying to paint Katie Bagbanower as this pillar of good parenting. He's on drugs again. Kick him out. Kick him out. Don't want it around the kids. Don't want strippers around the kids.
I don't know.
All right. Now, even though you were together with Lewis all for the entire year up until he gets arrested, you had no idea that he committed a murder, right?
Correct.
Okay? He kept that completely from you.
Yes.
Because he knows that if you know anything, you could be in trouble.
Yeah, correct.
And you told Lewis that you were glad that he never involved you, right?
Yes.
And he actually told you, I would never do that. You're the mother of my kids. I would never put you in that situation.
Correct.
And you're pretty smart, Jessica, right?
Yeah, I'm smart.
Yeah. And you have what we call street smarts, right?
Correct.
Okay, you've got your wits about you, right?
Yes.
So, like you said before, you're nosy.
Whatever comes in my house, yeah.
And it's because you know you can't trust Lewis 100%, so you have to kind of be on your P's and Q's. You said you had to flush drugs once that he brought into your house, right?
Yeah.
But even though you knew about all of that, Latin King gang member, all of these things, you had no idea that he was involved in this murder.
Correct.
Okay? You even had no idea that he was cheating on you that entire time until you heard the wiretaps.
All right, there's no
Federal police,
content
right?
here. I'm skipping to Georgia.
Was that to...
And I miss him because of my daughter, but if I wrote it, it's there. Yes.
Okay.
Do I remember it? No.
You want to take a look or you don't need to?
No, you have it on black and white.
Oh, hang on. They read out one of her letters to Lewis in jail.
In terms of ability to communicate, because they actually have email, right?
Correct.
We don't have email in state or local facilities. But
Yes,
in
they do.
federal, you can actually email with the inmates, right?
Yeah, state as well. Yes.
Okay. Oh, they do that now in state?
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know. Now,
Well, they
your
do that now
email
in
address
state?
back then when you were communicating with Lewis in June of 2016, okay? This is around the time that everyone's getting arrested. It was siennanegron1020@gmail.com, right?
Correct.
Yes?
Yes.
And you were using that email to communicate with Lewis at the time, right?
Correct.
Now, like we discussed, June 2nd is the date that these detectives came to see you, right?
Yes.
And it already had been out into the media that he was involved in this thing, in this homicide, right?
Correct.
Isn't it true that you told him, I want you to understand me real good, no matter what. I got your back, front, left, right, completely, no matter what. Just know that my actions as of today will be to bring you home. Do you hear me? You are my family.
It's kind of wordy. It's kind of wordy to write to someone who can't spell their own name.
Ever think otherwise, keep your faith in God always, and keep that crown firmly placed on your head.
If I wrote it, I always write, I love you crap whenever I'm drinking and I miss him because of my daughter, but if I wrote it, it's there. Yes.
Okay. You want
Do I remember it? No.
You want to take a look or you don't need to?
No, you have it on black and white.
Okay. No further questions.
Direct.
And you do have his back, right?
Yes.
I mean, he's your child's father.
Correct.
Are you together as we sit here today?
No.
Are you planning on resuming your marriage or your relationship upon his release?
Definitely not.
Okay. But he will always be the father of your children.
Correct.
And you do care what happens to him.
Yes, I do.
Are you willing to lie under oath for him?
No.
All right. Did you know that the package delivery that we've been talking about was important before the cops came to you and asked about the package delivery?
No.
Did you know that the package delivery had anything to do with this murder before
Not
the
at all.
cops came and asked you?
No, not at all.
All right. So when you went to Coleman Prison and met with Luis Rivera, did you encourage him to cooperate in this case?
I don't think so.
Did you encourage him to work with the police, to tell what he knew, to try to make a deal, anything like that?
No.
So you didn't get involved in any of that?
No.
All right. Did anybody tell you, did I or anybody tell you what it was you should say here today?
No, not at all.
And in determining what date the package delivery business occurred, you mentioned that you got it wrong first. Was there something you had to go back and check on to try to figure out what date the thing occurred?
No, just my thoughts and myself to remember.
Okay, and you mentioned something about a moving your residences. Was that something that helped you figure out when this occurred?
Yes.
Okay, because you do know which address this happened at, right?
Correct.
And that was that 135th Street address, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then shortly after that, did you move somewhere else?
Yes.
Was that to the house that you talked about?
Correct.
Okay, and that's the house where you figured out that the dentist was involved in all that stuff?
Yes.
Okay. Why didn't Luis Rivera want them to leave the package with you?
Because it was money. Apparently now I found out it was money, so I would have left.
You would have taken the money?
I would have taken the money and left. No questions asked.
All right, but you didn't get a chance to look in the bag?
No.
All right, was it unusual for Catherine Magbanua, did you assume that it was drugs in the bag?
Yes.
And would it have been unusual for Catherine Magbanua to be involved with something like that?
Exactly. Yes.
Is that why you asked her what's in the bag?
Correct.
And that's because she specifically acknowledged the bag and seemed interested in what was happening with the bag, right?
Yes.
And that was weird.
Objection, leading.
Correct.
All right, these are leading questions. Let's keep that in mind, please.
Was it weird that she seemed interested in what happened with a bag of drugs?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Was it a situation where Catherine Magbanua was asking what's in the bag, or you were asking what's in the bag?
I asked her what was in the bag.
Okay, and she said, I don't know.
Correct.
So that's what she told you?
Yes.
But she didn't ask what was in the bag?
No.
No further questions?
All right, we can release the witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you're free to go then. Thank you. Okay, we're going to take our break now.
Okay, they're going to take a break, and we're going to go to the book, I guess. What time is it? 4 hours 30. We got time. But I can take these goddamn headphones off. Well, now it feels like I'm not even broadcasting it. There's something about wearing headphones that makes you feel like you're at work. Oh man, it is a little dark in here. Okay, Wendi Adelson, this is Our Story, Chapter 1. Rosa Hernandez. Querida Diary. Lo siento. Sorry that I haven't written for a few days. I've been busy with school and chores. Seems like there is always work to do, but I guess things are no busier than they've been since my dad died. I guess you could say it's been a hard time for us, but it feels like it's always been the way it is, which is okay. We get by. Sometimes I really, really miss my papi. I miss the way he used to call me princesa and give me big, big hugs when he came home from work, always with his arms full of fresh pumpkin in the fall. And Mammy would make it into the most delicious pumpkin empanadas. My favorite. In the spring, he'd come straight from the fields, fists full of fresh corn for the choclo empanadas that I love. I know Mammy misses him too, but she doesn't talk about him much. None of us do. I'm glad that I can write about him to you. I think about him. I worry that I am starting to forget. Yesterday I was trying to remember the lines around his mouth when he laughed and the crinkles around his eyes when he smiled, and I couldn't. I was trying to remember what his voice sounded like, and I couldn't. It made me sad. I was only 12 when he died, and Maria is so little that she remembers even less. I'm grateful that I came first and that I got to have more time with Papi than Maria did. I started school again. I am in grade 8. I really love school, but Mummy says I may not be able to go for much longer. The fees are really expensive, and I know Mummy has to work. And now Mummy has to work and Papi isn't around, I may have to work as well. I love school more than anything, and I can't imagine leaving. I understand, though, and I'll do what I have to do to help Mummy and Maria. It's hard to figure out what I'll miss most. I have a literature teacher this year Senora Martinez, and she is the best. She is tall and fair-skinned and looks like a Yankee from one of those American movies. We read stories and poems, and my friend Anna and I like to read the stories out loud after school and make up voices for the characters. Anna does a great Yankee voice. She puts together the accent from all of the tourists she has overheard by the church in the main square and can imitate them well. Hola, ¿cómo estás? That's how it's spelled. She drawls. Anna is really funny. She makes me laugh for hours, sometimes until it makes my stomach hurt, but in that really good way. I hope that Anna and I will be friends forever, and that one day we will live in houses with lots of bedrooms for all of our children right next door to each other. I will really miss Anna if I have to leave school. Anna is my best friend, so I'm sure she'll share her books with me, and then maybe I could learn the rest of what I need to learn to be a writer or a teacher from her. When Maria is old enough, maybe she could take on an extra job and I could go back to school. All this talk is silly for now, because I may not have to stop school at all. Much has happened since last I wrote. I met a really special woman. I first saw her around town, and then Mummy invited her into our house. She wears beautiful suits in dark colors with shiny cloth, like she is a businesswoman, or like she's trying to be elected for a position in politics, like the president's wife, Cristina Fernandez de Kirchner. She has the biggest, most sparkly diamond ring I have ever seen. She has long, straight, thick, and shiny black hair that she wears pinned up in a fancy pile on her head. She's also from Jujuy, although she probably hasn't lived here in a while because her Spanish sounds different than mine. More cultured, which I bet is because she speaks English instead of Spanish most of the time. Anyway, this woman, Senora Cuenca, came to my house and talked to my mom and sister and me about how she became successful. She said that through hard work and dedication, she went to school, graduated from university, and then got another degree in business, which is like being the smartest business person ever. And now she runs her own restaurant in Miami, which is in Florida, which is in the United States. She said that she will pick 2 girls from Jujuy to come to the United States with her to learn the restaurant business and to live with her in her house. We would also attend school in the U.S. Mami is excited for me to win as well because Senora Cuenca told her that I could earn up to $400 per week working at her restaurant and helping her around the house. Mami couldn't believe that I could earn that much money, but Senora Cuenca gave her $5 in American money just to show her that it wasn't a big deal to her. Can you believe it? $400 per week is more than 10 times what Pappy used to make each week in the fields, even including his work on the side making leather belts. Mami could afford to send Maria and me to school for as long as we wanted with money like that. Anna and I are so excited, and we are doing everything we can to be picked. We have been watching American movies and practicing English every chance we get. Anna and I are excited about so many things about America. It is hard to know where to start. From the movies, it looks like American schools don't have mandatory uniforms, so I could wear any color I like. I am going to wear nothing but purple. Oh, I hope the other kids will like Anna and me, and that we'll make lots of friends. Dios mío, I'm so excited. Rosita, ven ya la cena. Luz, Rosa's mom, called from the outside, telling her to come and make dinner. As she wrestled Maria out of her dirty clothes and forced her into the makeshift shower, mi voy, me voy, Rosa called to her mom, trying dutifully to disguise her frustration at being dragged away from her writing. Sorry, diary. I have to go and make dinner. Good night, Rosa. End of chapter 1. Are we still on? Oh, we should have put up an image. We should have put up an image. Let's put up an image. Do we have an image? What image could we put up? The book, I guess. Well, it doesn't matter. Chapter 2. Mila Goulet. Yeah, I'll have the dumplings, the 20-something tourist said, gesturing at the laminated menu to the picture of the meat-filled ones. My guidebook says you gotta eat dumplings when in Bratislava. His friends agreed, their 6 collective eyes glancing up and down all over me. I smiled back as sweetly and authentically as I could muster, and for what felt like the 57th time that day, I agreed. Yes, the dumplings are a must-have in my city or anywhere in Slovakia, really. You will love them. I winked, hoping he was convinced. Great, we'll have 3 plates of dumplings and 3 waters, said Mr. Faded Blue Jeans. His shaggy-haired friend added, and a side order of you. Not so under his breath, hoping to elicit a laugh from his unwashed crew. Thankfully, one of his pals took a look at my reaction, punched his buddy in the leg, and told him to knock it off. Sparkling or still? I asked, already imagining the very small tip from the inexpensive meal shared by the Canadian travellers who had cleverly stitched their national flag into their knapsacks so as not to be mistaken for their less popular neighbours to the south. Who knows, perhaps they were American. Oh, we'll just drink from the tap, said the appointed spokesperson, leaning back to the point of almost tipping over in his straight-backed chair, and pleased with himself at this deal of a meal he seemed to have scored. We don't recommend drinking the water, I informed Mr. Jeans and his ogling friends, mentally pawing at me. Half enjoying the attention if it meant a bigger tip, and half disgusted by their lack of tact. Well, we don't recommend paying for water where we come from. We'll take tap. I nodded and smiled again as sweetly as I could, enjoying the idea of the cramps and diarrhea that likely awaited this cocky group of young men. I'll have your dumplings and water ready in 1 jiffy, I called to the group over my shoulder as I balanced and raised the tray of empty wine glasses and walked away. The group laughed. Hey, waitress, Mr. Blue Jeans' friend called out, emboldened by his friends. It's a jiffy, not 1 jiffy, they laughed out loud. Shook their heads at my inability to speak their language perfectly, clearly starved for the entertainment. I went to the back to put in their order, annoyed by their corrections. I'd like to see those boys speak a few different languages and pick up English from movies and the excerpted conversations of tourists. Accepted. I sighed, wishing I were stronger by now, more used to the minor insults of strangers. Reaching down to rub the scar on my left calf that mysteriously seemed to burn whenever I got angry, I thought of my dad. The scar was a reminder of the presents for my 8th birthday, when my dad felt guilty enough to come round and visit my mom and me, and to bring me a doll, something I had long outgrown by that age. It was winter, and he took me ice skating. He held my red-mitten hand in his rough paw, rubbed raw and resistant to cold. We went so fast on the ice that day, I thought we could fly. And then he dropped my hand, and I sailed to the ground, and another skater slid over my leg, cutting a deep gash in my calf with his skate. My dad refused to help me up, and I lay there for a good while, shocked and in pain, stunned that he wouldn't help me up. Instead, he skated to the side of the pond, waiting for me to come to him. I eventually did. What seemed like hours later in the mind of a wounded 8-year-old, and Dad told me that he dropped me on purpose to teach me a lesson, that I could only really count on myself. Dad made good on his lesson and never came round much again, maybe once or twice over the last 9 years. Every birthday since then, I wonder if he'll come around again. This December 24th... every birthday since then, I wonder if he'll come round again. This December 24th. I picture him showing up with great background music playing, and we live in a big, beautiful house like the ones in those Home Alone movies. And he looks so handsome, like Brad Pitt, when he's making the eggnog. And he says he's sorry for not being around so much. And we all laugh and hug and sing songs about the snow. We wear brand new bulky Christmas sweaters with moose and deer prints on them in red, cream, and green. But Dad never comes around, not for my birthday or Christmas Day or any time really. And maybe it's best, because my mother and I, are probably better off without him. And anyway, those sweaters hide my figure, which means fewer tips. "Waitress, waitress, I hear you, I come," I replied, hands burning from the plate of hot dumplings. "Oh, I'll make you come," retorted one of the sweat-shirted jokers, not so under his breath, exploding with his own lame joke, exchanging high-fives and backslaps with his buddies. Again, one of the boys noticed my expression and told his friend he was not cool, his gaze down in embarrassment. "Anything else I can take for you?" I asked, trying to hide my exasperation. They shook their heads, barely attempting to muffle their laughter, and I returned to the kitchen. "Mom, I swear, this job makes me crazy sometimes," I complained over my shoulder to my mother as I washed my sore hands with cold water from the sink. "Patience, Mila. This is what we do." "Might as well stop complaining," replied my mother, tiredly. My mother, Adela, is precisely 20 years my senior, 37 now, but she looks even older than that. This August marks her 20th anniversary working at the same restaurant in Bratislava. On occasion, she will likely not acknowledge and definitely not celebrate. My mother never meant to get pregnant. She had dreams of going to college and becoming something great, maybe an engineer or a doctor. Then she met Andre. He was older and so handsome, with his scruffy beard, grey-blue eyes, and slightly crooked nose. He drove a motorcycle and was the closest thing to dangerous that my mother had ever seen in person. She couldn't resist. 3 months after they met, she was pregnant. Her parents, my grandparents, strictly Catholic, gave her an ultimatum: get married or get out. My mother left her home in Trnava and moved into Andre's 6th-floor walk-up in the big city Bratislava. She got a job as a waitress in the corner restaurant and loved Andre the best she could. He was rarely around, claimed he had to work at the rubber plant odd hours to save for the baby. He sometimes came home smelling of other women. 3 months after that, he was gone. "I'm serious, Mama. I'm so tired of these stupid boys giving me a hard time, ordering dumplings and leaving no tip. I'm broke." I finished washing my hands and threw the dirty dish towel down in exasperation. "Well, Mila, maybe you should stop spending all of your hard-earned money on clothes and movies and start studying for your classes and saving for your future." Adela gave her daughter a half-smile and reached in for a hug. Mila shook her off, rebuffing her mother's attempt at affection. "What future?" barked Mila. "Bratislava is a dead end for me. High school will be over by the end of the year, and then what? My talent is wasted here. I need to be in New York City. I need to be in America." "America? What in the world will you do in America? You want to leave me here? I have given up everything for you. Why don't you love me?" Adela, prone to drama, threw her hands in the air, fell to the ground, and began to sob. Mila, used to the routine, knelt down next to her mother in the busy kitchen and rubbed her back, feeling her bony spine through her grey wool sweater. "All right, Mama, everything is okay." Adela continued to cry, unabated. Mila opted for a different tactic. "Look around you, Mama. Is this the life you wanted for us, for me?" Mila helped her mother to her feet while she gestured to the dark and cluttered kitchen. Adela reached out and cradled Mila's face, one cheek in each hand. "I have always wanted better for you, Mila. Better for both of us. Bratislava is changing. Tourism is booming. And we are saving for you. One day you can go to university, and then after you can support us both." Mila recoiled at the suggestion, wriggling out of Adela's grasp on her face. "No! Mom, come on already. We've been over this 1,000 times. I don't want to go to university and become a doctor. That was your dream. I'm going to be an actress, and you don't need university for that, but I can't be a famous actress here." Mila gestured around the kitchen as if to underline the obviousness of her point. "New York is going to be great. I'll make enough money to bring you there, and I will buy you the nicest clothes and the most beautiful car. We'll live in a really big, nice house, and we'll own a dog that looks like a cute little hairless rat. And we'll walk together around New York, and everyone will stop and stare at the famous actress and her glamorous mother and their cute little dog." Mila hammed it up for her mother, prancing around the kitchen, pretending to carry a small dog, blowing kisses to the paparazzi like she had seen in the magazines. "Oh, Mila, you and your fantasies," Adela smiled, despite herself. It had been a struggle to make a life for the two of them, but Mila was worth it. Despite everything, she was the light of her life. Chapter 3. Lily Walker Stone. So this is Wendy's character, right? Sometimes falling in love means doing things you wouldn't otherwise do when sober. I can think of no other explanation for all the ways that I have somehow agreed to change my life since I met Joshua Stone. I have no other reason to explain how I ended up in Van Buren County, Florida, smack dab in the Florida Panhandle. For one, I now say things like smack dab. Suffice it to say, I am not the Lily of yesteryear. I am a new Lily, with 2 last names, but no hyphen, because frankly, I am fragmented enough without burdening my surname and our potential offspring with that kind of baggage. I used to be a corporate lawyer. Maybe, like my sister Elena, the nurse, you have seen enough legal dramas on television to feel like you are basically a lawyer yourself. I hate to break it to you folks, but the legal dramas do not cover most of what the daily life lawyer is like. Okay, listen to this. This is actually what is written here. I hate to break it to you folks, but the legal dramas do not cover most of what the daily life a lawyer is like. Okay? Clearly she means the daily life of a lawyer is like, or the daily life is like for a lawyer. One of the two, but not what's printed on page 15. Yeah. Where were we? Have you ever seen Document Review on one of your fabulous dramas? No? Never heard of it? Document Review my friends, is where you sift through mountains of paperwork and files, searching for some magic words. Sometimes it takes hours, sometimes more than a few weeks. Can I roll a cigarette and read at the same time? That's going to be tough. Let me try. Have you ever seen Document Review in one of your fabulous legal dramas? No, never heard of it? Document Review, my friends, is where you sift through mountains of paperwork and files, searching for some magic words. Sometimes it takes hours, sometimes more than a few weeks. And sometimes it means that you must take a flight to some glamorous location, like Cleveland in the middle of winter. Oh, yeah. Like Cleveland in the middle of winter, where you will spend almost 24 hours a day and night searching through piles of boxes and more piles until you find the words you were looking for. Sure, corporate law is not all about document review. Certainly that is just one small nugget of the daily practice. At times I was assigned to some projects that were truly intellectually interesting, but often, let's face it, the work is a bit soul-deadening. Even the high points had drawbacks. Sure, I took advantage of the free meals and tagged along to every swanky hiring lunch they offered. I gained 15 pounds in my first year at the firm. Another great aspect of corporate law is the fine art of billing. Billing. Why is this worthy of mention, you ask? I will tell you. Have you ever broken down your day into 6-minute increments? Have you ever had a conversation like this with your mom, girlfriend, boyfriend, husband, dog? How was your day, sweetie? The family or romantic relation or pet will ask, inevitably, around 10 or 11 p.m., which is pretty much the time you are getting home from work these days. Since you are not anywhere near the billable hour requirement your firm sets for the year, and it is already October, and even this conversation is costing you time that you should be billing to make sure that your bonus will be everything you worked so hard all year to earn. Well, it was productive, actually. From 9 a.m. to 9:06 a.m., I researched a tort question for a car company from Germany that may have put some defective tires into the marketplace. I did the same from 9:07 to 9:13. At 9:14, I went back to the break room to get a cup of coffee. I then used the bathroom and returned 8 minutes later. At 9:22, I resumed research on the tort question, and then, really? Do you think an actual conversation would get that far before your loved one, human or animal, rolled over in disgust? After more than 6 years at the law firm, I was fairly disgusted with myself as well. Like legions of other young overachievers, I entered law school with dreams to change the world, provide a voice for the voiceless, save the seals, fight injustice, la la la. After soaking up over $100,000 of debt at my fancy pants law school, I decided to trade in my values and principles for a chance to get out of debt sometime before 32. The age when I imagined I would be grown up enough to have children and a husband. A few months after I turned 34, and long after I traded in my ideals for a comfortable corporate salary, Josh and I met at a mixer for young professionals in DC and hit it off from the first minute. He was everything I never knew that I was looking for in a guy. Most of what I was already hoping to find. He is my Same height, which is something I had never considered pre-Joshua, because I had already determined that my dating window extended only from 6'2" to 6'4". Still, I thought this one was funny, sweet and smart, enough to give a shot, despite the fact that I could never wear heels around him. We fell in love, got hitched, and less than 3 months later, in early August, we moved to Hiawassee Springs, Florida. August is a time in the Panhandle where you can't move an inch outside without sweating through your shirt. It's uncomfortable, to say the least. We moved to this godforsaken place for Josh's career, and because I wanted and needed to be with him no matter where we were. Josh had 3 weeks to prepare before the semester began at North Florida State University, NFSU. He finally finished his 8 years of PhD and postdoc and writing fellowships, and would finally be an assistant professor of English at NFSU. And I was going to study for the Florida bar exam and look for a job. We had a plan. We were on our way. The thing about plans, though, as my grandmother used to say, is that we make plans and God laughs. My dad also says, and I'm pretty sure that he borrowed this from someone famous, that life is what happens when you are busy making other plans. Platitudes aside, all of that is to say things happened much differently than we ever planned. So here it is, in Hiawassee Springs, Florida, America's friendliest town. It turns out that another town close by is actually named the friendliest. But Josh and I insist that they got it wrong and that Hiawassee Springs was robbed of its deserved moniker. People in the Wassee are the kind that would run through traffic if you asked them to. How did we get there? Let's face it. Let's see. For our honeymoon, we took the scenic route from Washington, D.C. through the Carolinas, with a mandatory stop in the not-to-be-missed très romantique town of Charleston. All those cobblestones and horse-drawn carriage rides through town, I mean, it's enough to make anyone fall in love, right? Then and there. 10 or so hours later, having seen all the back roads in the southeast seaboard, and one very expensive speeding ticket later, Josh and I arrived in Hiawassee Springs. It was pouring rain, which was just as well, because it obscured the fact that Hiawassee Springs, shall we say, Hiawassee Springs was, shall we say, less than I had expected. It's my own fault, really. Not having done enough research, I just assumed, and we all know what assuming does, that Hiawassee Springs was in Florida and would be just like other parts of Florida that I knew from visiting my grandparents. I assumed there would be palm trees and the beach and sunburned Canadians, and that North Florida was basically just like South Florida. Lily, lily, lily. I definitely found out how wrong you can be with assumptions. Still, I have Josh. We have our health, and I like to think I have a good sense of humor about life. Turns out I have a good sense of humor, but only about other people's lives. I am quite humorless about my own, or at least I was. Hiawassee Springs changed everything. First lesson: North Florida is very different from South Florida. This statement is worth emphasizing, lest other people make the same mistake that I did. North Florida is much more like South Georgia, which makes sense, given its proximity. Palm trees are not native to North Florida. Some palm trees do grow here, but nature did not intend for it to be a tropical paradise in the Panhandle, or the Big Bend, as some of the locals call it. Next lesson: Not only is the geography different, but Hiawassee Springs is not the West Palm Beach or Hollywood, Florida that I had experienced with my grandparents. Most significantly, there is no shuffleboard here. Not even one shuffle or one board. There aren't so many Canadians either, with or without sunburns. There are, however, lots of really nice people, almost painfully so. My first few days in Hiawassee, I kept getting lost, which is surprising since it's pretty much a one traffic light kind of town. The sad truth is that my sense of direction is just that bad. Josh offered to buy me a GPS device for my birthday so that he could track me down and give me directions if I needed, but I politely declined. With me out of work and him not exactly raking it in as an English professor, I didn't want him splurging on unnecessary gifts for me. So as I proceeded to get lost around what I am still sure is America's friendliest town, people actually stopped in the middle of the street, asked me where I was going, and then got into their cars or trucks and escorted me in the right direction. Then they turned around back to where they came from, since they were not headed in my direction themselves, but wanted to make sure I got where I needed to go. This was definitely not South Florida or the Northeast. This, my friends, is Hiawassee Springs. Okay, 3 chapters in one go. That's enough. Let's have a look at our poll. Isn't it terrible? We'll be putting it out there as separate chapters. We'll do a big playlist. It's like 40 chapters, and yeah, it's 40 chapters, and yeah, I'm yeah, crazy stuff. Okay, how did we do on our poll? Wow, it is late for you guys in the East. It's gone 2 a.m. Go to bed. 60%. Okay, end poll. %. Yeah, thanks for the likes, everybody. Thank you, everybody, for the likes. Just having a quick look through this chat here. Michelle, the letter at the beginning was a diary entry from a Argentinian girl. Maybe we should just read one of Donna's emails to close us out for the night. I think I made it to chapter 15, then threw the book across the room, and then blew a hole in it with a 30-06. 12 gauge. Oh. Man, it feels really weird talking into a microphone without headphones on. I might put them on, even though they're not plugged in. That's better. Ah. You should see the punctuation, guys. It's ridiculous. That's why it's kind of difficult to read out loud. Plus, it's 7 a.m. Yeah, she writes like Sarah Boone. Correct. And Jeff would have read this book, right? Jeff would have totally read this book. I need to read one of Donna's emails just to cleanse. What's this one? 9 pages? Okay, not that one. Fucking hell, Donna. Alright, 2 pages. I can do that. Where do we put it? Where do we put it? We put it right here. Okay, so this is February 18th, 2014. So about 8 months after the divorce, but still having legal proceedings, right? Donna Harvey to Wendi Adelson. Subject: info for your lawyer when it comes to depo on Danny. Honey. Okay, your attorney must depo Elvis to see... Elvis gibbers. Okay. Honey, okay, your attorney must depo Elvis to see if any of the retirement accounts that Elvis has have ever had a check written from them during the course of your marriage. If any of them were funded through any joint assets, your mutual Schwab account, or in any way passed through joint financial accounts, then you are entitled to a portion of those accounts. You just see these money-grubbing fucks. Unbelievable. Hey, here's an idea, Donna. Why don't we try to come up to a grown-up decision that's fair for everybody and just try and be as honest as we can, even in this difficult time? Then you are entitled to a portion of those accounts, even if nothing was ever done improperly on these accounts, and he has some very large retirement accounts. Let's aggravate him the way he's trying to aggravate you and make him do the research and show statements from every month. From the date of your marriage to the date of the filing for the divorce, you need to see whatever he deposited into those accounts, where the money came from. It's very possible some of it came from your joint Schwab account, and then he's up Shit's Creek. It's not Shit's Creek. It's not a creek that belongs to someone called Shit. It's Shit Creek. A creek named Shit Creek. Then he's up Shit's Creek. She's got a fucking apostrophe in there and everything. Why shouldn't he have to do this? It's what I mentioned to Kristen in court yesterday, and she nodded her head. Now she needs to do something about it. It just seems ridiculous for him to be able to depo you, but for you and Kristen not to give him the same crap he's pulling on you. It's time to give it to him. Also, what can your attorney do to be proactive to give him some grief? It seems like you're always on the defensive, but I don't see her doing anything offensive. I was really surprised that you didn't speak with her prior to meeting her in court. Can't you meet with her and work out a plan of attack? Vicious. She fucking needs to speak to someone, right? She needs serious therapy. This is not normal. This aggression, it's just incredible. Or some sort of strategizing so you know what you're up against and what else he can do. When is there an end to this nonsensical litigation and waste of the court's time and your financial obligation to your attorney? I think it's really important to get the parenting coordinator to either testify or be brought to deposition, perhaps by your attorney, so we can get her to request that Elvis be court-ordered for psychological testing. Donna, I think you should be court-ordered for psychological testing, okay? What the fuck? And if he's this off, perhaps he should not be permitted to take the children out of the country. What happened with the dean? Any help, or do you need to proceed to the provost? What's a provost? Something has to be done with this asshole. Call us if you feel up to it tonight. If you're too tired, then call in the morning after you leave the boys at school, if you can. Love you, Mom and Dad. You fucking sick bitch, man. You are really fucking deranged. It's just way too much. Oh. Okay. How are we doing? 5 hours and 15 minutes, guys. We're shutting down. Thank you, everybody in chat. Thank you, fantastic moderators. Thank you, coffee contributors, super chatters, super sticker givers. Thank you for the thumbs up, big likes. If you haven't left a like, please leave a like on your way out, guys. Helps the channel enormously. We'll be back tomorrow, not with an Adelson case, but with a case out of Colorado. A fantastic case. The mail killing. The postbox killing. What's her name? Devon Schreiner. Oh, man, I need a shower, thank you, to wash that book off me. Fucking hell. It's unbelievable. I'm gonna start trying to put it out as a proper, audiobook chapters tomorrow on the channel. So, yeah. That's what we're doing, folks. For now, we say good night, God bless. Don't be an Adelson. Don't be a fuckhead. Don't be a Donna. If you are, get some psychological testing and all the rest of it. Okay, later, guys. True Crime Metrix out.